I do my vocal warm-ups before we start.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
Ho, 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 ho.
Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather.
Okay, guys.
Lion
Thank
face,
you.
R,
And
lemon face,
we're live.
ooh, lion face,
Hey,
R,
guys.
lemon face, ooh, break it down.
Hey, we're live, guys. We're live.
Sweet.
All right.
Katie.
So,
We're live, unlike Jesus.
can somebody shut off their audio in the background there? Okay. Well, thank you everybody for joining us. We have a group of people here today on April 17th, or Easter weekend, in fact, that we're not convinced that a goddess or a god exists, and people from our audience are going to attempt to challenge any of us to believe. So just a reminder, this is not intended as a whole panel responding to one person. It's any of us responding, one, maybe two or three, responding to the arguments that people are going to put forward. The people who are part of this, usual, we have TJump, who doesn't seem to be with us at the moment, but he's usually here. He's an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on. Jefferson Spatchcock, who may be showing up today, is an atheist, inquisitor, and intellectual who has particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviours that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. I'm Randolph Richardson, and I'm one of the members of the panel. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada, a founding president of Canadian Atheists, a national atheism organization that advocates for atheism and atheists, and I'm an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking. One of my concerns is that oppression anywhere is a threat to freedom everywhere. And this is similar to something MLK had said at one point, so I have to give credit to him, although this is a slight variant of that. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord administrator who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is a self-described, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter de Tucker, also known as Gonna Go For It, is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Arn Roz, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and the history surrounding it. And Taco, the organizer of this event, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. Thank you to everybody for tuning in, and I see that Taco's out of the stage at the moment, so I'm going to bring on our first member from the audience. I'm going to start with Goyim's lifestyle, and then after that we'll bring in God 420.
Just wanted to say, after that introduction, I can pretty much die. I mean, I think I made it.
Well, thank you everybody on the panel for being here, and thank you especially to everyone in the audience. Goyim's lifestyle, welcome.
Yes, hello.
What have you got for us this morning?
Yeah, happy Easter. So first of all, I wanted to ask you guys, what would you take as something that would convince you? Would it like, does it have to be a proof? What do you mean by convincing?
There's no proof. There's no proof. Proof is in mathematics, and I know
Yes.
mathematics will be very helpful.
The best thing we can imagine.
I'm open.
The best thing we can imagine would be evidence that can lead to novel testable predictions.
Yes.
Okay, So I'm not religious, right? I don't believe in a God, to be honest. But still, I think the only hint that I have for something spiritual or supernatural is my own existence, right? My soul, however you call it. Like some people call it consciousness. Some say it's only just your existence as a living being or something like that. So there is something above just matter that we can't really explain. And I think that's the only thing that we can consider something supernatural in our reality or existence of the universe. No, that's too far. But that's the only hint.
Well, Goyim, considering that, so you talked about that you're saying that there's something like above matter.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about like states of energy in that respect, just as far as like what evidence goes for. So are you talking about like another state of energy, or are you talking about something more? Like what are you referring to specifically?
I'm referring to myself as a being, right? As my own existence, and I think everybody in this room has it. That's just a guess, I can't go into you, so I don't really know. But the only proof for myself that I have is that I'm staring at this monitor right now, and I'm existing at this very moment, right? So that's like what I say. My existence, my consciousness, my perception, all that, what makes me be in this world is above matter. It's not matter itself.
Well, it comes from matter. Perception, consciousness and perception, that's the brain. That's your brain interacting with the reality around you, interpreting stimuli from the reality. So, but when your brain dies, there's no evidence to suggest that there's anything after the fact.
That's
just like before your brain formed, there's no awareness, there's no consciousness, there's no memory, there's nothing, and then your brain develops in utero and then grows into the organ it will become, and then as long as it doesn't get damaged and it's not harmed or genetically I would say broken in a specific way, then your brain forms naturally, and then it goes on until you eventually die some 70 to 80 years later if you're lucky, and then that's it.
Yeah. You're right. And
so what's convincing you that there's something beyond this?
Well, I'm not saying that your soul or your existence can be detached from matter. The matter is the base of it, and you need it. You need a well-functioned matter to have a soul. That's my opinion, at least. And
what is? Can I ask what a soul is?
Yeah, I tried to explain that already. So
I think he's equating it with consciousness. Is essentially what it is. Like consciousness and awareness and experience is like that. That which is perceiving and is conscious is the soul.
I heard that, but if we already have a name for something, is it then? By the way, Xerxes, you've got a lot of background noise. I'm not sure if you're aware.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. So, IX. Okay. So, but if we have a word for consciousness, then I don't think it's very helpful to call it a soul. Because the word soul comes with baggage, which is usually that it is continuing after death, which for which we don't have any evidence. So that's why I'm asking, if you say soul, what do you mean by soul?
Yeah, so I don't come from a religious point of view, and I don't think that you need a consciousness to have a soul. It's just the existence itself as something, as a living being, right? Of course, a stone doesn't have a soul, most likely. And, you can't say...
But that means it's not existence, because a stone has existence.
Well, it's existing in our reality as a matter, but it's not existing in the sense
stone.
Yeah, but it's not existing as something that has perception. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I can't prove it to you in any scientific way. I just can't say to you, well, imagine you're looking at this very moment at your phone or monitor or whatever. You're existing, right? So that is your soul. It's not necessarily your consciousness or something. I mean,
What else other than my consciousness perceives a phone?
Yeah, that's your perception and your consciousness. I mean, yeah, that you're right. Maybe I made a bad example, but that's how you perceive your existence. And I'm just saying.
Graham, I think the question is not like, do we agree that we have consciousness? I think we all agree on that. I think what Peter's asking you is, if what you mean by soul is just having a consciousness, then the word soul to a lot of people has baggage other than just consciousness. And when you equate the two, it confuses things.
Yes,
yeah, but
exactly.
I don't think that consciousness necessarily means soul. It's more like existence, and then you can perceive it through your consciousness. So, I mean,
the only thing I have a problem with is that the word soul, for the most part, because it's a religious concept, and it has, by definition, the religious baggage that comes with it, which is why I would at least advise people not to use the word when
it's a bad word.
It is.
Well, it's loaded terminology is the problem.
Exactly.
Especially when you say that you don't believe in a God and you're irreligious. I don't know if you're an atheist or if you're an agnostic or what your position is, but when you utilize that term, then people are going to automatically think it's like, oh, well, then some sort of, because where does the soul come from? The soul is not like something that is organic or comes from matter, and so it's something transcendent that is either bestowed upon you or is given to you from some sort of entity. So it automatically implies the existence of an entity external to all of us, and then that through that soul is how we experience everything through the kind of like matter of our physical bodies.
Well, I should call it existence, maybe, right? Maybe that's a better term.
To get back to what you were saying, Glenn, before we got off on like just what you meant by soul, you were saying that you think that there is a man, I had it for a second and I lost it because I was waiting for a chance to get us back to it. But you brought up.
I think what he said was there was something that transcends matter and energy. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't that what you said?
I said that that our existence is above simple matter, like. But that's the whole miracle of like.
Oh no, I remember now. Okay, so what you said was that you accepted that the consciousness, that the mind, arises from matter, right?
Yes.
So you're not contesting the idea that matter precedes consciousness. That without matter there wouldn't be a consciousness.
Yeah, I would not doubt that.
Right. So what you're saying, and this is like where we kind of went in the deep dive on the word soul, is that you think that something happens when matter is arranged a certain way that is special, and that is where that consciousness occurs. And you think that's, to you, something you call that supernatural. That's what you said, right? Okay. So another word we're going to want to define is supernatural. What do you mean when you say supernatural?
Well, it's not only the fact that humans can't explain it, right? They can't grab the sense of okay, I'm not going to say soul again, but your existence, your very being, right? That you're there at this moment. So it's not only that we can't catch it or prove it or put it in any metric system. We can't measure it. It's also something that actually makes you. I mean, that sounds, even for me, that sounds kind of strange, but it makes you exist. Like your existence.
Goyam, so when you're so there's a lot of concepts that are in there. Now, when it comes to like consciousness in and of itself, like human consciousness, now it's difficult to categorize because we apparently, from our own perspective, we have a very unique form of consciousness on this planet. But when it comes to the aspects of what we determine consciousness, like the ability to perceive one's environment, the ability to interact with things, the ability to understand and respond to stimuli, there's a difference between sapience and sentience. Okay. So there are animals that are not human that are on this planet that actually the vast majority of almost all living creatures on this planet are sentient. They can respond to stimuli. So they can respond, they can recognize external stimuli, and they can respond to it accordingly. That is the basic definition of sentience, is the ability to respond to one's environment, to external stimuli. When it comes to sapience, it's the ability to understand various concepts, like not only where does the stimuli come from, but also to internalize things in their environment, and the ability to reconcile different stimuli differently. So like the stimuli from and we know that some animals can, like whales, cetaceans can do this, whales, dolphins, killer whales. So cetaceans can do this, elephants can do this, octopi can do this. There's a number of other species that have that same range. The difference is that they're just not human. So it's not the human variety of what we're concerned with. And as far as languages go, they didn't evolve the same talky mouth parts that we have, but their ability to communicate with each other is just far more complex and different. Usually it's body language, it's color, it's coloring, it's a vast majority of other things, or it's whistles and clicks and other various sounds. So we can make the argument that other animals out there have consciousness to a degree that measures up to or is almost equal to human beings. It's just not like ours, is all it is. So trying to create like say that we're unique in that is very, very difficult. So
yeah.
Okay,
I'm not saying that. Okay, sorry. No.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that we necessarily have to be the only creatures on Earth that have a conscious or have this existence as a being, right? So just to give it a picture, if I would be a dolphin, right? I could be a dolphin in my existence. I'm not me anymore. I'm a dolphin, right?
Can I interject just for a moment? There's a question from the audience that relates to what you're saying. Cedian Olliman, he is asking, does an insect have one of these souls that you're talking about?
Well, first of all, I don't know, but
okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I it's a hard question. I don't know. I could only assume that it has. Yeah.
If what you mean by a soul is just consciousness, then, like we pointed out, lots of animals are sentient in the sense that they're conscious of their existence.
Right.
But one of the things that you were talking about when you gave your definition of the supernatural is something which you think defies explanation, and something which you think in principle might be almost impossible to explain. Right?
It is. Because the only way you can... Yeah.
Go ahead.
The only way that you can basically measure it or put it in any... the only way to have any proof or measure it is to experience it. So
well, that also goes into like where I was going to go with what I was saying was that, but when it comes to consciousness, there are aspects of it that we haven't fully understood yet, that we haven't fully grasped yet. It's very, very similar to I would say the concept of gravity. So we understand the mechanism of gravity, but we don't. But the finer details, like what exactly generates it, what it's composed of, these are things that we don't know yet. So, but we may know them in the future, but we don't currently. But we do understand the mechanism of it. We can calculate it. We can make predictions with it. We understand it. Now, as far as consciousness goes, we can do kind of the same thing because there are things that we know regarding consciousness through neurophysiology. So we know that consciousness develops in stages. We know that the human brain or the human mind cannot, for what we know, for all the evidence that we have, we can conclude that the human mind cannot exist without a brain to basically be the grounding of this thing. That it requires a human brain for a human mind to exist. So minds require brains, as far as we can tell. We have no evidence to suggest that minds exist outside of brains or that minds exist after brains die. So we just have to go with the evidence that what we have. And we know that if you muck with the brain, if you do things to the brain, that we can actually predict the outcomes in the consciousness. So if consciousness is a combination of being able to see or basically respond to your environment and to internalize stimuli and to form neural pathways that allow and memory. So if we look at these things, we can actually affect in predictive ways how the brain interprets reality by messing with the brain, by providing stimuli to it, by withholding oxygen from it, and of course by poking and prodding it. So we know that if we damage the brain in a particular way, that the person will lose the ability to do something that it could do beforehand. So we know that there is this connective mechanism between the brain and consciousness in and of itself, and we know where the different areas of the brain handle different areas of consciousness. So we can go like, doop, and then all of a sudden your brain can't do this anymore. Or we can do this, and then we can overstimulate your brain, and then all of a sudden your consciousness changed in a predictable fashion. Like if we increase the levels of particular neurotransmitters, then your perception of reality greatly changes until those neurotransmitters get back to normal levels. So there is a predictability. There are novel testable predictions we can make when messing with the brain and the effects of consciousness. But we also know if you damage the brain enough, the consciousness ceases to exist. It goes away, especially if you do damage to like the brainstem. So the question then becomes is like where you're going with this is like, is there something more? But there's no evidence to justify that. So why do you think that there is something more than this? Or is it simply the concept, or simply for you, is the concept of human existence or human, I say, consciousness or awareness so incredibly, amazing to you that you can't see any other way it could be than just normal, natural process?
So, it's okay. I have to wrap my head around it. So, first of all, it's of course I think it's our the function of our brain. It's very necessary to have this complexity of all our synaptic connections in our brain to come up with something like what we are. So I don't doubt. I mean, I don't say that your soul is like it goes on, or if you die, it will go somewhere else. I don't know that. I just can say I don't think so. But it's connected to you. Well, dude, I mean, I can't really answer this question, to be honest. I think it's
okay. No, it's okay. It's something to definitely think about. I think what's important is what's really important is to not assign special values to things that we don't 100% understand yet. It'd be like assigning a supernatural value to some aspect of gravity, even though we don't fully 100% understand like the full complete mechanism behind gravity. We understand enough about it. But that little bit that we don't get is like, oh well, God is what makes it happen. That'd be like the same thing. It's like assigning some sort of supernatural explanation to something we don't have a lot of data about, or something we don't fully grasp yet. And that's where it becomes problematic, because essentially, the supernatural being that which we do not have a natural explanation for. So like at one time, lightning was a supernatural event because we had no explanation as to where it came from. Or like earthquakes or volcano eruptions, or like when human beings were just like, the thing in the volcano is angry and it's spewing hot stuff everywhere. So, but now we understand these things. We know, we know there's no dragon in the bottom of Mount Fuji that when it gets angry, it makes everything rumble. So
there's something else.
Yeah. So
go ahead, X. I'm sorry.
So there's something that I think you also maybe aren't aware of. You mentioned that you're familiar with the term synaptic pathways, right? But are you familiar with the degree to which the study of synaptic pathways has been able to reproduce learning and behaviors and capacities that the brain has? Like, we don't just sort of say, well, this neuron is the neuron that fires when you think about O.J. Simpson or Bill Clinton, right? We have a model of what it means for those neurons to be trained to be able to respond to those things, such that we use a biomimicry approach to making self-driving cars in a way that uses the same number of layers in the artificial neural networks, the imitations of the brain's neurons, 6 layers works ideally for perception of artificial neural networks of images, just as it does in the brain's neocortex to recognize real images coming from the optic nerve, right? And we think that the reason that the artificial neural networks are so successful, the more we mimic the way that the brain resembles in these artificial networks, the better they perform, is because we're actually reproducing the essence of what's going on in this particular part of the brain. Now, I'm not claiming that we're biomimicking or reproducing all of the structures of the brain yet, but in one of the very critical structures, which is how any stimuli coming into the brain gets hierarchically recognized and routed to somewhere else in the brain in some cases, the neocortex is more or less biomimicked at this point to the degree to which we're no longer guessing just by the behavior of the brain. We understand something of the inner workings of what it's made out of, such that we can reproduce it successfully. And I think that's reason enough to conclude that cognitive science, neuroscience, and artificial neural networks are going to converge in something like a complete neuroscience eventually.
Yeah, so we can understand the function of our brain, but that doesn't give us the answer to its existence.
I think you're maybe giving it too little credit, right?
Well,
so
I think just clarify. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but you're talking about like the reason. If you're talking about like why things exist, like an overarching purpose as to why we're here.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to, Goyam?
I don't even ask this question. Why am I here? It's just the fact that I am here. That's so incredible, basically.
Well, I mean, you can answer that. You're here because not to be crass, but you're here because your parents smashed.
Yes, that's true. But that's the biological answer, you know?
Right.
That's the answer of procreation, but it doesn't answer the question, why do I exist? And that's what I mean.
Just a clarifying question. So when you say, why do I exist? Are you talking about why is it that your consciousness enables you to have an experience? Or why does the universe exist at all? Because those are two totally different questions.
No, it's basically the question, why do I exist in this universe? It's not about the functions of my brain. You can measure or get hold of the functions of the brain, and you can understand why humans behave like they do.
Well,
but
we can. But Goyam, the question you're not asking is not so much why do you exist, it's why don't the other 99 million that were swimming alongside you, they don't exist. Is the whole point.
I think they do exist.
You're the one that made it. But they didn't make it. So there was like 100 million or however many that come out like this that were all fighting for the same opportunity to fertilize an egg. You're the one that happened to get there. And then you yourself, Goyam, your perception right now is a result of your experiences from birth all the way up till now. Because the brain itself, the brain itself is constantly wiring itself. It's constantly developing new pathways throughout life, and it never stops. So your brain is constantly wiring itself very uniquely to you. It's almost as unique as a fingerprint. Okay, so your brain creates neural pathways depending upon the stimuli that you received when you were from a baby all the way up to today. Those neural pathways will inform how your brain interprets experience, how your brain accesses memory, and all of the decisions that you'll make and how you respond to external stimuli. So those neural pathways begin from very, very early on, and they develop on, and they keep growing, and they keep adding to each other, and they keep rerouting, and as you learn more information and take in new stuff. So that's it. That essentially is what you are.
Yeah.
If you were to take you as a baby, but if you were to clone you as a baby, and you have the exact same you and put you in a completely different environment and raise you in that environment up to the exact same age, that would be a completely different person.
Of course. Yeah, I know that.
So there's nothing special about it. You're the product of your genetics and your environment.
Okay, let me give you an example, or let me try to give an example. So imagine you have you create a machine that behaves like a human, right? it will answer you. We feed it with informations so it can act like a human, right? Does it have a soul, or does it have an existence as a living being? Could it be you or me?
So if you're asking if a artificial being that behaves exactly like a human in every way that we can observe,
it's
would
still
have
a machine,
consciousness,
right? It's not a.
right?
It's not a.
It would absolutely have consciousness. If by consciousness you mean anything which can be described, then yes. If by consciousness you only mean some privileged sense that it is conscious, it would report that sense just as we would, right? So it would be like me telling you that you're not conscious, but you're experiencing consciousness. You're telling me you're experiencing consciousness, and me being like, no, you're not. It's fake, right? And you would think this was absurd, just as an artificial being would think it was absurd, right? To be told that it's not conscious when it clearly is experiencing consciousness and telling us about it. If there's nothing that you could tell us about your consciousness, that the machine can't tell us about its consciousness, then it's conscious.
Yeah, maybe it would have a perception in a mechanical way because you feed it with information and it will give you an answer, or it can collect informations and will react to something, right? But does it have an existence as a living being?
As I pointed out before, your concept of a mechanism.
How can you assume something like that?
Hold on a second. So as I pointed out before, your concept of a mechanism isn't really up to date with how artificial neural networks work, right? So if we were to take your brain out of your head, you would agree you wouldn't have this conversation, right?
Yes.
So the brain is what we're talking about that allows you to say you're conscious, right? And if we were to look through all the parts of your brain that are doing work during this conversation, they're neurons arranged in networks, right? Specifically, there's a neocortex of about 6 layers on the outside of it. It's arranged in cortical columns, which have something like about 1,000 neurons each, and you have something like 1,000 of those that are all arranged to be able to take in stimuli and recognize them and so on. Now, each of those columns resembles something like a little computer program that mostly is arranged vertically, but sometimes connect to each other in certain ways. And at the end of some stimuli coming in, like me saying the word stimuli, when I say stimuli, you have a certain response to it, of your associations with it or whatever. Maybe you think of Pavlov and operant conditioning or something, I don't know. And that might pop up in your head as I say it. And that's because it goes from the neocortex to your hippocampus and triggers that deeper memory, right? And that comes back up, and then you have a visual of Skinner, or the name Skinner, which goes through again back to your neocortex, and there's a loop that takes place. Now, this account that I just gave you isn't just like a vague, point at the diagram and that's what's approximately happening. When I said before that we've mimicked the way these neurons work, I mean we actually understand essentially the algorithm behind which neurons are able to learn and adapt and allows intelligent behavior. So this android would have potentially identical neural networks to yours. The only difference, hold on a second, the only difference between its substrate, the thing that allows it to think, and your substrate, is that yours is made of meat and its is running in a computer, right?
Yeah.
Now, if the computer that it's running in is a 3D scan of all the cells in your brain, it is literally a simulator of physics, and its physics is simulating your brain. You could be talking to me right now and telling me that you don't think it's possible, and you could be that artificial brain thinking that there's no way a robot could ever think the way you do. But you could be that robot and not know the difference. Because you're made of the same kind of thing, which is networks of neurons that do intelligent stuff.
I could not I couldn't say with certainty that this mechanism doesn't have a soul, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have one.
Well, we'd have to determine that you'd have to determine that humans have souls.
Look,
sorry, I used the word soul again. I mean existence as you and me, right?
But it does exist. It does exist. That's what X was talking about.
Yeah, in our reality, but
exactly.
not as an existence itself. Like you're sitting in front of your computer right now. That's what I'm talking about when I say existence.
When you say mechanism, I don't think you're grasping what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, like right now, all the particles in your body are following laws of physics, interacting with each other and so on, which allows your brain to do the stuff that allows you to think, right? So a computer program could just simulate that and allow all the neurons to do exactly the same interactions that they're having in your actual brain. The only difference is the way the physics are working, right? In one case, the physics is in a computer program-based physics. In another, it's in the universe's native physics, right? So if you emulate the physics of your brain, which is one of the goals of neuroscience called whole brain emulation, an emulated brain is going to be behaving in almost exactly the same way as a biological brain. So to call it a mechanism is a bit strange, right? Because then you would just be a mechanism too. If your brain is doing identical things to it, just happens to be in the real world instead of a simulated world, then are you just a mechanism? Is that what you're implying?
I think I'm a biomechanism. I mean, you can't reproduce it only in a physical way, like having children, but it's not going to be you. But what I'm saying is, okay, I lost my pace. You know, so when we come up with something like that, this android, right, that is behaving like a human being and has the same abilities or even more, right? Do you think when you touch the key, right, that will activate it, you think there will be an existence just as a human being? You know, you think that would be possible to create an existence, basically, to create a
new
new
a simulation of physics could be indistinguishable from the real world to any of its occupants. Yeah, I don't think it's like an efficient thing to build. I don't think that we live in the Matrix or something, but I do think that in a small scale, you could create an indistinguishable emulation of physics. Yeah. And it would be able to give rise to nature in the same way that ours does, which could include brains, which would be conscious.
Just to let everybody know, I think we should probably make sure we've got enough time to talk to other people in our audience. Williams, you raised some interesting questions, and I'm siding with IX on this because the science seems to be reproducible and predictable, and so I think I'm going to stick with the science side of things.
Yeah.
I'm sure you understand.
Of course. Okay, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming on. Yeah, thank you for coming on.
Yo.
Profoundly complex biology.
I did promise God 420 that he could be on next, so we'll bring him on next, and then I think since I'm not hearing from Taco, we'll bring someone on right after that.
Sorry, I was just talking to people in DMs. I was talking to people.
Hello, God 420. Did you have anything you wanted to reflect on? I know you're an atheist. Welcome.
I wanted to see if I could see if any one of them could try to convince me of a God's existence.
Okay, well,
I'm a little bit less stubborn than.
Well, we're not here to convince people of that. So I think what we'll do, we'll move on to the next call. But thank you for joining in.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Randolph?
I can hear you. Your volume's a little bit low.
I'll just move it closer. I can't really turn it up.
Oh, that fixed it.
Cool. We have, well, his name is Racist. He's up next. I'm pulling him up right now.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello, Racist accepting application 4GF. Welcome, and I guess you have an argument to present to us, or you had some commentary to share.
Yeah, something like that. I was just letting everyone know that I have girlfriend applications open right now. You can find it in my About Me. If you're
okay, goodbye. This is
cute.
We appreciate.
That was amazing.
We appreciate you coming on, but this is not a dating service, and we hope that you're enjoying the show. Who's next, Taco?
Yeah. So, Doink Duck hit the booth. That's a hard name to say. Actually had a pretty cool position that sounded like fun to discuss. So I'll let you open up.
Okay, hello first, and I want to, before I start, I kind of want to give a brief description of my current religious belief. I am not very religious per se, but I do believe that a lot of religion was tied in with the usage of psychoactive substances and other types of substances throughout history. Now, that being said, I do want to bring up some of the points of consciousness and come from a different perspective afterwards, where something I don't think you guys have talked about relating to this subject exactly. Anyways,
I just have one quick question for you. It's unclear. Or do you believe there are any deities, or do you?
Well, I believe it's a possibility, but at the moment, I do not stake claim to any religion specifically. I do not believe any of the current religions. If it is real, I don't believe any of the current religions have got it right.
Okay, so you think it's possible, but you don't actually believe.
Well, I don't really believe any of the modern stuff. Maybe in the future something will come up, or there'll be a new discovery that proves something completely different, and maybe something will be created out of that. And if that is the case, and we are able to figure out and prove whatever deity, if possible, to exist is provable, then I would hands down go for it, and I would hands down believe it.
So do you think it's a god, but definitely not a goddess? Is that kind of what I'm hearing, or am I misunderstanding?
Well, I don't even believe it's like anything gender oriented. I believe like the idea of a god or a goddess is an energy being. Like it's not really a physical thing. It's more of an energy, an aura. That is the personal sort of perspective I have on that whole thing.
Oh, okay. So it's a pure energy form that kind of roams the universe, roams the cosmos, and interacts
like
with things.
Well, it does, and it does in a everyday, daily format that is very basic. As in,
the Force
every
from Star
single
Trek?
well, I don't think it would be anything like that necessarily, but what I would be thinking of would be like minor biological things that happen every day, like cells dividing and stuff like that happening, is all created based on the energy of this being and its untimely will to do whatever.
So you're talking about like a form of deism?
In a way, yes. In a way, I could definitely see how it's portrayed as sort of deism in a way. But I also do believe that when it comes to like consciousness and goddess and gods and stuff like that, I don't believe the consciousness is necessarily tied to the organic body. And the only reason I believe that specific position is because through drug tests of like certain psychoactive substances, you see like a brain activity lower dramatically, and they don't know where it goes really, but the person is still very alive and very there, but their like actual brain activity is decreased dramatically. So I believe that goes somewhere.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that it's more likely that the type of measurements that they're doing are not adequate measurements to determine whether or not the person is capable of experiencing consciousness? Or do you think it's more likely that supernatural forces outside of the physical world are necessary for something which evolves gradually over billions of years of evolution from non-organic matter?
I can definitely agree with you on the point that it can definitely be possible that we just don't have the right instruments at this moment to measure these things. And that is why I am always sort of on the fence with the whole like possible but very hard to believe thing, because when it comes to I'm sorry, I lost track. Could you repeat the last thing you just said, because my brain
the last part, the reason I tacked on the evolution and emergence part is that whenever people posit special things about consciousness, they seem to leave out the beginning of the story, which is that unconscious matter, like star stuff, undergoing fusion and coalescing the planets and so on, gradually creating oceans and the necessary building blocks for random chemical biology to occur to produce building blocks, which, given something like protocells, gave rise to the first replicators, which gave rise to the first organisms which had, volition and equilibrium and so on. They were capable of homeostasis and reproduction. All these stages eventually leading to simple forms of intelligence, consciousness, etc. But somewhere at the end, we look at ourselves and we attach some special, unique magic property that exists outside of the body. But whatever happened for, the 5 billion years before that just didn't count, or wasn't sufficient to meet that magic standard for some reason. And our story about where the magic part of consciousness comes from doesn't really jive with the fact that it emerged, and there's really no way to get around. Your story has to include how did this thing emerge gradually from biology and chemistry and physics.
That is actually bringing up a point that I was going to bring up that was the interesting point. As I believe that the first ever act of any sort of like energy being at all, for at least for our life and consciousness on this earth, was to bring the like initial starting funguses that broke down the initial of the earth's crust. Because funguses are like some of the oldest and like some of the oldest living beings. Like that like we can sort of figure out from like fossil records and stuff.
Well, Duck, I have to bring up that fungus. Yeah, funguses are old, but there was a point in time on this planet, and it was, cosmically speaking, not that long ago, when this planet was uninhabitable by any life whatsoever.
Of course,
like 2 billion years ago, there was nothing. If you look like 4 billion years ago, roughly like 4.5 billion years ago, this planet around the time that the moon formed was just a ball of essentially like molten rock.
I can agree with that, but at the same time, I don't necessarily believe that discounts the fact of consciousness or life, because I believe, because during that time, even before that, whatever spores that were on that asteroid that hit us, that created the current Earth we have today, were still existent, or even in the process of being created by something. So you're talking
about panspermia.
Define that, because I actually have not heard that term yet.
Panspermia is the extremely fringe hypothesis that some of the elements that were necessary for the composition of life arrived here from an asteroid or a comet.
Yeah, I don't, and while I may not be fully, like, completely educated on that specific topic, I do believe that is a very good possibility, and that is why I believe that, like, fungus got here in the first place, how everything started. And that is why I believe that, yes, there could potentially be a chance of consciousness even before humanity. And I believe that mushrooms and fungus were the first forms of that lived on asteroids and other things that, if possible, spores were spread through space.
But spores, molds, and fungi are not is not like literally the oldest known. Those are just one branch of phylogeny that sure they may be old and they've been around for hundreds of millions of years, but they're not the oldest. If you want to go back all the way if you're going back like all the way to the beginning, it would be like very, very basic, rudimentary, single-celled organisms.
Oh yeah, that is definitely true. We did start off with single-celled organisms. There's a lot of old, specific like beings that were there even potentially before fungus. But I believe fungus were the first conscious beings.
I don't think fungus exerts what we would call information sharing in the way that would give rise to consciousness. But
there's also a question as to whether or not so we know that some plant species are sentient because they can respond to external stimuli. They can respond to the sun, they can respond to touch, they can respond to the wind, they can respond to water. So, and they respond accordingly. So there is a very, very rudimentary, very basic sense of sentience there, because they can do these things. They respond accordingly to their environments. But to say they're sapient, that any plant is sapient in a way, would be a really hard stretch.
That being said, though, mushrooms are less of a plant, and they're more closely related to human beings, if anything. And this is like something that I've read. I was taught in high school. I wasn't necessarily taught all the specific parts of it, but that was like a very mind-opening fact that I read in a biology textbook, that we are more closely related to fungus than they are to plants. And so I completely disagree on the plant logic, because mushrooms can't really be a plant in a way. And when it comes to sharing of consciousness, their mycelium networks is where I believe that lies. Because mycelium networks under the ground can stretch even greater than the Yellowstone Park and connect plants together to feed off of each other for nutrients and such. And
you're talking about the honey mushroom, the largest organism on the earth.
Oh yes, exactly. That is the specific one that I'm referring to. That case.
Right.
All mushrooms have.
But they don't have a neural network.
This would commit you to thinking that, like, because fish swim around, or plankton flow in a river or something, that the river makes the dirt and the silt at the bottom of the river some kind of organism, because it flows and it goes to the ocean and it flows back and then it gets in the air. I mean, it's like you can ascribe a connection or a flow of something to be consciousness, but you're not really meeting the definition of consciousness as we know it.
I can understand why it's confusing, because I think I really do believe the reason that we have these like that I don't really I can get what you're saying, but at the same time I don't necessarily agree. It's because I think I have a different definition of consciousness than everybody else, or than like the mainstream definition. Maybe I just have a different definition in my head, but I believe that a lot of basic life is just consciousness in general, because it can react to stimuli. I may not be the mainstream way. I may be even saying the wrong term for it. There may be a whole other term there. And I can agree that I'm probably a little bit misinformed on that. But I do generally believe that our ideas of consciousness is more basic than we really do think.
Well, okay. What would that get you, though? Just saying that you think fungus is conscious or something, because it doesn't change. I don't think it doesn't move the goalpost on any kind of belief in the supernatural or gods or anything like that. Like, is there some connection in your mind between what you think about consciousness or fungus and what you think about God, or the likelihood of God existing?
Well, like I said earlier, and this may be just like this, like maybe it's just a weird take, but I believe that like mushrooms were the direct hand of God, and mushrooms are a big part of our history as developing as people.
Okay. So, are you drawing this connection because of the effects of psilocybin?
Not specifically, but like other hallucinogenic substances as well.
Okay, so I was wondering when we were gonna cross that bridge, because there was this. Because you started off in one area, then you went back to this one, and I was trying to figure out how you're going to marry. I was trying to figure out how you're going to marry the two concepts. So when it comes to so you're talking. So speaking for myself, I can't speak for everybody here. But when you're talking to me, I've experimented a great deal with many hallucinogenics, from from mescaline, LSD, DMT, a number of things I've tried over the years. Ayahuasca, peyote, you name it, and I had a very fun childhood. Let's just say that.
Salvia.
So the problem is that when you're having a hallucinogenic experience, so you have to understand what essentially their toxins is what they are, and you have to understand what these toxins are doing to the brain and the resulting effect on basically your experience of reality. And then what happens after you essentially come down, okay? So, like, through the works of various individuals, Timothy Leary, for one, who you're probably most familiar with in his work with LSD, with lysergic acid diethylamide, is that you can utilizing a specific, you could say, like, if you're talking pharmaceuticals, if you utilize specific versions, because you can make LSD in a couple of different ways. The key chain is the same, but you can tweak it and do other stuff with it. And so, because it's just chemistry. And so with LSD, you can muck with it and you can have a specific effect on the brain. Like the LSD can have different effects on dopamine, different effects on serotonin. And then when you tweak these things, you can get a kind of field of results that you expect. It's kind of hit or miss. It's as much art as it is science. And so the problem is that when you have these experiences, when you ingest a drug like psilocybin, or you ingest like LSD or DMT,
or like even
we know what it does.
Like marijuana.
Oh yeah, even that to some degree. So some individuals have a really reactive experience to marijuana. So when you have these effects, we know what it's doing to the brain. Okay, we know the neurotransmitters that are being affected. We know the sodium channels that are being blocked off, and we understand the cognitive effects of it, like the neurophysiology of what the drug is doing. Then, when the drug has been metabolized and the toxins are out of the body, then the brain begins to reestablish its equilibrium and go back to normal levels. That's what the coming down is. You've metabolized the toxins that have created the brain states, very similar to ingesting alcohol. And so you've metabolized it. It's now out of your system, and now your brain begins to attain its equilibrium again. And now the serotonin levels come back down, the dopamine levels come down, and things return to normal. The problem is that there is no predictive model for how somebody's going to react to being on these drugs, to being on any one of these kinds of psychoactives. So no two trips are the same. And that's simply because a trip, when you're tripping, okay, when you're high like that and you're undergoing this, the experience you have is deeply informed by your own personal prior experience. The things that you know and the things that you understand and the little kind of like neural pathways that you've created, those unique neural pathways that we discussed with the previous person, those things are unique to you. So how you interpret the trip will be unique to your experience. This was the difficulty in trying to find a good base level of how to treat things like certain mental disorders with psychoactive chemicals, because how the brain interprets those responses is wildly different. And so we find that if you take people from different cultures and you give them psychoactives, what they understand, how they were brought up, the things that they learned, the things that they believe, their ideologies, their psychology will deeply inform their trip. So you will see stuff, if you take like a highly hallucinogenic substance, you will see things that comport with what you already believe and understand about reality. So that becomes problematic, which means that we know that what we say is you're tweaking with the brain, you're mucking with the brain. The brain is having a reactive experience to these new drugs in there, and then your brain returns to normal, and then your perception of reality returns back to its base state, which is what it was off the drugs. So it doesn't give us any further information about reality, and we can say that the trip is no different than, say, when you're dreaming or when you're having what we would refer to as like a near-death experience. And when your brain is deprived of oxygen and is basically functioning, trying to grab onto whatever it can and fill in the gaps in its dying memory with things that it knows to try and put together some sort of cohesive event. Because the brain doesn't like gaps in its knowledge, and it doesn't like non-awareness, and it doesn't like things that don't make sense. So the brain will try to make sense of anything that it can get its hands on. So in essence, when you're, like, say, in a near-death experience, when you're dying, your body's losing oxygen, your organs are beginning to fail, and your brain is unable to function properly because it doesn't have the oxygen in order to achieve its maximum capability. So things start not working correctly. Predominantly one of those is you can't really form cohesive thought anymore. So there are gaps in there, and it's kind of like, what is going on? So your brain will actually fill in the data with things, fill in the blanks with things it already knows, or try to create a cohesive structure. This is why your brain tries to create narratives out of your dreams, so that it makes sense, because chaos, the brain just rejects that. The brain doesn't like things that don't make sense. The brain likes patterns. The brain is a pattern-seeking organ. So it will look for patterns, and if it can't find the pieces to make the pattern fit, it will create the pieces out of what you already know. Which is why near-death experiences are roughly informed by the personal ideologies, the personal beliefs, the personal upbringing, and the experiences of the individual. And that's the same thing goes for having a trip, for tripping on DMT or LSD or whatever. Okay? So there's nothing to be gleaned that is greater about the universe or bigger about the universe just because we can muck with how the brain perceives things. Especially when the only real, predictive model we have here is that once the drug is metabolized, the brain goes back to perceiving in the way it did before.
I mean, fair enough. That is very valid, and probably a bit more informed on that topic than you're probably a bit more. Sorry, I'm a bit out of your way. You're probably a bit more informed on that topic than I am, as I haven't really explored a ton of that, but I've done my fair share of stuff in high school, and do you consider that the same thing as well for like what people perceive as entities or machines you can't even begin to imagine, like how they function?
Absolutely. There is a phenomena. There is an evolved phenomena in the brain called pareidolia and apophenia. Are you familiar with those terms?
Enlighten me.
So pareidolia and apophenia are the results of pattern seeking. Okay, and they typically lead to type 1 and type 2 errors. So the best example I can give to this is you're a primitive. Let's say, imagine you're a primitive hunter and you're out there hunting for food. And you see the tall grass, and you know the tall grass can be dangerous because there could be lions lurking in the tall grass that are hiding from you, waiting for you to come to them. Then then the grass moves in a certain way that can indicate something is moving through it. Now, you don't know if it's a lion, and you don't know if it's the wind, okay? But you recognize the pattern of what it looks like something moving through the grass. So now you have a question. Is it a lion or is it the wind? You don't know. So what do you choose to decide? Well, you err on the side of survival. You don't go into the grass. You live to hunt another day. Those who say, oh, it's just the wind, then they go out there into the grass and get eaten by a lion. They're the ones that select themselves out of the gene pool. Okay. So what this is essentially, what you're able to do is locate patterns and find patterns in your environment and put them together into a cohesive narrative that you can understand in order so you can better survive in your environment. When you see shadows that look like other things, then your brain will automatically say, like, if I see a shadow that vaguely resembles like a humanoid structure, I'll say, oh, there's a person there. Actually, it's not. It's just a shadow that happens to look like a person, but that's the way I'm interpreting it. Or things out of the corner of your eye. Okay, so pareidolia and apophenia are evolved responses as a result of keeping us alive. Those who were more apt to respond to those, to their pareidolia and their apophenia, the propensity for that is what was naturally selected for through reproduction. So some brains have the ability to discern patterns better than other brains. And those brains that could discern patterns, those survived. The other ones who couldn't discern patterns, they died off because they walked into the grass and met a lion. So the ones that survived kept reproducing, and therefore our ability to discern patterns is very, very strong, like really strong. That's why you can look at like the texture paint on your wall and you can see faces in it. It doesn't mean there are faces there, but you can see them because your brain is putting together those patterns.
So it's sort of the idea of uncanny valley playing a heavy effect on your brain.
Well, that's a different thing, and that also goes to kind of a survival mechanism, but that's different in recognizing what is human and what is not, or what is similar to you and what is not.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but in this respect, we're just talking about that's one of the things that gets us into a lot of trouble is our pareidolia and our apophenia. Is that these things are so ingrained in us, and were so necessary for our survival for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years that it is extremely it's like a big aspect of who we are. The problem is that the brain evolves in stages. So those areas of the brain that basically interpret pareidolia and apophenia are not as evolved as the areas of our brain for cognitive thought. So the brain, having evolved in stages where the front part of the brain is essentially more evolved and evolved faster than the rear of the brain, those areas still have to talk to one another. So there are weird neural pathways that have developed over time to allow the less evolved, or what you would call the lizard brain or the primitive brain, to talk to the more evolved part of the brain. And so those like apophenia and pareidolia still inform our cognitive thought, which is why if you walk into a dark room, you see a shadow that looks like a person, you automatically go on the defensive, even though you don't know that there's a person there. Then you turn the light on and you realize, oh, it was just a shadow. It was just the way it played out, and I thought it was a person, but you automatically went into, is there a person hiding there? Until you realize that there wasn't. So this is just who we are. And you imagine that's just your normal state. Now you mess with your serotonin and your dopamine. Oh yeah. Then it's going to get really, really interesting. Or, good or bad, depending if you have a good or a bad trip. So, but that's essentially what it is. So there's nothing that we can glean that would go on beyond this other than just mucking with your brain's chemistry.
Fair enough. I don't think I have any other more points to bring up. You argue that very well.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Awesome.
So this is where I leave then, right?
Oh, it's all good. We'll appreciate it, Doink.
Anytime. Y'all have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you for joining us.
Anytime.
Leave it to me to talk about drugs.
So Clara's been in queue for a while. She's wanted to talk with the group. So, Claire, hello.
Hello, Claire.
Hi.
Welcome. It's been a while since we've spoken.
Yes, it has been so long I can't remember, but thank you for having me.
Your volume's just a little bit low. If you could turn up your microphone, that would be very helpful.
I don't know how to do that.
Just
how
speak
do I
a little
do that?
closer to it, perhaps. What have you got for us today? As I understand it, you're a Muslim, right?
I'm not actually. I'm an agnostic, but a political activist promoting a secular theocracy.
Oh, very.
I'm basically saying that Christianity and liberalism are kaput, and this means that the morals of our ruling classes are completely unregulated. They can do anything that they like to us, and any functioning society needs a moral system, which means a system of rules that people, whose rules people can access and know about. Otherwise, your ruling classes will just change the law whenever it pleases them to do that, and basically do anything they like to you.
Okay, so are you? I'm just trying to understand because I didn't fully hear you. Are you saying that without a deity to rule over us or a religion, that there would be a problem, something like anarchy, but more wild than that, perhaps? Or are you favoring secularism and moving away from all the religions and whatnot?
Well, I'm basically saying that you need a rule system, and there are only two scripture believed to be from the Abrahamic God that contains God laws, the Torah for Jews and the Quran for Gentiles. There's only two. New Testament doesn't count because, it wasn't written by Jesus, let alone God. It's basically, some guys called Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Paul who said stuff, but, they're obviously not God, not even Jesus. And the New Testament doesn't contain any laws of God.
Okay, so the secular society that I live in, Canada, we have a whole sets of laws that protect people's freedoms and regulate against dangerous activities and all sorts of different things that are conducive to having a civil society that actually functions overall quite well. Now, we're far from perfect. There are things that we still need to improve on. And so we change these laws and adapt them to suit what's needed. Hopefully, the needs of the many in a way that's actually helpful and conducive to having a better quality society. You mentioned that the Abrahamic laws are, if I'm understanding you correctly, are somehow superior. Is that what you mean to convey?
I'm saying that they are established so people know where to look for them. I mean, that people have heard about the Ten Commandments, they've heard about a book called the Bible, and know where to look them up if they want to look,
Yeah, I find all 10 Commandments to be problematic and incompatible with modern day society. I suspect they're not even compatible with old medieval society either. But even now, there's all sorts of different problems with them because the way people live now and the knowledge people have, the Ten Commandments just don't cut it. They don't work.
Which ones do you find problematic?
Sorry, what's that?
Which of the 10 Commandments do you find objectionable?
All of them to varying degrees, because
so you think that we should be allowed to murder and steal and bear false witness and
the Ten Commandments talk about killing. They forbid killing. They don't. They're not limiting to murder specifically. and the original scriptures do use the word killing in that, or the early ones do. So it's pretty clear. So there are some translations that do mistranslate that as murder, and there's.
I don't understand. You don't think a society should have laws forbidding murder, theft?
Well, actually, I live in a society where theft and murder is made illegal here, and there are times when killing is justified, unfortunately, such as in self-defense, if that's a last resort option. So
it was also quite like that. I mean,
it was also justified in the Bible because it was "thou shalt not kill" unless there should have been a caveat. "Thou shalt not kill" unless commanded by God to do so, or unless they're different from you and they believe something different.
That's correct.
Also,
the Quran
in
also,
the original.
Go ahead, IX, and then I'll make.
Say, look, the Hebrew commandment was "thou shalt not retsack." The term retsack at the time meant something very specific to Jewish law and customs of the time, and the law and customs of retsack required the avenger of blood to seek blood atonement in retribution and kill an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Anyone who killed your family, you were required by retsack law to kill them, and they were at your mercy and had to flee your wrath of revenge as the avenger of blood. So that's the commandment that for all time is supposed to tell us how to govern ourselves. It's kind of silly to think the concept of retsack is useful
meant to be
today.
like that. Like, I think you're just making it sound, really stupid. Because basically,
that's what the Avenger of Blood system was.
I haven't heard of this red sack or whatever you're talking about.
Okay, that's what the Hebrew word means. So if you go to the Hebrew
but I'm sure if you
of the Old
asked a
Testament,
rabbi, they would say, it's not meant to be like that. They haven't done it for ages. But I mean, can't we just sort of agree on the principle that
Well, that's not what the Bible's talking about, though.
Just make that sound stupid.
No, but Claire, that's not what the Bible's talking about. What Ix is bringing up is what the Bible intended. Now, we may have special pleaded our way around it. We may have come up with systems that are better than what the Bible did. But we have fundamentally changed what that means. I mean, I talk to evangelical Christians all the time that talk about, that the Bible says "thou shalt not murder." That's not what the Bible says. Especially when you go down to the big what Ix is doing. That's not what the intention of the Bible was. So going off the Bible in and of itself.
Forget the Torah then, because it's for Jews, right? The Quran is for Gentiles. So why do we read that?
I'm not sure why would we read the Quran, because it's just a plagiarized bunch of copies of things from the Old Testament.
How about we just throw them all away? Because we don't need them anymore.
My point.
Laws forbidding murder and all that other stuff.
My point, Claire, is that we have those laws because we have them, not because they're in the Old Testament or in the Quran. And we derive those laws because
liberalism or the Judeo-Christian heritage that the West is supposed to be based on.
It's kind of irrelevant at this point.
This, right?
I don't agree.
It's irrelevant at this point to take credit for it came from here, it came from there, right?
Yeah.
We don't follow the Old Testament laws.
Somebody gave you the idea that there should be a law forbidding murder.
Okay. So the very first instance in human history, the very first instance in which it was written down, where killing another human being was punishable by death, was a crime and was punishable by death, was in the Sumerian Code. That's the very first time.
We're going all over the place.
Claire,
I don't really want to talk about the Sumerian.
No, Claire, I'm going somewhere with this. Give me 1 second. That's the earliest form. It was roughly in between 2100 and 2050 BC. Was the very first instance in when the concept of murder punishable by death, where killing someone was criminalized and punishable by death, was in the Sumerian Code. Everything else we have from here going up to today was all inspired from that. Now, before that, before the Hammurabi Code, before any of this went down, we're talking hundreds of thousands of years of human evolution, human traveling, human nomadic survival. So essentially, when you look at something called evolutionary, what's the time? There's a term for it. Anyway, when human beings were establishing themselves in small nomadic groups and traveling around in groups, okay, it makes sense that human beings would come up with the idea that we should not kill each other within our own social groups. Okay,
well,
and the reason, and Claire, hang on, Claire, hang on. So at
you
this
want to subject
time,
us to a 30-minute talk on this obvious thing to prevent me from making my point.
I'm not trying to prevent you from making your point. I'm going somewhere with this, Claire. Be patient. Okay? So yes, there was probably most likely a concept there when humans figured out that it was probably best not to kill each other in our own social groups because we needed the group in order to survive. So if we wantedly just killed each other whenever we got pissed off within our own social group, our groups would not have survived. So that these rules held for the social group in and of itself, for the tribe. The problem is there are many tribes out there. They don't believe the same things, and they're often competing for the same resources. Those rules rarely, if ever, applied to groups outside of the tribe. They were for the tribe itself. We don't kill each other, but we will kill others trying to take what we have or trying to get what we need. Okay? So when we were in small groups, that makes sense. But then humans, we continue to proliferate, we grow larger, our groups start forming together. These rules have to apply to everybody. These are the very basic structures of the moral frameworks that we have today when we realize that selfish action resulted in negative consequences for the entirety of the population, and that cooperative action led to better results and better chances of survival. This is called evolutionary game theory. It's very simple. The very basics. Don't act in a selfish manner because it may help. It may work out for you in the short term.
Whatever society you live in, sensible people will know that it's not a good idea to be okay with murder. So
in their own social group, but it doesn't in their own social groups, but it doesn't apply to groups outside of them.
So nations are unities of tribes, right? So we have a nation, and as a nation, we can agree not to, that allowing murder isn't a good idea. So I don't see why we've been talking about this obvious thing for the past 20 minutes or whatever.
It hasn't been 20 minutes, but Claire, you literally blew past what I was talking about. Okay, and we can see this in today.
I just want to make a point. You want to talk about the origins of people wanting to forbid murder? Fine. I'm not some social anthropologist. With the exact knowledge of when that started. But I think we can just agree, can't we, that allowing murder would be a bad idea?
Okay, I can address this point. I do agree that murder is a bad thing. In fact, I'm in one of many countries that outlaws capital punishment. Unfortunately, there are many countries that still do practice capital punishment, which I consider to be a form of systemic murder. And so there is differences on these, and there are people who claim both types of nations are derived from and influenced by ancient religions that forbid killing. So it's really
pretty obvious, isn't it, that the Bible and the Quran actually say that the principle of capital punishment is okay. We just have to be proportionate.
Blew past everything I just said.
It has to be proportionate. The eye for an eye, limb for a limb, life for a life. It's a principle of proportionality. If you don't agree, fine. But I see that you're liberals, so you wouldn't agree with obvious, fair enough.
Our political leanings have nothing to do with
principles like that. But I haven't been able to make my point, so perhaps I won't be allowed to.
Let's hear what your point is. And I do agree with JL. I think that there's, he's making a point, reflecting back on the history. What he was addressing was that you had made the point that modern societies are based on biblical ideas or Islamic ideals, Abrahamic ideals. And the point JL was trying to make is that, and I think he made it quite successfully, is that there are older societies and older ideals that even the Abrahamic ones are probably based on, and that are also influencing modern society. So it's not just the Abrahamic thing that influence that applies here. But what is the point that you wanted to make?
Well, the subject of this debate is convince us that God exists, and I just wanted to make the point that the existence or non-existence of God cannot be proven. There's only arguments for or against the existence of God, and no one You won't be able to convince somebody determined to hold the opposite view, because there's no, conclusive evidence. Annoyingly, it's just 50-50. And so deciding to follow God's laws would be a moral and political decision. Just sort of choose to believe or choose to disbelieve. And so, all these endless discussions about whether God exists is really beside the point. The argument should be, if we follow God's laws, would life be better for us or not? I mean, that's how I think
Oh, well, now
should
that
be
would
addressed. Because
okay, I think that would be an interesting topic, but actually the topic for this show is to prove whether a deity exists, a goddess or a god or multiple deities, and as to whether we should follow the rules set out in some holy doctrine. I'd be happy to entertain that conversation with you in a different forum, perhaps on a debate or something, if you'd be interested in that. But
yes.
yeah, but here this is about demonstrating whether deity is correct. Now you did.
Yes, I do have an
you did.
argument.
Sorry, you did present an assumption about us that we're closed, we're opposed to believing, and that's not the case for many of us. The whole point of having this panel is to find out if there is some convincing argument for any of us. If you can convince any one of us, that would be great. Which means that we're open to being convinced of this. If we were opposed to believing this stuff, then we wouldn't be on this panel.
There's something I wanted to respond to, though, which is that you said that being an agnostic yourself, that you conclude that it's impossible to say anything meaningful about whether gods do or don't exist, and that it's just 50-50. Is that right? That's what you said? Okay. So I want to ask you, why would you say that something that maybe you can't prove conclusively, but which you could certainly make arguments about, which you granted that there are arguments, why would you say that no arguments for or against the proposition could change the probability from 50-50? Can you defend that claim?
No, it's like a glass of water, a glass being filled to the halfway point. Somebody who's a pessimist would say, but the glass is half empty. Somebody who's an optimist would say that the glass is half full.
But suppose that I tell you that there's evidence, for instance, about the history of the glass and so on. I give you lots of data about the glass that might lead someone to conclude that it might be quite a bit more or less full than 50%, right? So what you're saying is, I know it's like a common expression, but I think it's actually problematic. And I'm not saying it's a problem to be an agnostic. Being agnostic is totally respectable. But I don't think that 50-50 is what agnostics should be assuming about anything, that they have some information for or against the proposition, right? Like, are you just saying that as like an expression, or do you actually think it's 50-50? Like there's no evidence for or against?
To all intents and purposes, there are arguments for and against the existence of God, and to somebody who isn't prepared to change his position, that there's no sort of wow kind of evidence that you can give him that will convince him, because he's determined not to accept the existence or non-existence of God, depending on his original position. Very few people are prepared to be argued into it using reason or prepared to concede argument. So I'm saying, you really, it is a moral and political choice as to whether you want to follow God's laws or not.
But isn't it also a choice of which do you think the evidence supports? So you could be agnostic and say, look, I can't prove conclusively, nor do I think anyone can prove conclusively proposition X. I'm agnostic as to the proposition. But I think that there's good evidence on one side that is stronger than the evidence on the other side, such that we should act as though X is true or X is false.
Yes. I mean, I am actually saying that we are morally obliged to behave as if we did believe in God's existence.
So you are making a claim because of moral utility?
Yes, moral utility.
Okay. So you're saying that it's useful, but you don't think that that's actually evidence whether it's true or not.
Exactly. It can't be proven conclusively.
Okay,
Or
but
just
suppose that
be a fashion for thinking yes or a fashion for thinking no.
okay, but suppose that if you acknowledge that it's not just going to be 50-50, like there's no reason to think either way, if you acknowledge that evidence could give you reason to think that actually is or isn't likely that gods or goddesses exist, then just choosing out of pure utility would seem to be a kind of a deceptive or dishonest move, right? Because if you really believed in God and its existence and you thought there was evidence that made it more likely, you'd believe in it even if there was no utility in it because you thought it was true. And if you didn't believe that it was likely because you thought there was evidence that it was probably not true, then just saying it's true because it's useful to trick people seems dishonest.
No, it's not tricking people because it's actually unfalsifiable. God's existence cannot be disproven, or and neither can his non-existence.
Look, I could make an unfalsifiable. I could make an unfalsifiable claim.
Is the most intellectually respectable position of all.
I'm not arguing against agnosticism. I'm saying an agnostic can call a position other than 50-50 because it sounds like what you're espousing as agnosticism is like a kind of agnosticism that I think Dawkins actually did a good job of explaining in his book. Is not the sole definition of agnosticism. It's a popular one that a lot of people adopt, just like yourself, in a similar way for similar reasons, I think. But it's not what Huxley meant by agnosticism at all, and it's not what most academic agnostics mean when they say agnostic. They don't mean it's 50-50. They just mean like there's no way to conclusively demonstrate the matter of fact. But there could be reasons to doubt or favor either of the propositions.
Well, I agree with what you just said. You can't prove it to somebody who's determined to reject your position because they're invested in belief or invested in disbelief.
But I'm not just talking about someone's motivations. Like, oh, I'm born this way, so I'm going to believe it.
People making a moral and political choice.
Let me ask you this. Okay, suppose that I told you that a prince from Nigeria has an email in your email box and is going to give you $1 million if you do some financial transactions that he needs you to do to help him get money out of his kingdom, right? Now, would you be 50-50 on that and think, well, since you're likely to get money from it, it's a reasonable thing to do to do the transactions as he's requesting?
Scam.
Okay, right. And you have reason to think it's a scam. You have background knowledge that claims like that have a history of being false, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you wouldn't say that it's just 50-50, even if you could never conclusively prove whether or not it's a real prince of Nigeria. You could still conclude, based on historical evidence and other reasons, that it's unlikely to be the case that the prince from Nigeria really is going to give you the $1 million, right? So isn't that possible, even if you're strictly speaking agnostic, that you can weigh evidence and have moral and epistemological reasons to say that it's the true or false likely proposition without claiming certainty on that?
We're talking about the existence or non-existence of God, not some obvious scam from some Nigerian. I mean,
well, to some of us,
we talk about the real thing,
right? To some of us, the reason I pose it is it has analogous properties, right? So in both cases, the truth or false of the proposition cannot be verified, right? And the claim makes certain appeals.
It's not so stupid as to give money to the Nigerian scammer. I mean,
no, it's to give money to the Catholic Church or to give money to the Quran Caliphate or whatever. There are people who are telling people to give them money, to bow down to them, to obey them because of a claim that is similar to the claim that the prince from Nigeria is going to give you $1 million if they do what they ask.
If I would be allowed to make these arguments rather than being, dragged down these rabbit holes of pointless speculation, I was talking about a moral and political decision as to whether to obey or not obey the laws of God. And I would suggest to you that that there is a kind of culture war going on in the West. I mean, it started with Trump and whether Trump had the election stolen from him, because that America is a divided society between people who were tired of neoconservatism and neoliberalism and people who wanted more of it, wanted more uncontrolled mass immigration and more pointless foreign wars. So it's not just some theoretical thing. So one side, which is Trump's side, is socially conservative, and therefore, if you want to be socially conservative, you need to practice marriage and practice family values and all that sort of thing, and that would need the support of a certain kind of law.
Okay,
if you want that sort of thing, then you'd have to do it. I mean, it's
You're
just
making an
choice.
argument purely from utility, and the point that I made is that
Yes,
there are
I am.
epistemological.
I don't even deny it. You seem to be saying it's weird or
There,
stupid.
yes, there are epistemological problems with picking a position on the existence of a deity and allowing people to essentially blackmail other people with the claim about that deity, in the same way that scammers can make outrageous claims that can't be demonstrated, but we have reason to doubt. We have reason to doubt religious claims, and we have background knowledge that gives us no reason to justify those claims other than like utility or deception or other false and epistemologically invalid reasons.
Utility is false.
Look, if the only reason you have to believe in something is that you think that it's useful for people to believe it, then you're not giving any good reason to believe it.
It's a good enough reason if it's useful. You can say, oh, well, what you say is not useful. But I'm saying, well, the continuation of your civilization is, well, useful.
I'm not saying it's not useful. I'm saying it's dishonest and immoral, right? I'm saying that what you're advocating for is just deceiving people. And it's based on an epistemological falsehood, which is the claim that it's 50-50. It's not
you can't
50-50.
You can't prove that God doesn't exist. So it's
I
not.
don't. Well, it depends upon the. It depends upon the God. It depends upon the God.
Conclusively to provide evidence for or against its likelihood, right? And I think there's lots of background reasons to think that it's more or less likely other than 50-50.
But you can't prove the same thing about the existence of God. I mean, you have already taken a
unproven
position
claims.
Against people like that.
Okay, what is your default probability of believing that something is true when it makes claims that are unfalsifiable and unjustified? Like in the case of the scammer, right? There's no reason to believe that the scammer is telling the truth.
No reason
what's your starting point?
To some complete
stranger. Do you start at 50-50 or do you start at less than 50-50?
But we're talking about the existence of the Abrahamic God, and you keep strawmanning it with this Nigerian scammer. Why can't we talk about the real thing?
If I make a claim in a religious book that there is an invisible being, do you have a 50-50 likelihood that I'm telling the truth if you can't prove it conclusively otherwise?
There would be argument. So the argument for the existence of God would be, we are here because there was a creation. Because there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and that creator was God.
Look, you're introducing a bunch of other stuff.
Why didn't you deconstruct that argument then?
So there are also arguments about the nature of the cosmos, the origin of the cosmos, and so on, that are going to neutralize that, right? But we're not going to.
I invite you to deconstruct that argument.
I would invite you to let me finish my sentence.
How are you going to deconstruct
Okay,
it?
I would invite you to let me finish my sentence, since you asked me to, and then you interrupted me mid-sentence. Are you going to be able to do that?
You're the one who's most of the talking. So I would like you to deconstruct my argument. But obviously you're going to continue.
I started replying when you literally asked me a question, and then you interrupted me while I was asking or answering a question. So my question is, do you want me to answer the question, or do you want to interrupt me and just conclude that I haven't done it midway?
Played for time. Please answer my question.
Okay.
Please deconstruct that argument.
Okay. So if someone makes a claim that, well, the invisible being in the book is the explanation for the existence of the universe, right? They're going to say, well, there must be an explanation. So why can't it be the one in my book? Well, if there are hundreds or thousands of infinitely different competing explanations for the creation of the universe, just because one of these people ascribes that theirs is the creator and all the others do the same does not give me reason to believe that any particular one of them is correct, right? So just making an argument, let me finish. Let me finish, because I predicted you would not be able to let me finish, okay? So when one of them makes the claim that the Christian God and the Bible is a true and accurate document, and the reason for believing in it is just a vague belief in some kind of creator, it's just far more likely that that particular story about the creator is not the correct story about the creator, and we have thousands of other stories about the creator on offer. So at best, a philosophical, I'm not finished. A philosophical, I'm not finished.
Claire,
I'm finishing my point.
Claire,
A philosophical
Claire,
argument.
please let IX finish, okay?
Okay. At best, a philosophical God argument gives you no greater credence to one religious claim about creators over the other. So yes, you can deconstruct a particular religion's claim to authority when it only makes a vague claim about creators in general and has no other supporting evidence.
I haven't made a vague claim. I've given you this line of reasoning which you won't be able to deconstruct. That's why you've been talking for so long. Well, use words as an octopus would use ink. As for it's not a vague belief. What's so vague about this? We are here because there was a creation. Because there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and that creator was God. What is so vague about that?
The problem is that it gives you no greater reason to believe that the author of the Old Testament or the Quran or any other particular religious book had any special knowledge or authority which they claim.
Well, have you read the Quran?
So, yes. And I can conclude that the Quran has over 40 examples of completely fibbed and cribbed passages from the Old Testament which are misremembered and misquoted, which is evidence that the Quran is plagiarized. The Quran contains over a dozen examples of people calling Muhammad a plagiarist, and his response to people calling him a plagiarist was to execute them later when he got a chance to get revenge on them.
We're not talking about Muhammad here. First, you said that there are similarities between the Torah and the Quran. And I'm saying, of course there would be, because it's from the same God.
Actually,
it's from the text which he had access to, because his cousin Waraka was the foremost expert on Abrahamic religion in the region, who could recite and write entire passages of the Old Testament from memory, and who he visited on the request of his wife at the time, who was cousins with Waraka. That's a much more reasonable explanation for the copied passages than the claim that he just received it from the angel Gabriel.
This also ties into J.L. Warren's comment earlier about how
we can talk about all these people, but I mean, I can make it simple for you, which is that Judaism is thesis, Christianity is antithesis, and Islam is synthesis. So you would expect some repetition and incorporation of the previous two religions. And when you said Christian God, I entirely reject the Christian God, because it is a belief that an executed blasphemer is the co-equal of the God of Israel, who is also Allah. And I'm saying that is a problem. Nobody believes it.
So before Christianity and Islam,
it's idolatry, it's blasphemy.
Claire, so before Christianity and Islam, the Jews didn't have a complete picture, is what it sounds like you're saying. They're on their own, and this God has to go through 3 different religions in order to get to the point of synthesis to complete it. I am not convinced that a deity exists based on this alone, but there's many other problems with it, and we do need to be careful of time because we want to get other people on the stage here as well. Did you have a final thing you wanted to sum up in maybe about 30 seconds for us?
Yes, I mean, obviously this idea of progressive revelation is necessary for these three Abrahamic faiths, so it had to be kick-started from somewhere. So that would be Judaism, and Christianity was, a defective attempt to adapt the Abrahamic God for Gentile purposes, and the correction finally that arrived was the Quran. So that it kicks out all the idolatrous, blasphemous elements of the New Testament, and gives you this book. And since we're all most humans on earth are Gentiles, that's the one to go for, and it doesn't have 36 capital offences, which the Torah unfortunately contains. And it's obviously too hard for Jews, which is why most of them
all right. So,
atheists or
Claire,
assimilated now.
Claire, thank you very much for your time today, for coming on. We appreciated having this conversation with you. Taco, I guess you've got somebody else to bring on, right?
Yeah, so Leo's actually been in queue for quite a while. They had some issues initially, but looks like they're ready to go right now.
Sorry, Taco, I just wanted to ask, because JL Warren did make some comments earlier. Was there a little bit that he wanted to elaborate on before we moved on to the next guest?
Sorry about that.
Just on that, when it just literally blew past everything that I was trying to say to her, and in that I was essentially how we got from these early nomadic states and these kind of like basic rules that we set down for ourselves in order to support our survival, cooperative action, and how this is explained through evolutionary game theory, and how this eventually led to, as our groups got larger and larger and larger and larger, we had to create basically frameworks, rules that applied to everybody, and then a governing body to enforce those rules. And then we had to address the concept when human beings started asking, well, why does this apply to me when I can just do this? We're big enough, and once the population gets large enough, those selfish actions aren't as readily apparent. The results of them aren't readily apparent. So we come up with other ways in order to justify these things. So this is just a result of us evolving through time and how we basically, perceive reality. But this is what I was trying to get to with her, is that we don't need the religion to give to us. We developed this stuff long before that. The religions and the religious frameworks of even before Judaism, when we were just talking about 100,000 years ago, when it was just basic animism, that's where it comes from. It stems from us trying to reconcile our desire to survive with coming up with ways to, so that we don't, get in the way of that. And it's easily understood. We don't need to appeal to the Bible or to the Quran or to the Torah or to the Tanakh or to or even to the Hammurabi Code. We don't need to appeal to anything. We just appeal to how we've evolved, which is essentially our empathy and our desire to survive, and how we develop things in order to help us to survive, things that we have realized. These things are understood. And I don't know why it was just this constant appeal back to the Bible, back to this one particular religious text, which isn't even the oldest text that talks about gods in that respect. So it was just weird. I don't think that she was listening, and she didn't want to listen, because it just kept coming back to this one point. I think Jefferson brought it up when he was messaging. It's just very much, that there was this one particular idea, and she was basically espousing what she was talking about us. He's like, you won't be able to convince people of something that they don't want to be convinced of. That was essentially what she was describing herself. I think it was more projection than it was observation.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
I wanted to point out just one thing, just that also I thought was funny, is it seems like her reason is to defend conservatism. That's her main motives, the utility of defending conservative values. But there are tons of conservatives who are not religious and who defend both conservative and liberal views for rational reasons that don't require religion to justify them. So I think that the whole idea of using religion for its utility to support your political camp on either side of the aisle is kind of a mistake.
Yeah, I'd like to say that.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Sorry, go. I was just going to say, I think that what she's attempting to do is just, it's classically misguided. So, okay, you can't disprove a God. So let's take the imposition of some of their rules. We can arbitrarily choose a Hegelian dialectic for the Abrahamic religions. Assume that Islam is the final position on that. We use that, and it doesn't matter if people don't know or don't believe in a God. We might as well assume there is one. This is the closest thing that we have to imposing rules that apply to everyone. We can put that in place and punish anybody who doesn't measure up. That is a system for massive humanitarian disaster. Anytime somebody tries to utilize this kind of brutal, magical thinking because they think that's going to fix people is in for a lot of trouble and a lot of problems. You literally you wouldn't have any authority to do that. I'm sure Claire thinks that you can. You can just appeal to like, well, it's got to be God, right? Because reality is creation. And why not the Quran? That's the newest one. And hey, now we'll just impose bits and pieces of Sharia. Okay, well, which parts do you like and which parts don't you like? And how many people have to be hurt or killed in order for society to be cut in the mold that finally satisfies Claire before she's willing to say that her job is done? And then when does the inevitable backlash hit where everybody has to go back to some kind of revolution? Like what she's talking about doesn't go anywhere. It just ends in confusion, ignorance, violence, and ultimately a betrayal of any of her so-called principles. This is not conservatism. She's just a reactionary and a fascist. She just wants to control people, and she's too ignorant to realize you can't do that this way. You might be able to get a system to do that for a little bit. People will revolt against that.
Yep.
So.
Hey, let's avoid calling people ignorant when they're not. I'm with you, but let's avoid calling people ignorant when they're up on or not on stage with us. Now, Leo, you are invited up. You're welcome to come up here if you want to chat. I know you said you're a little bit shy, so it's totally up to you. It's just a conversation, so whatever you want to do there.
And I'll just say it looks like it might be Liu. I'm not quite sure. I hope they join us. If they don't join in the next little while, perhaps bring on the next person and come back to Liu.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pull down the invite, Liu, or whatever your name may be. And so Jason Family Man is up next. He had a special request prior to coming on board. He wanted to make sure JL Warren was muted, so I'm server muting JL Warren.
No, we're not going to do that.
Oh, wait a second.
No, we're a whole panel. We can't exclude members of our panel from this.
So I did talk with JL. He'll pop back in here in just a second, but I did talk to JL prior, and he was okay with it.
Yeah, but don't use the server muting thing, okay? Just we're a whole panel. We work together. I think whatever you guys agree, that's fine. But I don't think we should be excluding people.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll go ahead and I'll keep myself muted.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm pulling Jason Family Man up now. Looks like JL Warren is meeting your request.
I didn't know jail was that bad.
Or scary.
So Jason, it sounds like he has some new information that. Oh, sorry. It sounds like Jason may have some new information that may convince us that worms can control the human brain and be God. If I'm not mistaken, is that correct?
Hello, Jason, and congratulations on worming your way in here.
Oh, snap.
All right. Yeah, it's not that guy needs to be muted. It's just that every time we talk, he just gives such a negative energy in here. I just don't want to bring it down to that. I just want to answer a few questions people have about parasites, apparently. Since my last conversation.
Always good to start off with a negative comment in order to avoid negativity.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be negative about anything. So that's why that happened. If he wants to unmute himself, it'd be cool. I don't give a shit. Okay. Let's just talk, But
so you told us that worms, colonize people's brains and influence their behavior, and you've defined in your own head that you call anything that controls and influences human behavior God. That's last two visits you had. What you said. Do you have any new thoughts on that?
I just sent Taco a study. It took me a few minutes to find.
The one where Randy is bumping the lady on the bus?
No.
Okay.
No, that was referring to you bumping me.
Hey, Jason, could you maybe just give us a quick introduction to what this is and how that ties into proving God for people who are listening and don't have access to read things?
Okay. Excuse me, I'm getting a drink of water. I believe that I've witnessed religions using animal product consumption and therefore getting a parasite as a way to manipulate people into a state of fear and panic constantly, which they can use to sell them a religious golden ticket, I guess you would. And there's, I mean, where do we start with that, right?
Can you tie it into how it proves God or a goddess exists?
Whatever's in your mind exists, right? Whatever you imagine, whatever pops into your head is something that it exists. Whether it's real or not, it doesn't matter, but it exists in your mind. So if you have 7 billion people all scared and schizophrenic because of the parasite they have because they can't get up pork or beef or chicken, then they turn to a savior. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. This is what's happening.
If I imagine a unicorn, does it then automatically become real?
If everybody around you starts imagining unicorns and they start worshiping unicorns and it change reality of people that don't believe in unicorns, it becomes
how many people,
because you have imagined it into reality. Yes.
Hold on. It doesn't matter how many people imagine it.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So if I imagine a unicorn, does that make unicorns real?
In that person's imagination, yes. Times 7 billion.
Yeah, I love it when people answer a question that I didn't ask. But can you answer the question that I actually asked?
I said yes. What was your question, sir?
My question was, if I imagine a unicorn, does that mean that unicorns are real?
In your imagination, yes.
Not my imagined unicorn. Does it make actual unicorns real?
In the physical world? No, absolutely not.
Exactly.
But does that matter when you have to
people? Does
that matter when you have to sacrifice your firstborn child to a unicorn or give 30% of your paycheck to a unicorn? Does it matter at that point if it's real or not?
Jason, does the same rule apply to?
I'll try to finish my sentence.
Peter, can you just give me a sec, Peter? Jason, does that same rule about the unicorns apply to a god?
If you imagine something that controls you, yeah. Well, you got to understand what my definition of God is. My definition of God is anything that controls your world.
Why aren't you answering the questions?
Oh, okay. I thought I was. What?
No, you were. First of all, you keep over talking.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. I thought I was a guest here. I thought I was a guest here to speak.
You are. You are, and since we let you speak, it's pretty much expected that you give us the same courtesy, right?
2 people are asking me questions then.
Well, I was asking.
We'll pull aside so Peter can talk to you.
And Randolph pretty much
I like Randolph.
asked the follow-up question that I also would have had. If you imagine a god, does a god become real?
It's the same answer, man.
Exactly. So how do you? I'm completely lost at your statement. Because your statement was if one person imagine, and there you go over talking, again.
You are confused, and I'm explaining. You're over talking, actually.
I was in the middle of asking a question, clarifying question.
Cool. Oh, that's what you're clarifying. I didn't need clarification, but go ahead and clarify it.
No. You go ahead and talk. You seem to be more happy when you have the ability to talk.
I'd like you to finish your question now. Clarify it.
You were already answering it, weren't you?
What a stall. Anyway, you got anything? So 7 billion people have a parasite inside their intestine, not in their brain. It's in their lower intestine. And when they attach to the wall of your colon, it sucks the blood out of it and makes you it gets all your nourishment before you do. So what that does is it makes you smaller, it makes you slower. These things also secrete a chemical into the bloodstream. and that chemical
Yes, but
instantly hits
now
your
we have
bloodstream.
now we have
Now
changed
you're
from
interrupting.
something
Now
that
you're
is
interrupting.
imaginary. Yes, I am.
Good.
Now we've changed from something that is imaginary, which is in your
Mhm.
brain, to something that actually exists and that we can see.
Yes, sir.
Also, it's intestine, not intestine. But carry
Well,
on.
it's your colon. It's your colon specifically. But it injects chemicals that change your outcome. They change your free will, and they determine minute things that you find minute, such as the desire of food. Are you wanting animal flesh, or do you want fruits and vegetables? These things are determined by these parasites that are literally supposed to be in nature devouring rotting animal flesh. Okay?
I don't see
Generally
why
supposed-
you calling that God. Like I
They're
could
generally-
say
I'm still completely at a loss as to how this has anything to do with whether or not a God exists.
like all he's saying is there's a thing that influences us. Let me finish. There's a thing that influences us, and he thinks that influencing us meets his definition of a God. So your definition of a God could also include like political parties and all sorts of things, which are just
Yes, sir.
like organized things that influence behavior. But we are not going to be debating like whether a political party is God here, for the same reason that it doesn't really make sense to debate whether worms are God here, because arbitrary things that don't create universes and are just like an influence on human thinking, you're calling them God is so different than what anyone else means by God that we're not having a meaningful conversation about them.
Well, maybe you're. What definition are you looking for?
Well, most people, when they say God, they mean something that is the creator of the universe and which is responsible for the state of affairs in the world by some method.
Uh-huh.
That's not
Come
the
on,
only
man.
kind of God, but
Really?
usually something supernatural, spiritual, and connected
Isn't
to
that almost the same level?
human beings. No.
No? What did you say? Creator of the universe and then alters your world? Come on.
See, you started by saying
that's
it
what I
doesn't
said.
matter whether it's real. You're just talking about an idea, right? So we
No,
can
no,
talk about the idea.
deity that you bow down to doesn't matter if it's real or not. It's the problem that the people have that is trying to be solved by bowing down to the deity, and the people that sold them that idea. There's a whole different situation.
Right, but we could make exactly the same sentence that you just uttered and say that's evidence that God doesn't exist. Because what we mean when we say God is not the thing you're talking about. The thing you're talking about, which is just an influence on human behavior that's related to the idea of God in your view. And your connection tissue is, well, religions have something to do with what we eat, parasites have something to do with what we eat. Therefore, parasites influence our idea about God or related to our idea about God. It's so tangential. I could say, look, political parties influence religion. A lot of political parties are affiliated with certain religions. Therefore, political parties are God, right? Like there's so many things that are God by your standards that there's a million kinds of so-called gods. It's not very meaningful.
Well, I mean, when you consider government is govern your mental, and when somebody turns their mental over onto somebody else to govern it, yeah, they become the god of that person because they have the mind of that person.
Yeah, I don't
And at
think
that
we're talking
moment,
about
they can create entire worlds. They could tell these people what to do, and they'll believe it. It becomes God figure. Maybe you're talking about all powerful that created everything else. Is that what you're talking about?
Right. What you're talking about is consistent with not believing in God.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to tell you about creators, so I'm going to be able to tell you what religion has given you to make most people believe that there is a God.
You sound like
the feeling that they need that.
You
I'm
sound
really
like an
curious.
atheist.
How does something that invades your
I'm
mind?
an atheist. I'm an atheist, sort of, kind of, but not in the way you would think.
Right. So you sound like an atheist who's very concerned about parasites and wants people to be warned about them, and who's very interested in veganism and thinks veganism is a good way to avoid parasites. Those are valid issues to talk about. They just don't really have anything to do with the existence of God, which you don't believe in yourself.
Okay, but let me ask you, me versus zombie. Okay, I'm alkaline, vegan, human. I have no parasites inside of me. Normal guy eats animal products, eats billions of parasites, babies every single day, and he ingests them, and he has the acidic body to develop these creatures into a blood-sucking parasite, which can feed off of his body. Okay, this guy is going to have paranoia, schizophrenia. He's going to be obese. He's dying every second, and he knows that he's being sucked dry of his body. Me, as a vegan, I don't have these concerns. He is going to look for some kind of salvation because he is scared and he doesn't know what the fuck is going on. They're going to call those demons. Boy, you got the demons in you. You need to get them demons out you. But they never tell you how to get the demons out of you. They tell you, eat some pork, eat some lamb.
Just a quick question. Hold on, just a quick question. I eat meat. Does that mean that I'm a zombie?
By definition? I go by definition a lot.
Yeah, I go by definition. I think you're a lunatic, but that has nothing to do with the conversation.
Well, my definition is you hope that I'm a lunatic, because if I'm right, then you are.
No, you're just rambling on, throwing out words.
People say they like this.
Everyone who eats meat. Everyone who eats meat
you don't
is suddenly a zombie. How
yes,
how does
definition?
That follow?
Not suddenly.
Do you know what a zombie is? Do you know what a zombie is?
Tell me about a zombie. Tell me about a zombie.
I'm asking you.
Oh, I thought you say you were. I thought you was about to inform me. I know what a zombie is.
Yeah, I mean, we can both agree that a zombie is a fictional character made up to play parts.
What's
in
the
movies,
definition?
right?
I thought you said you like definitions. I thought you were about to give me the definition.
That is pretty much a definition. It's a fictional character.
It's a fictional character. That's the definition of zombie. Okay.
Yes.
Definition of zombie.
Have you ever seen a zombie?
Eating. Flesh eater eats animal flesh.
Have you ever? That's great. You redefine what a zombie is.
Walking
If I define a zombie as something that doesn't
I'm getting
eat at
interrupted
all,
now. I was on a roll, but this guy getting interrupted.
Then where are we going with that?
I don't know, man. I guess Derail City.
We're free associating at this point. Let's just call it a day, because you don't believe in a supernatural God of any kind, and you made your case for deism. You got your chance to say your piece, but we're not getting
anywhere.
What's
supernatural? What does that mean?
I think we would be better off if we
don't really have much to talk about.
Yeah, I think we would be better off talking to someone who actually addresses the topic of the conversation instead of.
You mean someone
who doesn't?
I'm literally giving each person a personal.
I'd be more than happy to talk to this guy. This guy doesn't seem to have the capability of having.
Is this is this unanimous, or what's going on?
Peter, please don't do that. Okay, Jason, thank you for coming up. You're awesome. We do appreciate your input here. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next.
Jason, maybe
that's all you can take.
Jason, I just maybe next time you might have some solutions for how to get rid of these parasites.
I have that, but don't want that. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
You guys want that? It's simple.
Oh well.
They talk about
30 seconds be enough for you. We can give you 30 seconds.
Sure. Stop eating them. Stop eating the things that make your body acidic, and you have to digest something, and it takes more acid, and you will become alkaline, and then therefore your blood will no longer be tasty, delicious for them. It'll be actually like eating chlorine for them, and they'll evacuate.
Great.
End of sentence.
That sounds like great preventive advice. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate your time. It was great to talk with you again. Happy Easter.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, that's not actually medical advice any of us are condoning.
Now, I want to hear what Jail Warren has to say. Yep.
Brought to you by your play.
I swear,
I'm by far not drunk enough to listen to something like that.
It was so hard to not chime into that, but the key points on that is like, one, there's no evidence to support that 7 billion members of the population are infected with parasites. There's no evidence of this whatsoever. There's no study that proves this. He's basically just claiming that. 2, he can't identify these supposed chemicals that these parasites are like producing that cause us to be susceptible to these kinds of thoughts or to this kind of ideology. 3, he thinks that just because I imagine something that it becomes real, it does not. That's why it's called imaginary. And 4, this doesn't explain why the vast, why veganism is still a very, very small portion of the population, and atheism is growing, and atheism and deism is quite large, but and a lot of them still eat meat, so they don't believe in a god or like this. So, and then the whole thing about government, and then because mental is in government, is governmental, and that there's some sort of like mind control there. I have no idea. Wow, just. So the biggest point is he has no evidence to back up any of his claims. He can't identify.
JL, I'll help you out.
After Peter, there's one point I want to address what JL Warren said. Go ahead, Peter.
JL, there's a reason the word mental is in governmental.
Come on! Don't do that.
Okay,
we're not going to talk about people.
So we want to stay away from those kinds of.
Okay, so let's move on.
And I mean, does he realize he has symbiotic bacteria that live in his colon that is necessary for the digestion, necessary for human digestion? That this is like that he literally has a symbiotic ecosystem in his stomach or in his intestines that is necessary. That he does not get that they're not parasitic, but there are bacterium that are necessary. There is flora in the digestive tract.
There's entire cultures of them, yes. Now, J.L. Warren, one thing you mentioned was about the atheism demographic growing. I do agree that there are more people who are leaving religion and deciding they want to live a free life like us. But I think there's another nuanced factor that we got to be careful not to overlook, and that is that there are a lot of people who have been atheists all this time are now more recently willing to stand out and be counted. So we're seeing a combination of these two things. So I'm agreeing with you, but I'm adding some to it if that's okay.
Oh, I agree with that. Oh, totally. And the normalization of this and how it's intellectually honest, and that that we're not second-rate citizens just because we look at things critically and we reject a particular ideology or a particular belief structure because we don't see the justification for it. This is normal, and hopefully eventually we'll get there. It'll become more prevalent.
Thank you for emphasizing that it's normal to not believe things. And I do think that the accusation of it being dishonest or lazy to just not believe is invalid as a position, because it is honest to say that we don't believe something if it's true that we don't believe something, and that's common. There's nothing wrong with this at all. There's nothing dishonest about it. There's nothing lazy about it. Just because somebody else has an expectation that we must meet their standard, it doesn't indicate laziness. It just indicates that we're not meeting their standard. Their laziness may or may not have anything to do with it, be an incidental factor. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Hey, Otangelo, how are you doing? Happy Easter. It's
sorry. Before I tell you, there's one thing that someone in my live chat I wanted to bring up because this was really important.
Please. Tell us
what's something that Jason doesn't really understand human biology very well, which is why he jumps to these conclusions. But Ugly German Truths over in my live chat says our body has ways to regulate its pH value. And what you eat has very, very little influence on how acidic or alkalytic your actual cells become until you are eating one-sided to an extreme degree. So that's what's being. So your body has a self-regulation method that it keeps its alkalinity roughly around 7.2 to 7.4 is where your pH balance should be. It's like 7.2 to 7.4 is the good healthy average, but you have to eat really extreme to one side to really affect that in an extremely negative way. And there is such thing as being too acidic or too alkalytic. And there are serious problems that result in organ failure and all kinds of things if you eat too far to one side. But your body regulates it. So what he's saying has no scientific basis. There is no evidence to support it. And I think he understands very little about human biology. So we'll just leave it at that.
Which is why it was so important for Taco to put that little caveat there right after about it not being medical advice that we can promote. So if you happen to have a link for that about the pH balance, please feel free to share it in the chat, and I'll make sure it gets out to the YouTube chat as well. Otangelo, welcome and happy Easter. How are you today, and what have you got for us to prove that a god or a goddess exists?
Yes, hello,
I
guys.
already have a question, Otangelo. First, how's the Bible study going? And second, how much wine have you had? Because I actually liked drunk Otangelo last night.
Yeah, Peter, I've studied actually that topic, and surprisingly, there are over 500 different objections and supposed contradictions in the Bible. And I've studied the topic. If you want to see what I came up with, and it's precisely what I actually thought, that others have actually done the job for me to provide answers to these objections. And I can give you a link, and you guys can look it up.
Is the link on your own website? Because you like to cite your own website as a source.
Yes, it is at my website.
So your source is your own website. Awesome.
No, I collect external sources and I put them at my website. So there you can find.
To be fair, I'll back up Otangelo for this one. He actually has a link on his website about the topic of abiogenesis that links to a scientific study that says that abiogenesis is very possible and most likely the best explanation. So there are other things.
This is also the same Otangelo, which I don't know if you remember this, Otangelo, but we had a conversation about abiogenesis, and you claimed that you had a video that I needed to watch that addressed the synthesis of RNA chains on clay as a substrate to produce random biomolecules and their ability to form lipid protocells. And you swore to me that the video that you sent me and made me watch was going to address that exact fact. It wasn't even mentioned in the video. Neither of those things were mentioned in the video. You pretty much just lied to me. Or you were ignorant of the contents of the video you recommended.
Well, I don't remember the video, so I cannot comment on this. But if you want to discuss this topic, then I have a ready answer to that. They made these experiments, and in order to have it working, you need clay which comes from a specific company, and it has to be purified mortomolinolith or something like that. And of course, you didn't find these substrates on a prebiotic earth. So it is completely irrelevant if RNAs can concatenate or polymerize with this substrate if the substrate isn't found prebiotically.
You don't think that clay was found prebiotically?
No, they used a very specific mortomolinolith clay, which comes from a specific company, which is purified, and that kind of clay is not extant naturally. That's why the experiment had no relevance in regards of.
Well, it's not extant now. It's this problem. It's not extant now because we've done things to the environment which have created that have caused impurities in it. For example, I believe it's cesium-14. So after the detonation of nuclear bombs and around World War II, when we were going through atomic detonation, we pretty much contaminated the environment with cesium-14. And before that, there wasn't prevalent in the environment, but we put that in the environment with the advent of nuclear weaponry. So it's kind of like when you test old wine that was bottled before World War II, before the advent of nuclear bombs. You won't find in the wine itself, when they test the wine, you won't find that in the wine. But any wine bottled after the fact will have it as a part of it. It's part of the false. It's part of the testing to see if wine is fake or not, if it's really, really, really old vintages. So we've done things in the environment to cause impurity. So we have to purify the things that we find in order to try and replicate certain situations. So you're basically saying that something that doesn't exist now couldn't have existed back then, and that's just fallacious.
Natural state of these molecules is that they are not pure; they are contaminated. It's not the other way around. And
no, they're contaminated now because of things that we've done to them, which is why they have to be purified. But 4 billion years ago, we weren't, obviously nothing was around, so we couldn't have done that. So things were in a state that we can't replicate now because of what has happened to the Earth. But we can't simulate like Earth creation. So like when the Earth was being made, that's not like in its earliest form. That's not something that we can replicate because the Earth has changed too much since then. We can only hypothesize what it potentially could have been. But when it comes down to it, we can get as close as we can. And if we can do it, then we can simply say, oh, well, we can do it if we purify these things to this extent before all of the contaminants and everything that are present now. So we're basically taking out everything as a result of what has happened, taking down to its basic state. Well, that's the way it could have been 4 billion years ago. So we can't say that it wasn't like that. We just say that it doesn't exist now. But it doesn't mean it couldn't have existed back then.
Also, Tangelo, I have current studies that talk more in depth about abiogenesis and clay substrates. I'd like to see your counterclaim.
What is your claim specifically?
That there's a whole bunch more research on the specifics of how clay emerges from different kinds of clay, and that the one experiment that you're claiming somehow is the defeater for this isn't, because there's an extensive body of research on different kinds of clays and how they produce different kinds of biomolecules. For instance, potassium at the origins of life, did biology emerge from biotite and micaceous clay, by Hella Greenwood Hansma from the Journal of Life.
Okay, let me quote you here from these science papers. Montmorillonite catalyzed formation of RNA oligomers, the possible role of catalysis in the origins of life. And this is the key sentence or quote here. This handicap was overcome in the synthetic experiments by titrating the clays to monoionic form, generally sodium, before they were used. Even after this step, the activity of the Montmorillonite depends strongly on its physical source, with samples from Wyoming yielding the best results. Eventually, the experimenter settled on wall clay, a commercially processed Wyoming Montmorillonite provided by the American Colloid Company. Further purification steps were applied to obtain the catalyst used for the prebiotic formation of RNA. So
right. So they basically need to get clay that doesn't have anything in it, that it is not contaminated by anything that exists today. They can't just source it from the earth and then like from the ground as it is right now, and then bring it out and start working on it, because there's too many variables that exist now that did not exist then, simply because of human action.
Yeah, why would you not want a sterile environment if you're going to do an experiment on prebiotics? That just doesn't make any sense.
Also, to respond to that, so this study says clays such as Montmorillonites, those are the ones you're talking about, right? Have been used for the polymerization of amino acids, nucleotides, monomers, etc. Those polymerizations involve condensing agents such as carbonyl, dimenazole, or active monomers, and they produce oligomers that are up to 55 monomers long. In contrast, muscovite mica, which was in the clays, has been used for the polymerization of unactivated nucleotides with no condensing agent, producing RNA polymers up to 1,000 monomers long. Micas are illicite clays. Illite is better than other clays at catalyzing the chemical reaction of peroxide with the diamine. In other words, there's all kinds of other experiments that produce much longer chains in different kinds of clays. So no, this is not a defeater for the abiogenesis relating to clay.
Well, first of all, abiogenesis has never been observed to occur. So talking about the defeat...
But Otangelo, do you know why that is? Otangelo, do you know why that is?
Of course, there are many reasons why it's not possible, Jay.
No. It's not that it's not possible. Do you know why it has not been observed since it first occurred?
As I said, because it's not possible.
No. It's not because it's not possible. We know that there was a point when life was not here, and there's a point that life was here. So abiogenesis, that life evolved from, that life, as we know it, evolved from matter, from non-living matter. Okay? So what we're talking about is the reason why we don't see it happening again And that's because those earliest stages of life, okay, if abiogenesis was occurring again, those early stages of life, when it first occurred some 1.3 or 1.4 billion years ago, when life began to form, there were no predators on this planet to feed off of that early life. It was evolving itself. It was there by itself alone, with nothing to prey upon it. So it was able to flourish with no natural predators. But if it were to occur today, and it may be occurring today, we just don't observe it because the things that exist in our environment today would quickly feed upon anything that developed. The elements and the material necessary to create those early stages are automatically already a part of a food chain that exists, that has been developing for billions of years, that's been developing over 1 billion years. So therefore, anything that would develop would quickly become a part of the food chain and then be consumed as a part of the cycle that already exists. But when there was no cycle, and it was initially developing and nothing to break these things or prey upon them, they'd have the opportunity to flourish. But it doesn't exist now, because once the system flourishes and the cycle begins, then you get consumption, death, decay, and then it just continues on and on and on. So it's a process that can begin once, but once it starts, it can't start again. So it only needs to take place once. Now, it could potentially take place again if we can create an environment in which there is nothing to hinder it from starting, which is what humans are currently doing with the planet simulator at McMaster University. We're trying to replicate that so we can ensure that nothing can disrupt it. We're basically creating a microcosm outside of the natural environment to see if we can see if we can get it to happen again. We can recreate the scenario in which this does occur, so we can see it occur naturally outside of the world, because we can't drive the Earth back to that point. So yes, you won't observe abiogenesis occurring again, not because it's impossible, but because it's impossible now, but it wasn't impossible then. Because once it gets going, it can't happen again. It's very simple.
Can I ask one question? Otangelo, is it important that we can observe it?
Well, it would boost, of course, the claim that it is possible by natural unguided means, right? And of course, that would help atheists to make their case that a god or an intelligence
I would
was
agree.
not necessary.
Whoa! I would agree, but hold on,
Peter. No, Peter, hang on a second.
Let me. I was going.
Peter, hang on a second.
Wait.
We're still hung up on a major.
Somewhere with this,
but we're still hung up on a major issue. Otangelo, do you still think that abiogenesis and God are mutually exclusive concepts?
Oh, of course you could say
I was going somewhere with this. Please let me finish my.
I'm going to, Peter. But it needs to be clarified. Otangelo, do you still think that
JL, please
Peter,
wait.
hang on a second. Hang on a second, because this is a prior thing. Otangelo, do you still think that
If we get away from Otangelo's answer, it's useless for me to ask the follow-up question.
Do you still think that abiogenesis and God are mutually exclusive concepts?
JL, no, they are not mutually exclusive.
Okay, that's all I needed. That's all I needed. Go ahead, Peter.
So you said it would help. So you have a different position. Can you point us to where we can see a God creating?
Well, we don't, right? Because we are talking about single events which supposedly happened in the past.
Like abiogenesis. But for abiogenesis, you have a completely different standard. Abiogenesis, you want to be observable in order to accept it. Whereas the other one-time event, which should be creation, for that you have a much lower standard. You don't need to see that happen again. You will just accept that on a claim written in a book.
Well, I disagree, Peter, I disagree for that reason. The analogy that I commonly make, where I say that the smallest unit of life is a cell, and the cell is analogous to a self-replicating factory. And we as intelligent
I
beings,
agree, and I know you can stop with that,
No, I don't
Otangelo.
want to
We've
finish.
had this
I don't
conversation.
want to finish. I want to finish my
What
sentence, Peter.
what I want you to address is, why do you have different standards?
I want to finish my sentence. If we want to have good conversations, Peter, you need still
Go
to
ahead.
learn to wait someone to
Go
finish
ahead.
his sentence, and then you interject and act and
Otangelo,
ask
finish your
question.
sentence. Please finish your sentence.
Thank you. So we know by our own experience that we as intelligent beings, we make factories for specific purposes, factories which serve us and make certain things. And the cell, as the smallest unit of life, is a self-replicating factory. It self-replicates, it makes more factories. So I don't need to test this because we know already that intelligence is capable of generating such things.
So human beings
Which
create
in
factories.
no way answers my question. My question was,
so human beings create factories,
JL,
and
hold
cells
on.
act
JL,
like
hold
them.
on.
So therefore, there must be intelligence behind cells.
JL, please, JL. I asked him a question. He answered something completely different. We have two origin events. One is abiogenesis. The other one is God creating. For abiogenesis, you insist on seeing it happen in order to accept it. Why do you not hold a God creating to the exact same standard and will accept that only if you see a God creating? It's nice that you rambled on about the cell, but that has nothing to do with the question that I asked. I just want to know why you have a double standard.
I answered your question, Peter, but you are seemingly not understanding it. I don't still need someone to prove me that intelligence can generate certain things, because we have by our self-experience that we as human beings, we can do such things. So we know that intelligence
can we create life?
Can I finish, please?
No, because you're still answering a different question. And have you seen humans create life?
I have seen humans making blueprints, making machines.
Have you seen them create life? Because that is what we're talking about. We're not talking about factories. We're not talking about what blueprints.
My sentence.
Because you're.
Hey, Peter. Hey, hang on, Peter. This is a group chat up here, and he's dealing with multiple people, and you're getting really aggressive and over talking him. Can you let him respond and then respond back, please?
I agree, but I just wish that he would answer the question, because I'm not talking about factories. I'm talking about the origin of life, which has nothing to do with humans creating factories. It has to do with humans creating life. We do not see that. We do not see God creating life. There is a double standard here.
Okay, Peter, I said previously, and it seems you are not listening actually to what I am saying. Cells are analogous to factories. And we know that humans, they can make factories through their intelligence, where it is a logical leap that when, if the analogy of two phenomena be very close and striking, while at the same time the cause of one is very obvious, we humans can make factories using our intelligence, it becomes scarcely possible to refuse to admit that the action of an analogous cause in the other, which is cells, which are cell factories in a literal sense, tough, not so obvious in itself. It's not obvious that God created cells, but if we can use our intelligence and do it to make factories, then analogously we can come to the conclusion that the cell factory also required the same causal ingredient, which is intelligence.
But your analogy is false, and I'll point out why it is false. Because we can create factories, and I will give you that, because we see people creating factories. What we do not see is people creating self-replicating factories factories that do not need humans to work there, that can create other factories. So your analogy is completely useless. Also, cells are alive, factories are not.
You know what
Big
the difference
difference.
is, Peter? The difference is that humans have not been able to construct a completely autonomous, self-replicating factory because it's so complex. So we have used all our intelligence, and we have not even come close to do so. So it is logical to infer that the creator is much more intelligent than we are, which was capable to actually instantiate such a complex thing.
Well, this.
Well, thank you for admitting that your analogy doesn't work, and I'm still back to the question why you have a double standard and you need abiogenesis to be observed, but not a God creating. That's the one question that you keep avoiding. That's the one question you will not answer, ever.
Well, I disagree, and I think I have answered it. You just are not acknowledging it because you're biased towards your worldview, so you're blind to see the evidence.
Rich.
Okay.
I have a quick.
Go ahead, King. Go ahead, Xerxes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it would appear, Otangelo, that you're merely just appealing to artifacts that we have personally designed and attempting to draw a comparison to the rest of the natural world, when in reality, it's that distinction which allows us to recognize designed artifacts. Like we don't look at a rock and assume that it was intelligently designed, but according to your worldview, it would have been, right? Everything would have been designed. So I don't know why you insist on appealing to biologically intricate structures when you could just as equally make the same argument with a rock. I think that there's a subtle acknowledgement in your own worldview that things like rocks or sand or the grass, simple stuff like that, doesn't have the same rhetorical effect as talking about cellular intricacies. So, forgive me if I'm misrepresenting you, but it would appear to be the case that you are fallaciously comparing things that humans have created and extrapolating that to the natural world without admitting, or at the very least recognizing, that we only know the difference because nature does not operate the same way as artifices that have been constructed by humans. Now, while we have been able to create things like, self-replicating computer programs, for instance, self-replicating biological organisms, when you say the word complex, all that means to me is that it's made up of a bunch of different parts. But an omnipotent creator devoid of any sort of power constraints or creative limitations wouldn't need to make things up of a bunch of different moving parts. He could make things however he wanted to. And usually efficiency is a hallmark of design, not complexity. The more complicated a particular construction is, the less intelligently it was designed. That's how we observe things in reality. And we can observe that biological life is one of the least efficient systems in nature. It is filled with redundancies, inaccuracies, errors, and these things result in most of all the life that has ever existed on the planet to go extinct, to be brutally retired from existence. So I don't buy this intelligent design argument at all. I don't think that it's intuitive. And Peter's original question about why you need to why you want to accept abiogenesis without personally observing it yourself, but you're freely willing to blindly accept that an omnipotent creator who has powers incomprehensible to us somehow manifested all of these things out of a literal vacuum of nothing. That just seems reasonable to you. I don't buy that. You want to talk about bias to a worldview? That is bias. That is you overtly admitting that you are not going to entertain contradictions to your own worldview, but you will hyper-focus on what you perceive to be issues in other worldviews.
Okay, as usual, Xerxes, you make a lot of arguments in a short period of time, and each of these points would require an entire separate conversation. But I'll quickly address a few things. First of all, simplicity doesn't mean anything if it doesn't work. And we know that...
I didn't say simplicity, I said efficiency.
No, you said simplicity. And
I said efficiency. I said efficiency.
Yeah, you said both. You said first simplicity, and then you said efficiency.
No,
and
I never said the word simplicity. That never came out of my mouth. I said efficiency.
Okay, then you said also that biological systems are full of errors. The thing is that
they are, because evolution doesn't self-correct.
Okay, so the fact is that life, in order to start, had to have inbuilt right from the get-go error check and repair mechanisms on several levels. It starts with DNA. It is also in regards of translation. In the ribosome, there are 13 different error check and repair mechanisms inbuilt. And if you don't have sufficient fidelity in translation right from the get-go, then you will have such a huge amount of mutations that it will never be possible to have a replicated protein which then will be functional. So this is very strong evidence of design, because you cannot have an error check repair mechanisms if you don't know what is the right state of affair, what is the wrong state of affair, and then have implemented a mechanism which recognizes there is an error and then is capable of fixing it. And if you don't have that implemented right in the first life form, you will not have self-replication and no life perpetuation.
Oh, Tangelo, how many times did abiogenesis fail before it succeeded on the planet?
Well, I think God created life in the creation.
No, Tangelo, I'm asking you, how many times did it fail before it succeeded?
I think abiogenesis would never succeed if there would not be a creative agent involved.
Wait.
Then you're just dishonest.
Okay, wait, hang on a sec. So you just said that because you understand that God and abiogenesis are not mutually exclusive. If we were to replicate abiogenesis by recreating the primitive Earth environment, and we saw abiogenesis occur in front of us, that still doesn't disprove a God. So you're right on that. You're correct. But that just means that we are also correct about the process of life evolving. It just pushes God further away, closer to the edge of the board. But the problem is that I'm asking you, how many times did it fail before it succeeded?
I think it would never succeed, JL.
But obviously it did. Because here we are. There's life here. There was a point when there was no life, and now there is life.
Well, abiogenesis is not something which is warranted, JL. It is also possible that God created. So
No.
Abiogenesis
but God could have created by the mechanism of abiogenesis.
Well, abiogenesis by definition means that life came from non-life by natural means without intelligence involved.
And essentially, the way God created life doesn't break reality, but functions totally within the parameters of chemistry.
Another thing to point out here is that this whole life comes from non-life counter-argument is utterly dishonest, because you don't believe that your God is a biological living agent, right? So the standard that you're using to diminish or impeach the reliability of abiogenesis is that non-biological material eventually arranged itself in such a way that it became biological material, and that's a gradient that we still to this day haven't been able to affirmatively define. Right, there are plenty of molecular structures in the world that the appearance of life is quasi. We aren't sure if it's alive. Viruses, for instance, we're not sure if they're alive. Would they fit the definition? There's no concrete definition of life that would preclude certain primitive molecular structures. But what you're suggesting, Otangelo, is not a mechanism for how life came to be. You are suggesting magic. You are suggesting that this entity, which you believe in, created the entire array of physical reality, including complex life as you define it, out of literally nothing. Right? That is definitionally life coming from non-life. And you're unwilling to accept this for abiogenesis, which there is mountains of evidence for. Just because we don't know the exact method it happened doesn't mean we don't know a variety of different methods it could have happened. And as far as life emerging from chemical processes, that's something that we see every day, every time somebody gets pregnant. That's a chemical interaction which results in organic tissue and eventually a life form. And you don't have a problem with that, but you have a problem with it happening outside of the womb for whatever reason, as though its prepositional location is relevant. But yeah, you're not making a case for design here. You're attempting to poke holes in abiogenesis, which, you know what? How about this? Even if I were to just right out concede to you, abiogenesis is false, you have still gotten me no closer to God did it. There's no mechanism there. There's no explanatory power, and what you're arguing is dishonest. You are not applying the same standards to both of these models, and you're not hypothesizing certain experiments that can be conducted to verify one over the other. You're just trying to poke holes in something that you manifestly don't even understand.
Well, my approach, Xerxes, is twofold. It is by eliminative induction and by Bayesian probability and inference to the best explanation.
Probability is right out of the gate. Probability is not a qualified intuition to talk about this subject, because we are literally referring to the totality of all physical existence, right? When you buy every possible combination to the lottery, you're going to win the lottery. All of the stuff required to form biological life exists within the universe. To suggest that there's some constraint on it operating together or coming together at some point is just silly. Furthermore, you are not arguing from probability when you argue that God created everything, because you could never possibly calculate the probability of not only that God exists, but that he has an effective will over an ineffective will, that he desired to create this particular instantiation of affairs as opposed to another particular instantiation of affairs, that he used the particular mechanisms that he did as opposed to some other mechanisms, right? None of these things can be accurately calculated. As far as the variables regarding carbon-based life, we can kind of speculate as to what those variables would require, but we're not even entirely sure that carbon-based life is the only possible life that could exist. We just simply do not know. You are exploiting these pockets of scientific ignorance and attempting to sneak your pseudoscience into them, and I'm not going to let you do that. So if at any point you decide to start arguing honestly and applying a consistent standard to both models, then I'll take you seriously. Until then, I'm going to dismiss you as another armchair science denier.
Well, Xerxes, first of all, you have not made your case. What you have are blind assertions. Science has a problem with abiogenesis. Is it one of the biggest problems which is unsolved? Nonetheless, even if it is not observed, you believe that it is possible. I don't, because it has not been observed. So it's actually what you are accusing me of doing is what you actually do.
What Xerxes was pointing out is that the building blocks for life are abundant in the universe. If you are going to go by probability, then we have everything we need for abiogenesis to happen. For creation, however, we lack one specific thing, the most important thing, which is a God. You cannot start with a creation if you don't have a God first. Where you need to start is not to poke holes in evolution or abiogenesis or anything else. You need to start to come up with evidence that this God that you're advocating for actually exists. And when you have done that, then we can move on to see whether or not this God created something, whether or not he left his word somewhere. Until we have a God, there's nothing else we need to look at. And that includes the Bible, and that includes everything you claim about your God, Otangelo.
Well, first of all, the effect, Peter, is the path to the cause. And the effect, we can see it looking around us. There is a universe, there are atoms, there are molecules, and there are these building blocks. And in regards of the building blocks which you just mentioned,
I agree.
Yes, we have the building blocks, but we do not have, once we remove God, a selection mechanisms of the right building blocks of life.
We don't have a cause. I'll help you out. We don't have a cause. That includes we don't have a God to be the cause. Until
Peter, the
you can
problem is,
prove that there is a God, then we can see whether or not this God was the cause. If you can't, and you cannot claim, in all honesty, that the God was the cause.
Peter, the God is the inference based on the evidence of reality,
No, he's
what
not.
we see around us.
No, it is
If
not.
you
No,
don't
the
have-
God
if
you
don't
advocate,
have- Can I finish, please? Can I
the
finish,
God
please?
you
I would
advocate
like to
comes
finish
from
my
the Bible,
sentence, please.
which you
I
claim
would
is
like
the word
to
of God,
finish
which is
my
circular
sentence.
reasoning.
I would like to finish my sentence. Okay. So if you
I-
don't
I-
have a selection mechanism, you cannot select the right building blocks for life. And there are 4 specific building blocks, which is RNA, DNA.
We're not talking about that.
I am talking, and I would like to finish my sentence. And
Yeah,
if you listen,
we're not
then
talking about
maybe you
that.
will learn something. Okay, so
No,
Yes,
that's
I will
unlikely.
learn. I will learn something, and that is that you will deflect from the most important question, whether or not a God exists. Because if he doesn't exist, he didn't do anything.
Right.
He didn't create a Bible. He didn't create a universe. He created nothing. Because if he doesn't exist, he can't create.
But if he exists, he made all these kind of things. Where do we start?
But that's an if we need to get past.
Wow.
I don't even think that
Peter.
necessarily follows, right? Because at best, you could argue that this God existed and he was present for the formation of the universe. But to argue that he had some sort of causal relationship with the universe prior to a state of affairs where the universe existed, well, that would just be incoherent. And that's an entirely new mess of causal philosophy that I don't think, Otangelo, you are well equipped to discuss. And frankly, like I said, what you are persistently doing is hearkening to small pockets of scientific ignorance and attempting to use that as a justification for believing in literal magic. And none of us are convinced by that. None of us are interested in that. At best, what we're doing now is just playing ping pong with the nonsense that comes out of your mouth. So if you continue to go down this road, there's just nothing left for us to discuss. We have already rejected your assertions that biological intricacy or molecular structures are indicative of the existence of a god or a designer, right? And keep in mind, again, you don't use things like rocks to make this argument. You specifically appeal to analogous machines in nature, but you would also have to simultaneously believe that your god designed rocks, which don't bear any of the hallmarks of a machine or a manufactured artifice, right? They're completely distinct from that. And if you and I were to be walking along a beach or through the forest and we were to find something that's clearly designed by humans, say, I don't know, a watch, for instance, we could recognize that that watch is distinct from the rest of nature around us because it doesn't happen by itself. Someone has to put it together, whereas trees can grow out of the ground just fine without any intelligent intervention necessary. This is just completely backwards thinking, and you are operating from a pre-assumed conclusion that a god exists, and thus necessarily you are becking the question.
Yeah, exactly.
First, you have to establish that a god exists, then you can argue whether or not he created the world.
So, Otangelo, I suggest thinking of it this way. God exists is premise 1.
Well, if God would prove himself, then we wouldn't be here having these discussions, right? And it would be
amazing how that might work, right?
And therein lies your challenge.
And Otangelo, note how you always start that sentence with "if." We need to get past the if.
Actually,
we need to get rid of the if.
I have to commend Otangelo for starting with if, because he's bringing up a conditional and he's acknowledging it's conditional, which I think is an honest approach.
The thing is that nobody of us has access to ultimate reality, to the metaphysical, so we don't know if there is a God or not. We can just make philosophical and eventually theological.
Otangelo, I object to that because you believe in the God of the Bible, right?
Actually, I agree with Otangelo on this point because he's putting it.
Hold on, Randolph. I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay, but he's framing it as
you believe in the God of the Bible. So if you believe in the God of the Bible, then that God has miracles happen, things that interact with this world. So the moment he interacts with this world, we can start testing and measuring it. So it wouldn't be too hard for us to figure out whether or not something that we aren't aware of is interacting with the world and is having an effect on the world. So far, that hasn't happened.
Yeah, I mean, you have expectations which God maybe is not complied to attend what you are demanding, Peter. That doesn't mean God doesn't exist because he doesn't.
He doesn't have to be.
Tangelo, nobody is here making the argument that God doesn't exist because what we're arguing is that your attempt to substantiate the existence of God is a begging the question fallacy, wherein you argue from a top-down approach, pre-concluding that God exists and then attempting to cherry-pick anything in the natural world which you think indicates that. But I have a quote for you, and I don't know how you'll respond to this, but it's by Blaise Pascal, and you should be familiar with Blaise Pascal since he's pretty much like the founding philosopher of your entire argument. This is the quote: God being thus hidden, any religion which is not any religion which says that God is not hidden is false, and any religion which does not give it a reason for why God is hidden is not instructive. And I think that's a good quote. I agree with that. Now, of course, Blaise Pascal goes on to say that the Christian faith does give an account for why God is hidden, but what's ironic is that Christians like yourself, Otangelo, have decided to die upon the hill of evidentiary arguments, right?
What is the reason, according to Pascal, that God is hiding?
Well, I don't think that's relevant to this particular discussion.
Yeah, and you know what?
But what my point by bringing that up is that you don't believe God is hiding. You think that for whatever reason it's intuitive that, because we exist in the natural world, that we must intuitively conclude that it was designed by something else, right? And you argue that the complexity of these structures that we observe in reality are evidence of a designer, but of course, you would only extend that standard so far because your God, should he exist, would be the most infinitely complex, incomprehensible thing in all of existence, and you wouldn't assume that he was designed, right? So it doesn't really follow. There's no consistency with this line of argumentation. But what we can affirmatively understand, I think most of us will agree without much controversy, that God is hidden, right? We can't observe him, we can't measure him, test him, predict him, experiment with him. But you can argue for him, and that's not satisfactory to most of us. But I will say that you would get a lot further with arguing for the existence of God if your argument was consistent and not blatantly riddled with double standards and logical fallacies that we have repeatedly pointed out to you. And instead of digesting that, you just repeat what you said previously, as though saying it twice is going to make it click in our heads. It's not. This argument is not novel, nor is it particularly interesting, and it is burdened with the preconception that God exists. So basically what I'm telling you, Otangelo, is that this argument you're making, this teleological argument, it's not going to convince anybody that doesn't already believe a God exists, right? Because those of us who don't believe a God exists, we are perfectly satisfied with a natural world beyond our ability to explain, but fortunately for us, we do have mechanisms available to explain it. Even if you somehow single-handedly disproved all of academia for the last 2 centuries regarding the formation of life, that would not get you any closer to God. So your insistence on hammering this point about abiogenesis not making sense or not being possible, while firstly, I don't even agree with your assessment on the issue. Secondly, even if you're right, it doesn't help you. All it does is create a further mystery.
Okay, the only caveat.
Okay. Can I answer, please?
Just a second, Angelo. The only caveat I would put on that about the God is hidden argument, that God is hidden, but that carries with it the presumption that there is a God that's in hiding somewhere. But yeah, I agree. So go ahead, Otangelo. Maybe we'll give you the last word here before we move on to other people, because there are others waiting to talk as well.
Yeah, sure. I just would like not to be interrupted, because Xerxes always makes tons of different arguments and it's difficult to respond to all of them, but I'll keep it short. Okay.
Can I ask one thing, Otangelo? Can you also address the clay synthesis claim you made earlier, which I disproved? And why you hadn't driven 5 seconds of Googling to know that you were making a bogus claim? You can put that at the end. Go ahead.
Okay, in the end. Okay. First of all, God is not complex. He is simple because he is not physical. He is not made of parts. So he is not complex. Secondly, we cannot test God. I agree with that. But we have the natural world. I have the direct revelation through the Bible. So I disagree that God is hiding. He made himself clear through the Bible. He became man in Jesus Christ. We have even physical empirical evidence of the resurrection through the Shroud of Turin. And that nobody has disproven that it is actually.
Attangelo.
Yeah,
Can I finish, please?
Wow.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish, please? Okay.
No,
Finish,
no,
please.
you can't. No,
Nobody.
you can't.
I want to hear his silly
Wow.
finish. Let him finish, please. Let him finish, please. Let him finish, please.
Nobody has disproven that the Shroud of Turin is a forgery.
Yes, it has. Sorry.
The concept of God is not inconsistent, it is coherent. And I describe God as powerful, eternal, intelligent, and conscious, and the creator. There is nothing illogical or inconsistent in that description. So it is a valid, possible alternative to explain our origins. Now,
Tangelo.
There's plenty of things that are inconsistent and incoherent in that assessment.
I've not finished, please. Okay. Now, you can be not convinced, and I am not here to convince anyone. I think being convinced that is something that you have to do if you think you should. So it is never my motivation to do so. But the teleological argument is powerful to refute naturalism because there is no selection mechanism besides supposedly in regards of biodiversity, but there is no selection mechanism to select the 4 fundamental forces. There is no selection mechanism to select the 4 basic building blocks of life amongst hundreds or thousands of different molecules. And once you don't have that selection mechanism, it means checkmate for naturalism.
No, it doesn't, because you haven't. No, it doesn't, because you haven't demonstrated the necessity for a selection method. Because it discounts the possibility that it failed multiple times before it succeeded.
And you should be able to address my original claim, which is that clay has been demonstrated to produce thousands-long monomer chains, different from the study which you claimed. And you're totally dishonest in trying to cite something about a 55 monomer chain experiment at the very beginning of this research, as though you know anything about the subject. Like you're just trying to get one over people who haven't done the slightest Googling on any topic that you lie about.
Okay, let me answer to that. I didn't deny that the clay experiment didn't produce 55 concatenated polymer string. What I questioned is, or put as a refutation, is that that purified montmorillonite wasn't available prebiotically, and therefore it is completely irrelevant in regards to abiogenesis.
It's one of numerous experiments which produced hundreds more chains than that experiment. So you're making a claim about that experiment is like saying Uri Geller experiments are like the last word on abiogenesis or something. You're literally pandering to an audience which doesn't Google things like you and will look for one thing that you think proves your point, and you don't even do the diligence of learning anything about the subjects which you purport to be an expert on.
Yeah, that is a false accusation. Now let me answer that. I would not like not to be interrupted. First of all,
let's let this be the last part, okay? And try to keep it under 30 seconds, please.
Okay. First of all, you need RNA even before starting to try a polymerization. The quest of how RNA started is unsolved. You also have the lack of selection of the 3 parts which are required to make RNAs, which is the base, which is the backbone, which is the ribose, and the phosphate. Then you have no selection mechanism to interconnect them at the 2 and the 5 prime position. Then the base is purines and pyrimidines. They need to be the right ones, otherwise you cannot in the end have Watson-Crick base pairing and not the right forces, the hydrogen forces which are necessary to have stable DNA. This all means checkmate.
So thank you for mountain-bailing and admitting that you have no counterclaim that backs up what you originally said at the beginning, that it is well demonstrated that there are numerous kinds of clay that can polymerase, and that your claim that you need RNA for polymerization to occur is not supported by any evidence. So thanks for wasting our time again.
RNA is what you try to incatenate.
Tangelo seems to be under the impression that Tangelo, you seem to be under the impression that checkmate is achieved by just capturing a piece as opposed to navigating your pieces in such a way as to trap the king from moving, which is clearly not what you're doing, because every contention that you make towards this this idea of abiogenesis is just horribly flawed. And I would encourage you to perhaps start operating under the assumption that whatever next contention you have for abiogenesis or molecular biology is predicated on your own illiteracy of the subject and not some piece of brilliance mysteriously overlooked by everyone in academia for the past 2 centuries. I understand that might be difficult for your fragile ego, but another thing I want to point out is that the last time you and I interacted, I owned your fucking soul on the reliability of the Bible. You floundered and conceded at the end of it that you had not studied the Bible in depth, that you were not familiar with the discrepancies between these books and passages, and this subject, not astonishingly, you have avoided up until just recently when you decided to plug that in at the tail end of a longer diatribe about how God has revealed himself. And then you brought up the Shroud of Turin, which is embarrassing. But just on the Bible front, right? You have failed on every account to demonstrate that the Bible is reliable or that it positively indicates anything about the nature of our reality. And the last conversation you and I had on that, you demonstrated quite clearly that you have no training in that subject whatsoever, and you conceded and attempted to move the conversation elsewhere, which is fine. So if you want to keep the conversation on abiogenesis, whatever. But if you open that doorway and you want to go back to the Bible, you are not going to like the outcome of that.
Can we go to Shroud of Turin? Shroud of Turin's always fun.
Yeah, we do need to move on to others. Mock has been waiting, and Otangelo, thank you for your time. I think that my opinion is that your first premise, that the God exists, that all your other premises and conclusions seem to depend on, is where the sticking point is for you. And I wish you the best in finding a solution to this. Thank you for your time.
Hey, Randolph. Skern's actually been waiting in queue for a while.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So I told Skern he can come up next. We can pull him up next.
I'm sorry, I saw Mock on there, so I thought that you were looking after the queue. So, hello, Skern. Hello, Skern.
Guys. Hello.
Welcome.
Just a quick interruption. At the conversation between Otangelo and King Xerxes, I posted the link to that both on Randolph's live stream and in the Heathen Hangout here on Discord for people who want to check that out.
Thank you for doing that.
Brilliant. Sorry.
Just to make sure, like something. So I'm a French Muslim, so my English is not perfect. I will try my best so you can understand me. Sometimes maybe some words are difficult to understand, but I can sometimes maybe ask what does that mean. So yeah, just to make sure that it's okay with you guys.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely it is.
Okay, so I've been waiting like a long time, and I've been listening to this discussion, but I didn't see no one address really the question, like really directly address it. So I will address it directly.
Well, first off, what is the question?
Yeah. So it says, can you convince any of us that our goddess or our god exists?
Oh, you're talking about the topic. Yes. Okay. Yes, please. Okay. Yes.
Like no one addressed that directly for now. So, so I will exclude goddess first. Or I will talk about
That's up
God.
to you. That's your choice.
Yeah, that's my choice, and I will explain why, of course. So I need first you guys to agree with me on something. So we need to build foundation first. So we agree on to go step by step, because if we don't have the same foundation, like basic things, we cannot go on any discussion. So
how many steps are we talking about?
No, just the steps like to that I'm building to go to respond to the question. I mean,
maybe about half a dozen steps, roughly. Would that be fair?
I don't have a number. I'm just saying like there is necessary things to go to the discussion, like, you know.
Sure, I just want to make sure it's not like 100 different things we need.
Oh no, of course not.
Okay.
No, of course not.
Make sure it's a reasonable small number. That'd be great.
Yeah, of course. So
yeah, let's proceed. Go ahead. And you're presenting Allah, the God.
Yes, of course. So I'm Muslim, so of course Allah is God, right? So now that's later. That's for later. Now first, we need to agree, guys, that do you trust your senses? Do you trust that you have eyes to see, that you have ears to hear? Do you agree on that? Do you accept 100% that you trust your senses?
I trust
No.
my senses for the most part. I do have 2 types of dyslexia, so I know that my senses are sometimes inaccurate, and that's not the only reason I know that they're sometimes inaccurate, but that's one of them. Another reason is sometimes when I'm tired, I'm not perceiving things as accurate.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, sorry, that you are not fallible or your senses are not fallible. I'm saying, do you agree?
Hold on, Skern?
I'm trying to give you a complete answer to my question, and the complete answer is I mostly trust my senses. It's not an all or nothing proposition for me.
Skern, I'm an amateur magician. I know for a fact you cannot trust your senses.
No, I think I will give. I think I will give you a very quick example just to make you understand. So, if you have a glass of water, right, and in this glass of water, you can taste if you drink it, you can taste water, right? You can see it. Maybe if you shake it a little bit, you can hear it, right? With all your senses, right? You can touch it. Mm-hmm. So this water, let's say it's poison in it, okay? But when you drink it, there is nothing that makes you think it's poison, right? It's just water for you.
Exactly.
Now, if you die in a few hours, for example, like at the point when you drink the water, you will think it's water, right? You would have no reason to say that that water was poison because you trust your senses, right?
This is an example.
And if you die in a few hours, you still have no reason to think that there was poison in the water.
Peter, I was answering it. This is an example of how our senses have certain limitations. There are things that are a number of things in the world that don't have a flavor to them. Certain poisons, clear water, and other things. So the thing is, there's a whole bunch of things that can give us the same sensations due to the limitations of what our senses can do.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, do you agree that even though your senses can be wrong, of course, they're not perfect, but do you trust them in your life? For example, in the everyday life, when you drink something, when you eat, when you see something outside, when you see your car, maybe you trust your senses, right? Like every other human.
Mostly. You know what? I'll make it easy. I'll put a number on it. 88%. I trust my senses 88%.
I would agree with Randolph in the fact that I would say we can trust our senses to the degree that they help to keep us alive.
Okay.
Because they can accurately help us to navigate our reality.
Okay, so, then we agree.
But it's not just the 5 basic senses. It's a number of senses. Just it's sight, it's smell, it's taste, it's touch, it's hearing. Yes. It's your sense of equilibrium, your sense of balance, your sense of depth, your sense of temperature. There's dozens of senses that you're of input. So we know that our senses work and are valid to the degree that they enable us to survive in our environment.
Yes,
and then
so we agree.
But we also know that they can be wrong, and we can make bad inferences about things based solely upon observation, which is why we create tools to enable our senses to be more precise and to make better evaluations of our environment and to understand things and perceive things that we normally can't with our basic biology. So
okay, we agree, no problem. So at least we agree on that, because I spoke to people that didn't agree on that. So if you don't agree on that, you don't agree on anything, basically, like even your own existence. So there is no point of even talking, because even saying hello might not be a true word, you know, like a true saying, you know. So yeah, so first,
well, if you say there's no point in talking, we might as well end the conversation.
No. I specifically said about these people, not you.
Okay. Carry on.
Yeah. So about God now. So as a Muslim, I believe in God, in Allah, and the prophets. So I believe in the last messenger, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
How do you know that your conclusion? No, but how do you know that your conclusion that God exists doesn't fall into the category of things that your senses misled you about?
No. But wait, I just say my belief. I didn't yet give you argument why and everything.
No, I don't need an argument why. I want to know how you've eliminated the possibility that your conclusion that a God exists did not fall into the category of things that you were deceived about because your senses are not perfect.
So sorry,
how did you eliminate that possibility?
The possibility of what?
The possibility that your conclusion that God exists is a result of you being misled by your senses.
Okay, because now first, at the point of our human lives, he needs to ask himself question. For example, he asks himself, why are we here? Why
That
the
doesn't
Earth
answer my
exists?
question.
No, but
Skern, that doesn't answer my question. No. You could hypothesize all kinds of things about your environment based upon your senses and what you experience. Okay, but your sense experience leads to one conclusion, and your sense experience is not 100% correct all the time. It's valid
Yes.
to a degree, but not totally, which is why we create tools to help refine them and make them better. So the question then becomes, how did you say that God exists and you believe in it? So
Yes.
how did you determine, or how did you eliminate the possibility that your conclusion is not a result, or how did you eliminate the possibility that your conclusion is a result of you being deceived by your senses?
Because I trust my senses 100%, even though I'm not sure if they are right or not. I still trust them. So, for example, if I read a book, I trust that what I read was in the book and the meaning of it is true, what was in the book. So I don't say, oh, maybe what I just read with my eyes was something else. No, I trust what I just read. That's how I know. That's how you know anything in life. Like even
No. You're conflating faith with trust and confidence, and they're not the same thing. Because trust and confidence are sliding scales based upon evidence. So, like,
yes, did I say that I don't have evidence?
Your point about the book. Are you talking about any book or a particular book? Like
no, any book,
such as Playboy magazine. Would you trust it?
I don't read that, but I mean, like a book that I read any book. There is words in it. I trust my senses that the words I'm reading are the meaning that they are, not something else. For example,
that's the point. But you're conflating. Yes, but Skern. But the earlier point that you were bringing up is faith, and you're conflating.
I have faith. If you want, I have faith that what I'm reading is true.
But Skern, you're conflating faith with trust. They are not the same thing.
Yeah, it's okay. I can say I have faith. I believe. I have faith that what I'm reading is true.
No,
100%.
you have confidence or trust that what you're reading is true. So when you read something and you can understand the language and it's conveying an idea, okay, then there's still evidence involved. It's either, because what you're reading is proposing something or is putting forth a proposition. The proposition is either true or false. Your determination on whether or not it is true or false is based upon evidence. So if you read Harry Potter, okay, you're reading Harry Potter, you conclude that obviously this is fiction. Magic doesn't exist.
Yes.
The human beings are not capable of this, so I can say that this is a fiction book, that this does not represent reality. Okay, it's just a book. But when you read this other book, you're saying that the propositions within it are true, and you're saying that they're true because you sense that they're true. But you've already
No, you don't understand, because you just cut me, so you can't understand. That's okay. So
no, I'm trying to follow along your reasoning.
No, but
I'm working up your reasoning.
No,
because you still haven't determined, you still haven't explained how you eliminated the possibility that your belief in God is as a result of being deceived by your senses.
No, yeah, but I'm trying to respond. But since you are cutting like all the time, I cannot respond. So
because you're not answering the question.
No,
you keep
but
diverging off to something else.
Answer if you cut me. I can't answer if you cut me.
Then answer the question. How did you eliminate it? What process did you utilize to eliminate it?
Okay, if you listen, if you don't let me speak like the way I want, it's not going to be possible with me. You can't dictate exactly what I can say. That's the problem.
I'm not trying to dictate what you're saying. What you're saying is not answering the question.
No, but
what I'm saying is, what process did you use to eliminate the possibility?
Listen, I don't have to answer your question at first.
Hey, guys are having a conversation. Just chill out some and converse like adults.
Sorry?
Come on.
JL, let's give him about half a minute to get his whole answer out.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say. So now I'm lost. What did I say? Where was I? I don't even remember. So let's start again. So yeah, I believe in God. And you said, okay, so you said, yeah, how do you know your senses are what you're reading? Your senses are not like false, like make you think that it's real, it's true, but it's not because your senses are fallible. That's what you said. I said that I trust my senses So, for example, if I read 1 + 1 is equal 2, I have evidence that 1 + 1 is equal 2. So when I read it, I trust my senses that what I'm reading is true, that 1 + 1 is equal 2, because I can take 1 apple and 1 apple, and if I addition the 2 apples, I have 2 apples, right? So, like, I have evidence for that. So I never said that I just trust because I trust and I have no evidence. I never said that. It's based on things outside of it. So that's why I believe it. So about the humans. So at one point in your life, you all ask questions. For example, what are the humans? How we are here? What is the purpose of humans? What is the purpose of life? All these questions, like very important questions. And now there is many religion, many people claim to know God or that their religion is true and everything. So what I'm saying is that there is many criteria to decipher what is right, what is true and false. There is many criteria. For example, just a simple one.
Can I just interject?
Go ahead.
Very briefly. Yeah. I've never asked myself what my purpose was. What I did ask myself is what I did ask myself is what can I make my purpose?
Yeah,
what can I do to improve things, not what someone else asks me to do.
Yeah, but like most of the people on Earth, like non-believers, or they do that. You do that. Like even your morality.
I've never. No, I've never met anyone in my country who has asked themselves the question what their purpose was.
Okay, then I have met hundreds of people that ask this question. So
Skern, I'm sorry. I've also not asked myself that question. I've never made such a presumption. What I've noticed is when people are selling religion and presenting that question, that causes people to ask, but it's not something that comes naturally for most people, from what I can tell.
Okay, no problem.
So for me, I'm sorry. You said you were going to answer the question. You were going to get. Now you're getting onto a tangent of like trying to determine what.
No. I said I don't have to answer a question.
Hold on. You haven't answered the question. You've gone off down a road that is addressing like what is the objective standard? What is an objective standard of meaning or reason for human beings existing, or for life existing, or for the universe in and of itself? That is not answering the question that I asked. The question
but I
that
don't
I
have
asked
to answer your question. That's the thing.
The question that I asked is very, very simple. Okay? By what methodology? What was your methodology? Did you use to determine that your conclusion that God exists is not a result of your senses being deceived?
I already responded to that question. I said that because of evidence, because of many reasons.
What evidence? What evidence?
Yes, that's the next question, of course, but we are not there yet. You don't understand that.
For the sake, Skern, for the sake of time and that we have a lot of people waiting, we want to get to that evidence. What is your evidence?
Sorry, then we might end up the discussion here because I have steps to go that I cannot go 5 steps ahead and then I lose everything in my argumentation. It's not possible for me.
Well, then just provide the evidence steps to get to evidence.
Just tell us what
you even need steps.
Just tell us what the evidence is. You say you have evidence. Give us the evidence, Skern.
So, like the evidence for me is the reason I can give you reasons to believe in God. Basically, I can give you very good reasons to believe in God. But now.
I can give you a good reason to believe in God, but that's not evidence that the God exists. That's just me giving you a good reason, and I can come up with reasons to believe. That doesn't make the God real.
Well, so Skern, go ahead and provide your evidence. What is your evidence?
Okay, wait. You can't dictate what I'm saying. You try again to dictate what I'm saying. I will not.
I'm not trying to dictate what you're saying. I'm asking you for your information. You say that you have evidence.
I will provide it when I think it's time to provide it. Because
it's time to provide it now, Skern.
No, you don't decide that. So the thing is that.
Yes, we do.
No, listen. So Peter, you said something, and Randolph, you said something else. You said that both of you never asked this question in your life.
Yeah, I have no reason to ask. I set my own purpose.
Yeah, I had many people, non-religious, non-believers, even in France, that ask themselves this question. That's why they want to know God.
It's
they
irrelevant.
Why is this question? Why is this question significant?
It's irrelevant.
Okay, I will tell you why.
It's irrelevant.
Guys, please.
Let me first say why it's irrelevant.
Guys.
Because you're not talking to all the people in your country. You're talking to the people on this panel.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. There are still people like you. You are.
It does matter because those are the people that you want to convince. Correct?
No, not necessarily. They had this question even before I talked to them. Listen, it's not the point.
No. Have you seen the topic of this room?
Yes, I know the topic of this room. I know perfectly. I know how to read, so I know the perfect the topic of this room.
So the fact that you talk to people in your country has no bearing on whether or not you can convince us. You're here to convince us. JL has just pointed out that it's more important for you to provide the evidence because of the sake of time. There are other people who want to talk to us.
Right.
So the best thing to do
evidence.
right now is provide evidence.
Okay.
Provide your evidence.
I think,
if you're unwilling to do that, then there's no point in us continuing.
Yeah, I understand. So if you say that, then I'm sorry, but I can't continue. I need more time. If there is people waiting, and I might take so much time, then it's okay. We can maybe have a discussion later or maybe in private. But if you say that, then if it's a condition in this discussion specifically, I can't because I need more time.
I think it'll be what you should do is kind of lay out the things you want to go through as a list of maybe 5 to 10 questions.
No, I can't. I can't resume. I can't resume.
5 to 10. Hang on. Let me explain. 5 to 10 points, and keep them brief. And then maybe the next time, in a fortnight from now, 2 weeks from now, you could bring them again and say, "Here are my 10 points, or 5 points, or 7 points, or whatever you've got," and say, "What do you guys think?" Maybe we could try for that approach because that'll work really well. Because right now, just trying to go through the steps, and you're asking us a lot of questions, but you haven't presented anything at all to prove that, to convince us that Allah is real. And you're right, we are running out of time, and I thank you for being here.
Yeah, because I can't resume this discussion. This kind of discussion necessitates time. You can't just resume what you think and that's it, because life and this kind of thing is just black and white. You need
Skern. Yes, we're not Skern. No, hang on, Skern. Yes, you can if the person you're talking to understands where you're coming from. You don't need to lay it out brick by brick by brick. Assume that we already know where you're coming from.
Yeah, but do you think that
I'm doing it reference, for... No, wait, Skern, just for reference, I host a bi-weekly Quran show where we go through the entire Quran.
Yeah, okay.
I'm pretty sure that and I haven't even been part for the entire show as long as it has run, because it has run for several years. But I already know enough from the Quran to prove you that your God doesn't exist, which is why you presenting some evidence would really be helpful.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. So
I want to comment on something, Skern. You'd accused us of being black and white about this. We're not. We're looking at all these different factors that are being presented to us. You haven't presented any factors. You've just engaged in conversation, which is fine. I think the approach you're using is not really suitable for this show. That's why I suggested an alternative, that you come up with a bunch of points and then maybe review those points as an opening statement, and then we can discuss them. But a little bit at a time is not really fitting with the topic very well here. A different show might work well, such as Peter's show, to have this conversation with him. But if you did want to come back in a fortnight with a list of these points, I think that would be a welcome thing. So thank you for your time.
I'd be more than happy, Skern. I'd be more than happy to have you on a show where you can have an hour and a half. I will have my co-host, who is an ex-Muslim and has been part of the Quran show for pretty much most of the time. So then you could at least skip a lot of the things that you think are necessary, because we already know of those. But
okay, you two guys should make the arrangement. Peter, you two guys should make the arrangements privately. I think we
Yeah,
should move on to
perfect.
the next guest.
No problem. See ya, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Skern.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
We've got Albedo next in queue.
Hello, Albedo.
Invited you up.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome, Albedo. It's good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us?
I don't know if your mic's working, man. You might want to reconnect real fast.
It seemed to me at first glance on that previous guy that where he was going down was he was like, there's all these metaphysical and existential quandaries that human beings have, and then he was going to then turn. I was like, well, how do we answer them? Then appeal to the Quran in order to do that, which of course would be circular reasoning.
Yeah.
So I assume that's where he was going. I was just trying to get to the end of that and be like, okay, what's the evidence? But
well, welcome back, Albedo.
And that was the best thing to do.
Albedo, you may want to try completely closing out of Discord and relaunching it. Sometimes that fixes it. We'll pull you up next. I'll pull up some for us while you're figuring that out.
Albedo's a Discord server admin, so I'd be surprised if you can't fix it and come back.
Or, yeah, he might be back here in a second.
Yeah. Hello again, Albedo. How are you? I can't hear Albedo, and
it lit up. There, yeah. Keep talking.
I don't know what happened. That's
well,
weird.
you're on.
Welcome. What have you got for us, sir?
Good to see you guys. I know a lot of you on here, so.
Yes.
All right. I have a question. Are you just asking to be shown, like, closer to, I don't know, the view of God existing being true? Because I think, like, the proposition God exists is, like, if you're an atheist, there's a lot of steps you have to go through before that could ever be shown.
Well, I'll give you an example, Albedo. If you look at my user icon, it's a Conway's Game of Life simulation embedded inside of a Conway's Game of Life simulation. The least implausible argument I've ever heard for there being like a creator of our universe is the simulation argument. I still think it's implausible, but it's not like anything that's that hard to conceive of being possible. And so if someone were to show me just purely the physics and computation of the universe being feasible due to some method of computing that we don't know about that's hyper efficient or something, I could be convinced that we live in a simulation. I don't think it's likely presently, but it's an evidential and empirical question whether it's feasible or not for us to be living in a universe created by a super being outside of it. Right? Now that wouldn't be the Christian God or whatever that most people are going to argue for here, but it's a pretty easy bar to hit. Someone could write a paper and maybe convince me of it. Do some physics and math that would provide evidence for why it's feasible.
Sure. I think the method I'd want to go is like trying to prove dualism. If that's reasonable enough for you guys.
Do you think dualism is the case?
Yeah, I'm a Platonist.
Okay. So go ahead.
So I take that mathematical entities are like real parts of the world. And obviously you can't dig up math. They're not like physical, but they explain a lot of what we see in the world. I think that when we think of these things, and if we think that science, like if you're a scientific realist, I think you have to be like a mathematical Platonist. Because science is predicated on that math explains the world. So you are taking that math as an ontological entity.
You'd also take it that you could conceive of math from different axioms and compose mathematical rules slightly differently that would still work, right?
Yeah, there are different views that would allow it, like, but I do think that this is like going to be the best explanation.
I mean, you could just be a nominalist.
Right. So under a nominalist view, math is a conception. And as a conception, it might work, but there might be other conceptions that also work for the equivalent purpose. But we couldn't say that one of them is the correct math over the others, could we?
Yeah, like if it was a language, it would accurately describe reality if it was developed to accurately describe reality.
What is it accurately describing if it's not accurately describing something true? Like accurate, that word accurate, like, is pointing towards something we think is true.
When we
Otherwise, what else
measure,
does accurate mean?
Yeah, an objective reality that exists around us.
when we
Yeah.
measure empirical quantities, we do so in reference to some other object, right? And we say this object is like a reference object, and we make an abstraction out of it. We invent an abstraction, a concept, like a unit, right? So we then do math on abstractions, units, and we say these abstractions, units, model reality because we based it off of some real thing. So we say, well, we did some math with an abstraction about kilometers, but ultimately, when we say kilometer, we're not really talking about a pure abstraction. The moment we empiricize it, we're really just talking about relations between empirical measures, which are based on real things, which aren't exactly equivalent really ever. They just seem so when we abstract them as such. Right?
I just, when we say like something's being accurately described, I think that like what the accurate is doing there is like, we're accurate to what? To something true. And when we say we're getting more accurate, like if nominalism, well, I do think it might be like better in line with like, well, you're pretty much going to have to be like a physicalist of sorts. I don't see why those things like math would be doing any explaining.
You don't see why math would be explaining what?
Explaining data under nominalism.
Okay, so you don't think it's possible to construct arbitrary abstractions and work in an internally consistent way based on the rules defined within those abstractions to do useful work?
Possibly. Like, I don't think it's like impossible.
Because that's what we do with computers all the time, right? Like,
yeah, it's
most of
syntax.
computing is sort of conceivable in a sense like math, but it's not describing anything in the real world.
Yeah,
it works internally, but it has no its functional use has no bearing on it being related to any real thing. It's a pure abstraction. So it'd be weird to say something like we are Platonist about computers because it's possible to compute things and computing is useful. Therefore, computing, if it's used in relation to the real world, computing must exist because it describes the real world or something. But you're just saying the same exact thing about math.
Yeah, I don't think it's just syntax. I do think that obviously like computer code is like kind of arbitrary. It could have been anything. You don't have like an intuition that another species would also have math.
That's just structuralism, right? So, like, let's say
structuralism is a type of realism.
But if I were to say, well, I think other stars likely produce helium and hydrogen or whatever, that's a pretty good hypothesis because we know one star and we can conclude that probably other stars behave similarly since we observe uniformity of the forces in our local area, whatever, right? And we can do the same thing about abstractions. We can just say, look, if I construct some axioms and I follow the rules set forth in those axioms, then they're going to lead to common conclusions from anyone who starts with those same axioms, right? That's all you're saying when you say other people are going to discover the same math, is that if you start from the same premises, then you can lead to the same conclusions, which is just to say that you could begin with the same logic. So yes, it's possible for two groups of conscious beings to decide on the same logic. Not necessary that they do so, but it's possible. We have examples of computers, for instance, that are ternary, quaternary computers that are totally different than binary computers. So it's not like binary computers are the only kind of computer that works. They're just like the simplest that we could come up with and seem really expedient. I think thinking that other people could conclude the same math is like saying that we don't think we'll come up with any new math later that's going to like blow the current math we do out of the water. And
Okay, so
like, have you ever seen an equation which makes it a simpler, like it makes a simpler and more grand or unified way of expressing like what other more complex equations previously expressed?
I haven't like seen the specific thing, but I do know, like I understand that.
Yeah, like you can...
EM equals MC squared is probably one of them.
Right. So there was lots of other, laws and forces and equations, which EMC equals MC squared. Like those other equations just follow from the simpler equation, right? So it could be that our math is like very childish, and there's some simpler way of starting with math that uses fewer axioms and just constructs everything much better and avoids some problems and whatever. Like set theory was naive and flawed and had things like Russell's paradox. So we reconstructed it until we got the right so-called set theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's to say that just because, like, let's say the universe structurally produces certain chemicals repeatedly over different stars, that there's like some law that those are the only things that could possibly exist, and there's a rule in the universe written down somewhere that these are the rules, something like a math expression that says so. When we can just say that, look, just because something is the same in different places doesn't mean it's the only possible state of affairs, nor does it mean that an abstraction describing it has any like special validity, since it's just an abstraction of a description of a thing which happens to be uniform.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's like a deductive argument. I'm not ruling out nominalism. I'm saying I think we have more reason to believe, given like induction, that math does a really good job of explaining the world, and we should believe the things that we have to posit in order to do so.
That's just, it's like to make an indispensability argument, which says
It is
nothing about the reality. Right, but indispensability as realism is like redefining the word realism, right? Like when we say ontologically real, we don't just mean like super useful, right? Like that's like the utility argument from God being a replacement for saying God is real.
Yeah, I'm not making a pragmatic argument.
Why aren't you just using Occam's razor? Platonism poses an entirely like separate, alternate, metaphysical reality that all this stuff exists on uncausally located, and it can't causally affect reality. It's just like a realm where these concepts exist, to my understanding.
Yeah, well, I take
You
explanatory
should be
power
using
to
Occam's razor there.
Yeah, because I don't just hold to Occam's razor as a theoretical virtue. I hold other ones, and I think that explanatory power does a really good job here.
What's explained?
Why if there is some structure to the world, and we can discover it, seems like we would eventually come up with a system to do so. Should be explained in math.
That just makes math a system that is able to be used to explain some other structure. It doesn't make math a thing that exists outside of its usefulness. Like the indispensability is basically what you mean by real. So when you say you're a Platonist, this is the thing. It's like there are like hard Platonists who really think that this dual thing they're talking about is like has like causal powers, and that there's interaction between the two.
That's not Platonism, though.
No, I know that, but I'm talking about like hard dualists, right? So you're just arguing for indispensability of mathematics, which is like a very weak kind of Platonism, right? You're just saying, well, it's really useful. It'll always be useful. That's basically what you're saying.
I don't know about that. I do think that they are part of it.
What does that mean?
They are not physical.
Like, are you into like some kind of Mariology, which requires math for like the parts of things to exist in some quanta, or like?
Well, I hold to Platonism for more than just math. I mean, it explains the mind.
Does Platonism explain the mind?
Well, just because mind would be like, it's going to be like a type of property dualism at that point.
Is this for different reasons, though?
I don't find the physical explanations of the mind and meaning, like semantics, to be convincing. So if I don't find those convincing, I need some other explanation. And so that leads to a type of dualism. Most people don't think they're robots, Ix.
So when you cite semantics, you're citing like the claim that you think a robot in your mind is just like a machine that can only like process symbols but can never know what they mean.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you like we've had conversations before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you understand that when we do biomimicry of the brain, we're trying to reproduce how the brain does it, right?
Yeah.
You remember that part? Okay. So you're aware that like the guy who posited this argument didn't really know anything about AI or how neural networks worked at the time. And he's just tried to kind of like retcon it repeatedly to fill in the gaps in his knowledge and claim it still holds, right?
What, for the P-zombie argument?
For the like semantics argument.
I don't really know that. I don't think I've heard that.
Okay, so he gave a talk at Google, and fortunately, right in the front row were like AI scientists, like Ray Kurzweil, who, you know, he's not the best AI scientist, but he's been at the guy enough times to be like, hey, why haven't you addressed any of our criticisms? There are people who are like vaguely Mysterian, like Chalmers, who admit that the hard problem wasn't as hard as he thought, that not very many people in the field of AI think it's hard like he does. And he's rebranded under the meta problem of consciousness to say, well, the real interesting question is, why is it that AI scientists largely don't think it's such a hard problem, but lay people usually do? And why are their intuitions so divided on this? And is there something like meaningful we can understand about the problem that will help us solve it? He's admitting it's very possibly solvable. And he has also admitted that the field and the progress of AI has demonstrated that a lot of the things he thought were part of the hard problem were actually pretty easily solvable, such as the biomimicry of the neocortex, which we've succeeded in largely by most people's standards in self-driving cars.
Do you think that in principle, there's going to be a physical fact that explains someone's intentions?
Yeah.
Man, that's tough to overcome.
It's actually pretty simple.
Go ahead.
Okay. So
this is turning into convince the, well, I'm not a theist, but convince me.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to go on this too long because we have other people, but in a nutshell, when we say that we have some conscious experience, that's a report, right? A first person account. And when we study that, we can look at it from several different external angles, such as the behavioral angle. But we can also give like a causal account of the phenomena that underlie both the behavior and the experience, right? You'd admit that there's likely something like supervenience, like whatever takes place in the mind is going to be coinciding with an action or change in the state of the brain, right?
Yeah, I'm not an epiphenomenalist. That's crazy talk.
Okay. So if you'll admit that every change in the mind has a corresponding change in the brain, right? It seems like the concept that there's a dualist kind of thing about the mind, something other than the brain, it's really firmly attached to the brain. So whatever it is, it doesn't do anything that doesn't have a corresponding brain change. Now, when we give a causal account of all the things that are taking place in the brain, and we explain how it works mechanically speaking, how neurons in networks are able to learn and adapt and fire and wire together over repeated stimuli to recognize the same stimuli in the future. And when they recognize the same stimuli in the future, they can also recognize things that are close to but do not meet the standard of fully matching the stimuli. So they can recognize a near miss or you know, a false positive, so to speak, right? Like the difference between like an I and a T or whatever. So when you have that experience of, oh, it looks like an I, but it's actually an L, that's because the neurons have wired together to be able to recognize I's and L's precisely enough that they can tell the subtle differences between them. That causal account of how the neurons do that is what led us to the biomimicry and self-driving cars perceptual systems using 6 layers, like the neocortex, of artificial neurons rather than biological ones, which turns out to be just the right number of layers to get the optimum recognition of stimuli, just like in the brain with real stimuli coming into the nerves, right? So when we say that we have a causal account, in addition to like a behavioral account and the internal report of the thing that corresponds to something being in or out of accord with some intention, like I intend to recognize that this is either the case or not the case. It is either in or out of accord with some standard. And the phenomena that explains that is explainable from a physical perspective. It's weird to say that we haven't done anything like explaining what is going on in the brain, when in the mind we say we have an intention. Do you agree?
I think you can physically explain people's behavior, because that's going to be underdetermined under both of these hypotheses.
Say that one more time.
I think that both, like, the explanation for behavior is going to be done physically. Both physicalism and dualism is going to say, like, you can look at their behavior physically. It's all you have to look at. The self-report of the intention is the only thing that differentiates. Like, under physicalism, there's going to be like something happening in their brain in which, like, you can determine, oh, he intends to lie or he doesn't intend to lie, and you'll in principle be able to like look at their brain and determine that.
Yeah.
Under physicalism.
Yeah, and we can. So that's the problem, is that we can.
Wait, when you say you can you show me the like studies that are done on that?
Yeah, I can show you that with just 64 EEGs and like the correct noise elimination algorithms, you can determine what word someone is thinking of with like 80-90% accuracy. I can show you that by pre-training on prior visual stimuli, we can tell what visual stimuli someone is imagining in their mind or looking at without asking them with very high accuracy. And both of those things are things that people used to call qualia, which is to say like ineffable internal thoughts, right? So then they say, oh, well, that isn't the qualia. The qualia is the experience of those things. But originally, the definition of qualia was supposed to include the privacy of it, the secrecy of it, the only you knew. There was, in principle, they claimed, no way to ever perceive what someone was thinking. But that was removed from the definition of qualia when it was no longer defensible, because we could determine what someone was thinking with external EEGs, MRIs, and other
Yeah, they want to say it's like the necessary first-person experience now.
Yeah, it's such a limited, like, meaningless thing. All it's saying is one. Yeah, it's like qualia is just saying one person's experience isn't identical to another person's experience of the same stimuli, because it's just a different instance, so it's inherently different in a different brain. Like, no one would really argue with that. It's just saying, like, you know, like one penny isn't identical to another penny; they're just real similar, right? But it doesn't.
I'd be interested in that study. I'll look that over.
Yeah, look up YouTube visuals, brain scans. Basically, there's multiple times people have reproduced what people are watching on YouTube or imagining that's similar to something they'd previously seen on YouTube, and look up like EEGs and word thought detection. I could find you the studies, but like it's not that hard to find.
I'll take a look.
Yeah, qualia is no longer private. And so what we have is an account, not just of the behavior and not just of the internal report, but of the account of the mechanism, such that we reproduce the mechanism and have a robot that does the mechanism. I didn't say it's the whole brain, just the neocortex, the part of intention where you recognize something is or isn't matching some standard for being one thing or another. So that's pretty much accounted for in reproduction.
I mean, if I can get like even a mild reproduction, I think that would be pretty good evidence. So I'll take a look.
Cool.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Thank you, Albedo. Great hearing from you. It's great to see here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, have a good one. And we've got a couple more people in queue. We should be ending pretty close to 2 here. We do have Moshi coming up in queue. Did y'all have anything you wanted to say after that, or?
Well, we can go another half hour to an hour. That's and I think that would be the limit. Depends on if there's other people want to say stuff. There are a few people, like you say, in the audience, but that I think 5 hour would be the absolute cap. But we aim for 4. Hello, Moshi. Welcome. What have you got for us today?
Oh, sorry, I was talking and it was muted. Is it Randolph? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great. We're looking forward to whatever you've got for us.
Sure. So I do have like about 15 minutes, but I think I should be fine for you guys because you guys have 30 minutes to an hour. When you say provide proof, what does proof mean to you? Like, what do you, like some people say just looking at the sky is proof enough, right? Like, what does proof mean to you? What do you need? What do you
overwhelming preponderance of facts or data, which are both positively indicative of and exclusively concordant with one available explanation over any other.
Sorry, can you say that again? But I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. My bad.
A body of facts or data, both positively indicative of and exclusively concordant with one available explanation over any other.
Okay, a body of data or facts, right? Now, what do you mean by that, right? Like, do you mean, do you count as inductive proofs as facts? Or does it have to be deductive entirely? Like, that doesn't really answer. Like, what do you need as proof? That's what I'm asking.
Observationally true statements about our reality, which, when combined, are both positively indicative of and exclusively concordant with one available explanation over any other.
Okay, so when you say observational, do you mean like empirical data?
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
Okay.
You could also attempt to, I suppose, logically conclude that a God exists. That's another method. But
Okay,
so far, everybody who's tried that has failed miserably. But you're welcome
I
to do
completely
that
disagree
first.
with that. If someone says they're experienced this, like it's subjective means nothing, to be honest, in objective reality. Okay, so do you guys? Okay, I guess I always start off like this. Do you guys believe that something exists?
Well, I believe I exist. That's something,
Okay,
I suppose.
well, that's a start. Okay, cool. So now officially, there is an existence of some sort, right? Can we all agree on that? Because something exists.
It seems to be the case, yeah.
Okay, so now what I kind of think about is within this realm of existence, there's two types, right? There's an existence, there's a reality that's conditional or contingent that needs another, and then there's a reality that needs no other. Now we don't have proof of a reality that needs no other, but I'm just putting it out there, not saying that it exists, but just as to make a true dichotomy, unless you guys can think of another case scenario. Could there be a reality?
I'm just wondering if you state there is, then you're making a positive claim.
No, not at all. That's not. That's
I mean,
not what I'm saying.
There could be like a substance, some type of like necessary existence. There could be a brute fact. I mean, I don't feel like that's a true dichotomy.
No, when you say substance of a necessary existence, it's very simple. This reality, whatever you're pointing towards, it's conditional or an unconditional, contingent or necessary. So when you say substance, it doesn't really take away from what I said.
Well, do you understand what
I want to respond to this actually, because this argument is something that I've been playing with for a while now. When you say necessary existence, are you referring to a thing which exists in all possible worlds?
It's a reality where positing its non-existence yields to a contradiction, and the contradiction being that the first premise is that there is existence. So if everyone here can agree that there is a reality or there is an existence, then positing the non-existence of this necessary reality leads to the contradiction.
I can agree that there is reality, but
okay, fantastic. So then from there we can move forward. Then.
But the problem is to say a reality is a bit misleading. Go ahead, King Cersei.
Well, hold up, pause. I just want to address Randolph. Because Randolph made a good point.
Stop.
Randolph made a point.
We need to clarify something really quickly, because this is going to get you into a lot of trouble if you want to move forward with this argument. Existence is not a property that entities can possess. It is the condition which allows entities to possess properties. So you cannot define anything as existing. That's just incoherent. The only way to say that it would be a contradiction for something not to exist is to say that it is definitional or an essential property of that thing to exist.
Yes. It's
okay, that is incoherent.
Okay, can you explain to me why that's incoherent to say that let's see if there's a necessary
because existence is not a property.
Okay, but me saying that let's just see if there's a necessary existence does not imply that existence in of itself is the property. I don't know how you got to that conclusion.
In order for something to exist necessarily, you just stated that in order for it to exist necessarily, there would need to be a contradiction to say that it doesn't exist. Well, the only way to say that it's a contradiction for something not to exist is to argue that this thing we're referring to definitionally exists. You cannot define things into existence.
I'm not defining things into existence. That's not at all what I'm doing.
Okay, so then there is nothing which would entail a contradiction by saying something doesn't exist.
Like you're just interrupting. I'm not sure why.
Because Moshe, because he's clarifying, and it requires clarification.
But all I'm saying, okay, do you believe that there are contingent things that exist?
If by contingent you mean they depend on other things to maintain their current form or function, then sure, I suppose.
Wait, hold up. I'm very confused now. Do you suppose, or do you know for yes? Isn't like what are you saying? Do contingent things exist?
There's problems with the language employed in these arguments.
Contingent, as in something is impossible through itself, and it necessarily exists because of another. It cannot exist on its own. It needs another.
Right.
It depends
Okay,
on another.
Moshi, this is the problem with the argument. You are equivocating between definitions of necessity. So from the outset of the conversation, I wanted to clarify whether or not you were referring to necessity as merely a conditional relationship between two things, or necessity being an ontological state wherein something exists in all possible worlds, which would entail that this thing exists by definition. The only thing that exists by definition is existence.
No, I'm not saying. Okay, listen. I'm not saying that this thing is. How do I? I'm saying maybe there's something that could exist in all possible worlds. I'm not saying that there is something that exists in all possible worlds. So I'm not saying it exists based off its definition. I'm saying let's just see. Let's just go down the rabbit hole and see. If there's an existence, let's just see what happens if this existence is filled with only contingent things, and we'll see what happens. Maybe it's impossible, and perhaps there necessarily needs to be something not contingent. That's all I'm saying.
Moshi, I don't need to go down the rabbit hole. I have season passes to Wonderland. I have this conversation with people quite regularly. When you say a necessary existence, okay, and when most people use this argument, they are equivocating between two understandings of the word necessary. Necessity in conventional language refers to a conditional relationship between two things, one being necessary for the other to follow. But whatever we would consider necessary within that relationship isn't necessary in and of itself. The necessity of this thing is facilitated by the condition of the other thing existing. So you could say that because these contingent things exist, that something else must exist that's that created all of it. But that one thing,
created. No, not
well,
created.
or caused it, or substantiated, or instantiated, however you want to argue. Moshi.
But King, you're assuming what my argument is without even me being able to say it.
You just said your argument.
I never even said.
Moshi, what I am attempting to do here is make sure that you're using a consistent definition of necessity.
All I said is the first premise, which is that there is existence, and then you started yapping all the way through, and then assuming my conclusion.
Because you said necessary existence, and I wanted you to clarify what you mean by that.
You literally just said, literally just now, and everyone heard it, and I'm sure people are recording. You literally just said, "Listen,
I'm
Moshi,
recording.
There are great. I'm glad, and I hope people listen to this. It's crazy. You literally said that.
Moshi.
Yes,
please, I would like it if you could refrain from the pejoratives and things. It's not necessary for this, like the word calling it yapping. No, we're conversing, and this is being streamed on my YouTube channel as well, live. So you can always go back and review it. But go ahead and proceed.
I'm glad. Okay, because
thank you.
I appreciate that, Randolph, and I'm sorry if I got a little bit heated. So
no,
King,
it's okay.
So King X, you literally just said that from these contingent things, and there is another. That created it, but I've never once put it in a temporal sense. I've never once said that there is something other than these contingent things that created these contingent things. You're assuming all these things without me being able to do my argument. That's all it is. So
Take
why are you
fucking breath and listen? Okay. What I was attempting to highlight is that there are two distinct understandings of necessity.
Wait 1 second.
That's what I was attempting to highlight. I was not arguing you made the
how is that fair? No, Randolph, how is that fair?
Stop interrupting, Moshi.
Randolph, how is that fair? I just used the word yapping. I used the word yapping, and that was bad. But he's allowed to swear, and that's not bad. Is that fair?
Moshi, be quiet and listen to what he's saying.
I know, Randolph. Is that fair for the discussion?
All right, now you can listen.
Okay, now you can. Yes, thank you.
All right, so necessity. There's two distinct understandings of necessity, and people equivocate when they're using this contingency argument, right? If let's for instance say that I have a car, right? You could say that the car is contingent upon the existence of some automative structure or a person to build it, right? And so the person would then be necessary for the car to exist. But the person is not necessary in and of themselves, okay? So a thing can be necessitated by some external condition, but that thing itself is not internally necessary. There's nothing that makes it to be the case where this thing must exist or this thing couldn't have not existed, right? And so if you're going to some ultimate necessity, well, then the word changes a little bit, and you're referring to a thing which exists by definition and could not exist. And the only thing which fulfills that concept is existence itself. Nothing else could fit into that category of existing by definition other than existence, because that's what we're talking about. So to put anything else in that category would be manifestly incoherent.
I'll be right back up. I just unmuted him, so it kicks him out for a second, pulls him back in. Or it should. Yeah.
Okay, so King. Okay, great. I appreciate that. So King, what you're saying is then I get what you're saying. There's a distinction between, like, let's just say someone being born, and then it was necessary for their mother to have existed, but then not anymore. I'm saying that could there be something that exists, and it's constantly depending on. And by the way, when I say a conditional existence, I'm referring to something that exists always under the condition that another exists. Always. Not at one point, but always. That's all I'm saying. Does that make sense, King?
The only thing that would fulfill that category coherently is existence itself.
Okay, and why is that? Do you mind explaining?
Because existence isn't a property that other entities can possess. It is the condition which allows entities to possess properties. So if you're referring to any particular, that particular exists, that is the condition, that's its present state, and because it exists, it can then possess properties like round, bumpy, hard, hollow, bright, dull, those sorts of things. Existence itself is not a property. It's utterly incoherent to suggest that it is. Like we don't even describe things in lieu of existing. Whenever I'm talking to you, like let's say for a moment that I conceptualize an elephant, right? Now let's say that I conceptualize an elephant that weighs 2,000 pounds. I've added nothing to the concept. It's still the same in my head because it doesn't manifest in reality. Properties can only be assigned to something after it exists. Things within speculation or in the abstracta do not possess properties. That's just silly. Existence is the condition that allows things to possess property. So to suggest that existence itself is a property is just silly. That's like suggesting that the color red is a sound. It's a complete category error.
Sorry, give me 1 sec. What's happening on my computer? Okay, so existence can't be an actual divine agency because it has no properties. Is that what you're saying? I don't want to straw man you.
I'm saying that an entity, a being, a particular, can't possess the property of existence. Existence would merely describe the condition of the entity.
No, but why?
Because existence isn't a property.
Okay, so literally I just asked you. So if something, so you can't, because just so you know, that there's a lot of people or scholars and philosophers for thousands of years. Are you familiar with like Neoplatonism, for example?
Yes.
They specifically believe in God. They pray to God every day, and the idea of God is this divinely simple and isn't existing, but existence in of itself. And it's not like pantheism in that regard. And they have a whole structure like that. But you can have an existence be existence is and all there is, and then they have this one reality, and it is the only reality. Why can't it be that? And that everything is a configuration or an illumination of that reality. Well, what's the issue with that?
Here's the thing, though, Moshi. I could just accept what you just said, and it wouldn't have any effect on my position, right? Because merely assigning the label of God to some primordial substrate or foundational substrate to existence.
It definitely does.
It doesn't. Because Moshi, when I say I'm an atheist, I am referring to the conventional understanding of.
Okay, it does go against it, because at the start of the premise, he said that he thinks that he exists. This idea of there being an existence, which is one reality, and every other is an illumination or a configuration of that one reality, is against what he just said. King, you did it does go against what you said. You can't think that you exist and there's one reality exists.
What? That's not even what I was saying.
No, but that's my point. That's why I know you're not listening. I literally just said that it's the idea that there's one reality, and you're saying it doesn't change your life one bit. And I'm like, yes, it does. It goes against your first premise entirely. So how can you say it doesn't?
Just because there's one reality doesn't mean I don't exist within that reality. I have no idea like how that follows at all. It's a complete non sequitur.
Because if there's only one reality, okay, and you're saying that you exist, the only thing that you can say is that you are this one reality. Are you saying you're this one reality?
I could say that I'm a particular within the reality. Like the reality doesn't need to be
exactly. That's
this is
my
like
point.
a one in the many problem, right? Like a reality or a host of things. Like I'm certainly not a monist, so I wouldn't say that everything is just one particular thing. I would say that there's a variety of particulars within this reality. That's a more complicated conversation. Neoplatonism is just the suggestion that abstract concepts exist in a different way, but this is a really irritating conversation to have, because when we talk about existing, right, there needs to be some common criterion. What does it mean to exist? And while most people won't agree that in order to exist, it needs to be, physical, spatial, and temporal, almost everyone will agree that anything which possesses those characteristics does exist. So we can all agree that physical, spatial, temporal things exist, but we don't all agree that anything else exists outside of those qualifiers.
But King, you're not even okay. No, what I'm saying is, if this is true, what you are saying, okay, we can go down to one area where it's okay. There are contingent things, there are contingent realities. Is there a necessary reality? Is there something necessary? Then there's something necessary that needs to exist. That's it. Period.
If by necessary you mean something which facilitated the other chains of the link,
it's constantly facilitating, like I said. But I've already said that, King. I don't know why it seems like you're not listening. I already said it's something that's consistently
that thing would be conditionally necessary, not ontologically necessary.
How?
Because its necessity is conditioned by the existence of other things which depend on it. If those other things didn't depend on it, or they didn't exist, then this thing you're referring to wouldn't be necessary. It would just be
fine.
randomly.
That literally doesn't disprove anything. Doesn't change my stance. You can just say that everything is. You could fall under the modal collapse and say that everything is necessary through it, and there's an ontological hierarchy, and then therefore there's a necessary existence and everything other. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't disprove a lot of people.
Then you would fall into the trap of everything is necessary, because this one necessary thing.
I literally just said. I'm going to say it slower. Everything is necessary. You fall under the modal collapse of necessary through another, and then there's an ontological hierarchy that doesn't disprove its existence. It
wouldn't be a hierarchy. It would be like a circle, because this thing is only necessary because of the existence of other things, so its own necessity is contingent, which is just paradoxical.
No, not at all. Okay, hold up. I can't believe you said that. Can you please prove to me how that being the case makes it contingent?
Because it wouldn't be necessary unless other things existed, so the necessity of this thing is contingent upon the existence of other things.
Or everything else is necessary through it, and there's an ontological hierarchy. Have you ever thought about that?
That's not a hierarchy. That's just a circle.
No, it's not.
It's not one thing on top of another on top of another.
You can have C depending on B.
What sense does it make to describe something as necessary if nothing else is dependent on it?
Sorry?
What sense would it make to describe something as necessary if nothing else is dependent upon it?
That literally makes because the definition of something necessary isn't that things depend on it, it's just that it is necessary. Things existing that are dependent is not a factor that is needed for a necessary existence. See, you're the one that made that assumption, and it's wrong. Something that's necessary is something in which its essence necessitates its own existence. It doesn't necessarily need dependent things around it.
That routes us back to square one, where you're assigning existence as a property of something as opposed to the condition which allows things to have properties.
I'm not saying existence is what is necessary. I'm saying in this particular example, there can be something that is necessary. There could be something, and sure, the conditional propositions that leads up to it will then mean that there's a modal collapse and that everything else is necessary. Sure, why not? I can fall under the modal collapse, say everything is necessary, but only through it, and that's it. And there's an ontological hierarchy. That is not an issue whatsoever. You're the one assuming that there needs to be dependent things in order for there to be a necessary existence, which is wrong. So what now,
That's
King?
not at all what I'm assuming, Moshi.
You've already made this assumption. You literally asked me. You literally asked me. This is crazy. You literally just asked me. You said what does it matter if there's no dependent things for this thing to, and I just told you there doesn't need to be dependent things. So you did say that.
Okay. So you predicated the argument. You started out by asking if there's a distinction between contingencies and necessities.
Just now, you just told me. You just said, "What's the sense of it if there's no dependent things?" You thought, and I corrected you. I've educated you, and now I'm asking you.
No,
now
you
what?
didn't.
I have just educated you.
Moshi,
You thought
you
that in
didn't
order for
educate
there
me
to
at
be a
all. You just
necessary
routed back
existence,
to the initial
you
problem
just
that
told
I
me that in
to
order
you.
for there to be a necessary existence, there needs to be dependent things, and I've educated you. No, there doesn't. Now what? What are you gonna say?
How can it be necessary if things don't depend on it? What does it mean? What are you describing
Because
about
there
something when you
doesn't
say that it's
necessarily need
necessary?
to be anything that's dependent in order for it to exist.
What do you mean by necessary?
Something in which its own essence necessitates its own existence. It's possible through itself.
And
Grounded
that would
through-
mean that you are defining this thing as existing. You are assigning it the property of existence. Existence is not a property. Therefore, you've committed a logical fallacy, and
I'm
this
not
thing
saying
doesn't
that
exist.
whatsoever. I'm not saying that you're just making you're
Moshi,
joking.
you're
I can't tell if you're being
conceptually
serious. I
impoverished,
can't
dude.
tell if
This
you're
is
being
not
serious.
that difficult.
This is actually
You
funny to me right
cannot
now.
say, Moshi, you cannot say that its own essence necessitates its existence. You are defining it as something that exists. You cannot define things as existing. That is silly. All right.
No, I'm not.
What
I'm
fact
saying
of the matter makes it the case that this thing you're referring to must exist?
because here's what you go down this rabbit hole where if you
Because
say that
why?
there's contingent, I'm explaining it to you. Just let's listen.
Now you're going
Actually,
back
listen.
to contingent things, and
No,
you
no,
just
no.
said that you don't need contingent things
I'm
in order for
answering
something to be
your question.
necessary.
I'm trying to
How is
answer your
something
question.
necessary in and of itself?
I'm literally trying to answer your question of how. Wait, your
How
question
is something necessary in and of itself?
you just changed the question, but it's okay. Something can be
No, I
necessary.
didn't.
Yes, you did, but it's okay. Something that's necessary in of itself is just something in which it needs no other for its existence. It doesn't need no other for or its own essence necessitates its existence. So what I'm trying to get
So
to,
what
King,
you mean? No,
because
hold on.
I'm
So
trying.
wait a
trying to
minute,
answer your
Moshi,
question about the first
stop,
one.
dude. This is so fucking juvenile. So a
Why
thing which
why are you swearing? Wait, I'm not allowed to use the word yapping.
Moshi,
You're allowed to swear. That's very funny.
this is so embarrassing.
Wait, but why are you allowed to swear if I
let's stop.
Server's a joke, bro. You guys are a joke.
Let's stop pretending, right? Let's stop just using euphemisms. You're referring to
Such a
God. This
joke.
is what you're trying to argue for, obviously, because you joined this particular room. So let's say that God doesn't need anything else to exist, right? He just exists. Okay. Could it be the case that he didn't exist?
Sorry?
Could it have been the case that he didn't exist?
No, it's a necessary existence.
Okay, so now you're just arguing in a circle, right? God
No,
has
I'm
a
not.
necessary
I'm
existence.
You're
God
so,
has
it's so funny to me. Bro,
Moshi, this is so fucking embarrassing. God has a necessary existence because he couldn't have not existed, and he couldn't have not existed because he has a necessary existence. That's just tautologically meaningless.
You're strawmanning me. I'm not saying that is my argument to prove God's existence by just saying that there's a definition of something that necessarily has to exist. That's not at all what I was saying.
You're just defining God as something that exists.
No, not at all. Anyone with half a brain
God
that was listening to the
definitionally exists,
conversation would
therefore God
know
exists.
that's not what I was saying. What I'm saying is this: if you do say that there is conditional statements that lead up to a necessary statement, let's just say, then what you're saying is then everything else is necessary, which is absolutely the case. And I'm saying, great, I'm okay with that. Let's fall under the modal collapse and say that everything is necessary through it, and there's an ontological hierarchy. Then there is something that exists where we derived its existence not by its definition, but from the conditional statements. That's what I'm saying. We've derived its existence from the premise in which you brought up, which is you exist, not by its definition. It's okay, bro. So the next part is you can download Muslim Pro on the App Store, and then if you want help with the Shahada, you can let me know. Okay, brother. Okay, I have to I have to go now. Let's go talking to you guys. Okay, bye.
Hey, thanks for joining us.
That was an utterly ridiculous argument.
I detected faint notes of Darth Dawkins' script in there.
Yeah, no, and now he's got all his Muslim cronies in the chat, just memeing on us instead of actually attacking this is just fantastically juvenile, because when he says that God is necessary, right, he's equivocating two different definitions, and I knew he was going to do that. On one hand, he's saying God is necessary because nothing else could exist without God, right? That's conditional necessity. So if there was ever a state of affairs wherein God was the only thing that existed, then in that state of affairs he wasn't necessary. But then Moshe makes the equivocation that necessity doesn't just refer to a conditional relationship between particulars, but rather that this being exists because it must, because it couldn't have been otherwise. And the only way to argue that is that it would be a logical contradiction for this thing not to exist, which would mean that existence is an essential property of this thing. Existence isn't a fucking property. So you could say, in the state of affairs where only God exists, why? Why does he exist as opposed to not existing? And this would just be a brute fact. It would just be random. There's nothing making it the case that God has to exist, unless, again, you want to go Moshe's dishonest route and say that God exists because he exists by definition, which is obviously manifestly absurd. But then you have the other problem of all these characteristics of God, all these properties that God possesses are just random. They just are that way. It's just a brute contingency.
Yeah, the
and
short
so it's
answer
not
is
actually necessary.
the short answer to contingency arguments is that there's no logical contradiction in the idea that brute facts could exist. So logical contingency arguments don't work.
Yeah, and it's like he states about how God is necessary as if it's a fact, but to me that's just an assumption. It's a presupposition there. So
he did convince me of one necessary thing, and that is that he needs to talk, because he was literally only waiting to talk, and when he was finished talking, he just dropped off. He didn't even have the decency to say goodbye to people, and so.
No, like I started out our conversation by pointing by pointing to the direct equivocation that theists make with this argument. So he was deliberately doing that. He was on one hand arguing that a thing can be necessary insofar as some other thing is dependent on its existence. But in a state of affairs where only one thing exists, it's not coherent to call it necessary. It just is the case that this thing exists. There's no fact of the matter making it exist. It just does.
I love how you rephrased the question over and over again, and then he said it's a different question.
I thought it was good that you were trying to help steer him away from making an error and give him a chance to think about it first. That was good constructive dialogue, in my opinion.
Randolph in jail. You guys know.
Well,
how to
I mean,
pull
he's
people up here, right?
Moshe is a YouTuber, and so he was obviously just trying to placate to an audience, and he wasn't interested in a real conversation.
What was that, Taco?
That is what I learned from this. That is literally what I said.
I do have to head out now. You can continue doing this if you want. Ping Flaxy if you need anything, but I do have to head out. You guys both know how to pull people up onto stage, right? How to invite people.
We do.
Yeah. Okay. I'll probably let JL Warren decide who goes up next while I kind of keep recording things. Thank you, Taco,
if you need anything,
for organizing all of this.
No problem. If you need anything, there's mods in the audience, and if you can't get a hold of them that way, just ping somebody and they'll help you. Have fun.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Taco.
Thanks,
in
Taco.
case any other thank you, Taco. In case any other theists are thinking that they can adopt a contingency argument, the only people I've really heard make this argument seriously are Calvinist necessitarians from the Christian camp. I haven't really heard it from Muslims before. Because the Calvinists, and that happen to be necessitarians, they're fine with the logical consequence of contingency arguments being modal collapse, and they're fine with literally everything being necessary, and no one has any choice in anything, and so on. They kind of like just accept the double predestination thing or whatever as okay. But most Christians wouldn't be able to accept that argument for God, because it essentially abolishes the reason for Jesus being on the cross and people making a choice, and all of that stuff would be meaningless if God just like has preordained literally everything.
One thing that gets me is that, if this entity exists in the way it's described and possesses the properties that people that the believers say that it possesses, then this entity would be fully aware of these arguments ahead of the fact, ahead of creation. It would understand that these are the conclusions it would be coming to, and it would understand the finer nuances of I guess, like modal ontologic arguments, stuff like that. So you think it would be able to convey itself or communicate itself in a way that we wouldn't run into these problems, that all of these little things that we could point out that essentially knock it down or make it irrational to try and justify these things, it would be aware of this and would indicate it could communicate in a way that it would be effective and efficient and would get it across the board with no complication. But apparently it did not have the foresight to do that. So very weird. Let's see. We got 4 people in the chat, 4 requests to speak. We got, I don't know who has been in the chat the longest.
So I sent you a private message in our group chat, if that's helpful.
I think that might be. I'm operating between multiple devices here. Okay, gotcha. Yep. All right. So let's go with Anwar. Anwar, you're coming up.
Hello, Anwar. How are you? And thank you for joining us.
Oh, thanks. So, King Xers, whatever your name is.
His name is King Xerxes.
Okay. So you accused like Moshe of making a ontological argument, because his argument did not have anything to do with like defining things into existence. He did not define God as necessary. He proved God to be necessary, and then you asked him what makes God necessary. He already proved that by proving that things are contingent, that they depend on something that is necessary. So, can you maybe respond to the argument instead of asking, you cannot define God into existence, existence is not a problem, because that does not have anything to do with the argument.
So once again, you manifestly fail to understand the problem. Moshe was equivocating between two definitions of existence. On one hand, he's arguing that because other things exist, they are contingent upon something which would be necessary to the condition of those other things. Like, let me provide you an example.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
Let me provide you an example, and maybe this will help you understand a little bit better. If I'm playing a game of dice and I make a wager that I'll roll a 7, the condition of winning my bet is that I roll a 7. It's necessary to roll a 7 to win my bet, right? But the fact that I rolled a 7 is random. It could have been otherwise. So necessity and randomosity are not mutually exclusive. But that is what Moshe was attempting to argue, is that because things are contingent upon God, that means God must have existed always. That doesn't follow.
That's not what he said. You need to listen.
What
he proved is that all contingent things are contingent upon something that cannot be contingent, because otherwise it would be a part of all contingent things. He has proven that there is something that is not contingent. So your question is not even touching the argument. It is just strawmanning the argument.
And Anwar, he didn't prove it and he didn't demonstrate it.
Well,
all he did was Anwar. He didn't prove it, and he didn't demonstrate it.
Anwar, on something that cannot be contingent.
Anwar, he didn't prove it.
Instead of just repeating my name, just respond to what I say.
I'm trying to. You keep interrupting me.
Okay, go on.
He didn't
this
prove it.
is why I don't interact with Muslims. They're not.
He didn't prove it.
You get destroyed by them every time they join the state.
Anwar, he didn't prove it. He didn't demonstrate it. It's essentially a thought experiment. Okay, it's a hypothetical, and he can't prove it. He cannot demonstrate it. All right, he just defined something as a particular way that cannot be proven nor disproven.
But what we can say,
Anwar, but what we can say,
you're his argument with a ontological argument.
Anwar, I'm going to move you to the audience if you don't stop interrupting.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So, but what we can say is this. If you want to go down to the real brass tacks of it, I'll invoke a little TJump here, because this is where TJump would jump into it. So when you talk about like that which is necessary, the quantum field, it is there. It has always been there. It will always be there.
Okay, that is
brass tacks. That's where everything comes from. The quantum field.
Can I respond to that? So TJump is wrong there, because the quantum field is changing every time. Whatever is changing is mutable. Whatever is mutable cannot be necessary. Therefore, it is contingent, and therefore
it's not contingent. We know it. We know it is not contingent.
Everything that is mutable is not necessary. Because that would mean that
Anwar,
all of
it's hilarious that you're making this argument. You believe that the necessary existence is a conscious thinking mind, right? Thoughts are non-quiescent. A conscious mind is constantly mutable. It's constantly changing.
Did I say that?
Anwar, was there ever a state of affairs wherein your God existed and the universe didn't?
No. You're now switching the topic. Were we talking about whether a necessary existence does exist, or are we talking about whether this?
Listening.
Yeah, she just came up here to rant.
This is the problem. If God is a conscious thinking agent, then he is perpetually changing. If God is a conscious thinking agent, then he is perpetually changing. Not only that, but he would have changed between two states of affairs: a state of affairs where he wasn't creating the universe, to a state of affairs where he was creating a universe. Furthermore, the necessity of God, according to Moshe's argument, would be contingent on other things existing. But according to most conventional theists, particularly Muslims, there was a state of affairs wherein only God existed. He was by himself. Nothing else existed to be contingent upon him. And so in that state of affairs, he wasn't necessary. But Moshe wanted to insist that he was necessary within that state of affairs. And the only way that he can do that is to just define God as something that exists. So to say that God doesn't exist is to just make the logical contradiction of saying that something which exists doesn't exist. right? That's silly, right? Like, so a circle is defined as a shape which is round. So to say that a circle is not round would be to say that something round is not round. That's a logical contradiction. And the only way you can apply that to God is say that God is something that exists. So therefore, to say God doesn't exist is to say that something doesn't exist, or say something that exists doesn't exist. Just defining God into existence. That's all you're doing, and that's silly. And it's juvenile, and it's not impressive. And the people that think this argument is convincing have already pre-concluded that a God exists, and so they clearly don't see the problems with this. Furthermore, as far as like everything being contingent upon God, that in and of itself is incoherent because there are facts about our reality that wouldn't be contingent upon God, such as the laws of logic, because God himself would be an object which exists. He can't exist and not exist simultaneously. He is himself, so on and so forth. So this fundamental axiom that's prescriptive to human thoughts would apply just as equally to God. And so God would be contingent on that to be sensical, right? God would be contingent on the randomness of his existence, right? There's no reason why it had to be the case that God existed. He just did. It's just a brute fact. It's not necessary. There's no reason why it couldn't have been otherwise. There's no reason why his nature, properties, and characteristics couldn't have been otherwise. There's no reason why he couldn't have had an ineffective will as opposed to an effective will. Clearly, he didn't make the choice to have an effective will because that would have required an effective will. These are just random facts, and they're not necessary by any idea of ontological necessity. So if Moshe's argument is just that God is necessary because other things exist, then he would have to admit that God wasn't necessary prior to that, which he's not willing to do, and that was the point I was making. So he's not arguing honestly, and neither was Anwar.
Yeah, and Anwar, like, it is normal in these conversations. There will be some interruptions, but it was constant interruption, and that's why we just had to end it, because it was impossible to have a conversation. Which should bring us on to the next person. Who would you like to select, JL Warren?
Let's go with Mr. Straight, because he been waiting for a second and messages me that he can prove God. So I guess some deals, but let's see what he has to say.
Hello, Mr. Straight. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, what's up? I would like to try and prove God, but I cannot. Yeah, but to try and use, I want to try and use physics to prove God. Officially, Newton mechanics and Coulomb mechanics. But I will need to have a screen share to do this. Well, like I need to use some. I want to show that like the gravitational force and the electric force are almost the same.
Okay, so unfortunately, screenshots are not supported on Discord stages. It's just not an option. If you have a link that you would like to share in the live chat, I can make sure that gets relayed to the YouTube live chat for you, and then you may have access to those diagrams. That'd be fine. But we would also like to try to keep this kind of brief as well. So try to
I can just try and say it without writing it down. So, as I think everybody knows, there's four natural forces in the universe, like gravitational force, electromagnetic force, and two other forces, nuclear and strong nuclear force and weak nuclear force. But I don't know those, so I want to talk only about like gravitational and electromagnetic. So, for some reason, the gravitational force and the electromagnetic force are proportional in the same way, like they're proportional in the same way to the distance, to the mass, like for the electric force to be the charge. So it's two different forces which are almost the exact same. And I think it's not like a proof, but it is a reason to see like the universe did have a creator in some sort of way.
It's also possible that it's explained by the fact that those forces are related to each other since they're quantum fields, right? So if they're both quantum fields, right, then they may be related to each other in a way which explains that they have some correlations. Like a lot of physics phenomena are postulated to be symmetrical, to work both ways, and it's not easy to test those things sometimes. It's just in the conceptual space. But this is not like I've never heard someone make this particular like argument. Is this like supposed to be like a fine-tuning argument?
If I don't know what is a fine-tuning argument. But it's supposed to just show that that who created the universe.
Are you saying, so straight, are you basically saying that if the universe were any other way, life could not exist?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say that there's two forces in the natural universe which are almost the exact same. And I think it shows that the universe had some thought before it was like it shows for a reason of a creator. I believe that the creator, if there is a creator, he will show his creation not only like in religion but in his creation as well.
Let me ask you something. Are you studying physics?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you like a physicist? Like what level of
I'm still 17, man.
Okay. So have you ever heard of Dunning-Kruger?
No.
Okay. So Dunning-Kruger basically says that look at how confident people are versus how qualified they actually seem by objective standards based on how much they've learned so far. People who've learned a tiny bit get very excited and very confident very quickly. Their level of confidence goes up really fast until they actually start learning more about the subject and studying it. And then they realize it's way more complicated than they thought. And their conclusions that they drew as an amateur are mostly bupkis. And they become much more humble. They diligently study the thing for a year or so. And then they come back with like a moderate level of confidence that they're starting to know a little bit about something as complicated as physics. But it's possible that you, in your 17-year-old first looking into the subject, found the secret that the other physicists just refused to admit as evidence. But my guess is you probably should study physics if you want to make claims like that physics proves that God exists.
So I get what you're saying. It is true. Like people who are not educated enough can make some sort of assumptions. But I'm learning physics for 3 years, almost 3 years, and this point is not the point that it's not my point. It's the point that my physics teacher told me.
You mean high school physics?
Yeah, I'm still 17, so that's the only thing I can learn. That's the reason why I'm talking about Newton.
There's AP. There's AP, which is like pre-college stuff, right? So you could be doing some college physics or whatever. I am not a physicist. I'm not claiming to be one, but I do work in a field with a lot of like AI and physics people that are outside of my own discipline. I wouldn't make a claim like two forces being similar is evidence that God exists without studying it.
But it's not similar. Like it's taking it and putting it in the smallest category you can make it. They're the same. They're almost the same, proportional to the distance, to the mass, to the charge. So it's
and you have no argument. You have no argument other than saying that they're similar. So you have a premise, and then you have a conclusion. You're not making a valid inference based on any expertise in the field about why that would suggest that God exists.
Well, why would it suggest that God exists? That's what you want me to say?
I assume that was your claim initially, right? You said that this is some evidence.
It doesn't prove. Yeah, it doesn't prove God's existence.
I'm not saying proof. When I say evidence, it could just be like, oh, it suggests it, right? So like we have both.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, it suggests God's existence. Like as I said, I think that God didn't only show himself in like the Old Testament, but he showed himself in his creation as well.
Right. And a physicist might say that's evidence of symmetry or something, depending on how the forces seem to be related.
Man, those are two different forces. We're talking about like it is the gravitational force and the electromagnetic force. There is no. It's like a human and I don't know bacteria. Like you might. I don't know. I don't have a good example, but they don't have any connection between them. There's no connection.
That's your claim. That's your claim.
I'm curious how you're jumping the gap from the four fundamental forces of the universe to God.
Yeah.
How are you doing? How are you doing that straight?
I said
I want to add on to that because you have forces and then you go from there. You go straight to creation, which implies intent. And the force doesn't have any intent.
I think
I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
So look, I think if you were going to make like some really weak, like Bayesian kind of claim, oh, this slightly increases probability, because I just don't have an explanation for why that would be other than a creator. which somehow you've ruled out all the other possible explanations, which I gave.
No. I'm not ruling them out. I'm not ruling them out. You can't
seem
say
to think that you can evaluate their likelihood as less than the likelihood that your religious belief is true, right?
I came with the assumption that all of you already know like the Old Testament and heard about all of the prophecies. Like I don't want to repeat something that already has been said. I think that's a new thing that you didn't hear, so I came out with this. I can go to prophets, but I don't think
the fact that I haven't heard this one in all the fine-tuning arguments that I've heard before isn't evidence that it's a good fine-tuning argument. It's an evidence that it's a beginner. Physics? I don't study physics. I told you.
So how can you learn this?
No, what I said is that I talk to theists all the time and make fine-tuning arguments. Okay, people like yourself who have heard a little physics and think that they can use it to prove God.
Man, it's not little physics. I'm learning for 3 years now. Right now, physics. I know all these new things.
I studied high school physics. That's not real physics. Like you have to go to college.
Yeah, of course. I'm not saying that.
Mr. Straight. We can ask one simple question. You're studying physics as well. It should be. So I can ask you this question: Are the laws of physics arbitrary?
What does it mean arbitrary?
Ultimately, are the laws of physics completely and totally arbitrary? Do they not matter?
Well, of course they matter.
Okay, so the laws. So one of the earliest things you'll is that the laws of physics are not arbitrary. Okay, they describe the reality that we live in, and we utilize these laws in order to make novel, testable predictions about reality in and of itself that enable us to understand the reality that we live in and to better operate within it. So just like the laws of thermodynamics, the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, and of course, the laws of physics. So these are important. Okay, that's why they're laws. All right. So the laws of physics are not arbitrary. If your God exists, then they are completely and totally arbitrary.
Okay.
Because your God can violate them at any time that it wants.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I get it.
How do you reconcile these two lines of thought?
I don't get how it's unproved. No.
I'm asking you how you reconcile these two lines of thought.
How I reconcile these two kinds of thoughts?
Yeah, these are two contradictory states. Physics will tell you, because physics does not lead to God. In fact, physics does pretty much everything necessary to eliminate God from the possibility.
No, I'm pretty sure it does.
No, it doesn't, because very, very basically, the laws of physics are not arbitrary by any stretch of the imagination. Okay? But if God exists, they are arbitrary because God can violate them at any moment it wishes.
Well, yeah, and it did it, but if you believe in the Old Testament, you must believe he did it, but
then, but of course, we can't hold them to be non-arbitrary if God exists.
But of course, as a human, you're going to think that the laws of the universe are arbitrary. Like you cannot. There's nothing in the unknown universe, and I'm pretty sure that there's nothing in the unknown universes that can.
Mr. Straight, I don't think you're following. I don't think you're following where I'm going.
I'm following what you're saying, but I'm following what you're saying. But why my point is that as a human, you must say that the laws of physics are arbitrary, but if you're God, for example, it's not arbitrary. So it's all kind of a perspective thing.
No, they're so essentially you're basically saying that. So the question is this: it's how you're looking at your God is where I'm going with this. Okay, so God is in its own category. Humans are in their own category, but the laws of physics are not arbitrary. Okay, so they're not. Because reality wouldn't function the way it functions if the laws of physics were arbitrary. But you're saying that they are not arbitrary to us, but they are completely arbitrary to God. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if they're completely arbitrary to God, then God can do whatever it wants at any time, but that would result in breaks in reality. Because the laws of physics have to function the way they function, otherwise reality doesn't function the way we observe it.
Well,
this is a logical entailment. So if they're arbitrary to God, God can do whatever it wants. Then this goes to either the existence of this entity or the nature of this entity. Because if God is breaking the laws of reality but then hiding it, that means God is being purposely deceptive.
Who said that God is breaking the laws of physics? He did
No, it's saying that God can do it.
Yeah, but
that's the problem. But the way we understand reality,
able to do something.
But Mr. Straight, the way we understand reality, the way the evidence susses out, is that these laws cannot be broken. But you're saying that you're saying that God can break them, which means they're arbitrary.
GL, I get what you're saying.
Right.
I what I'm saying.
Okay.
It is what I'm trying to say. It is from. I don't want to repeat the same with the perspective of human, but if you assume there is a creator to the universe who created those laws of physics,
why would I assume
how
that?
can you? Okay, well, that's another topic. But I'm saying
no. That's the heart of the topic. Why would I start with that assumption? Why would I not just follow the evidence to a conclusion? Because I don't want to bias my conclusion to something I've already prestated. So why would I assume that there's a creator when there is no evidence to suggest creation?
Well, I just provided one reasoning to show like there is some. I just provided some sort of an evidence. I would call it evidence to show that the universe was created by a creator. Like there was a thought in mind to the creation of the universe.
So you can demonstrate that you can demonstrate that there was a thought at the beginning that started everything.
Do you get what I mean when I say thought? When I say thought, I mean
I think somebody, I think I do, but
somebody planned like.
Okay, so where's the evidence to support this?
Well, I gave one about like the electromagnetic force and the gravitational.
But there's no way we can demonstrate that was a god and not just a result of natural process.
You can say it happened by chance, like. What do you mean it happened by natural process? It is the natural forces. You cannot say that the natural process is created by the natural process. The laws of the universe are the natural process. You cannot say they were created by themselves. It is a logical fallacy.
When you said that they're completely different and there's no reason to expect any similarity between them, were you being serious?
No, of course. If I said it, I was wrong. I meant. I meant. I want to take my words back if I said it. What I meant is that those two laws, they do seem like they don't have any connection between them. Like they are two different forces, right? This is the electromagnetic force, and this is the gravitational force.
So there's a couple reasons to expect some connection between them, right? So they're both like force carrying. They both act within the boundaries of the speed of light, right? They both
say about anything in the universe, like
they're both transmitting waves, right? Which can be transverse. Like there's lots of similarities in how they work. The difference between them is they operate on different particles, right? So electromagnetic forces operate mostly on electromagnetically charged atoms. And they're much stronger and operate with shorter
distances. Man, every atom is electromagnetically charged. You understand that every atom has a nucleus, and in every nucleus there is a proton, and every proton is electromagnetically charged.
Yeah, did you hear what I said? That the electromagnetic force acts most strongly on certain types of atoms over shorter distances. And we observed that gravity operates much more weakly over longer distances. But they both operate within the bounds of the speed of light in conveying force. They both they're both conveying transverse waves. So there's lots of similarities between them. But you just posited.
Man, can you repeat the same thing? No, I'm not saying that there is no connection to them. Maybe if you have a doctorate in physics and you know quantum.
I'm not claiming that. I literally just Googled.
I get
what the heck you were talking about. And there's lots of similarities between what they do, what limits they obey.
Yeah, there is similarities between them. That's my argument. There is so much similarity between them. They have the same proportional between the distance. They have the same proportional to the mass or charge. And like the only difference is that the force of Coulomb have K in the beginning, and the gravitational force and have G in the beginning.
Okay. Do you understand like the general sort of term fluid dynamics?
Fluid dynamics? No, I don't know fluid dynamics.
Okay. So like I said, I'm not a physicist, but I use physics all the time in simulations. I mostly do simulation.
Yeah, I don't know fluid dynamics, so.
Okay, when we simulate things like fluids, propagating in some medium like air or liquid or whatever, right? Like we observe that they dissipate over space, like they spread out, they dissolve, they titrate into other solutions, etc. Right? Now, the type of thing dissipating doesn't really matter that much to the mathematics of how they dissipate, because they're going to dissipate in a similar way because of what dissipation is, right? It's something that's vibrating and moving in some direction, so it's going to spread apart. The further it goes, the farther apart the things go. Mathematically speaking, you can just graph this. It doesn't depend on like the kind of thing. You could do dissipation algorithms mathematically to simulate it, which we do, and we call it fluid dynamic simulation. Right? So a bunch of mathematical abstractions can observe similar behavior over different kinds of substrates, because the concept of what dissipation is similar mathematically. So why would we expect that when transverse waves propagate from some source to convey energy within the speed of light, that they would have totally different mathematics? Why would you expect them to be different?
I didn't say you would expect them to be different. You would. I do think that. No,
you literally said that the evidence that they're similar is evidence for God.
No, I didn't say that.
An example
I didn't
of how
say
the properties are similar.
Nine.
Why would they be different?
Nine. I didn't say they're similar. I said they're almost the exact same thing. The proportional between the distance and the proportional between the mass and charge are the exact same thing. It is the same proportional. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're similar. I'm saying they're almost the exact same thing. The only reason they're not the exact same thing is the distance that the force works on.
Exactly.
But again, this. If you calculate the force, it is almost the exact same thing.
You made the claim earlier that they're so different that this is evidence for God, and yet we find that they operate in very similar ways. And so
no, I didn't say they're different. I didn't say they're proportionally different. I said they are. You wouldn't think there's such big similarity between them, that are almost the exact same thing, and there's no reason to think that the electromagnetic charge and the gravitational force are so similar.
It's almost like waves of different kinds have similar properties.
Waves.
Amazing.
Waves.
Mr. Straight,
I get what you're saying, but
Mr. Straight, there's a question from my live chat. One of the people in my live chat wants to know: is light a particle or a wave?
Both.
Yeah.
Oh, depends on how you measure it.
X jumped it. I was wanted to see if Mr. Straight.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That was a question from my live chat. Just checking.
Like I said, I am not a physicist, but if I can in 5 minutes, or 5 seconds, look up the claim that you made and be like scratching my head, like, what are you talking about?
Wait. So
you should keep studying physics. You're on the right track. I hope you keep studying physics. It will probably lead you down a very fruitful.
Of course I will. I will never stop. But I want to try and respond to what you said.
Yeah.
So you said that both of them work by waves, right? Gravitational waves or magnetic waves. That's true. Both of them work by waves, but still, it doesn't. Why saying that? Okay, both of them work both of them work by waves. How is it a connection to how you should think by this, that both of them are similar? You can say because both of them work by waves, so both of them are going to have infinite amount of radius, because like gravitational forces, the gravitational force, like the distance it can walk on is at least now it looks like it's endless, like it can walk by infinity.
It's so weak at a long distance though that it's not measurable.
It is not. No, it's not the reason why the gravitational force is weak.
I didn't say it's the reason. I just said that it, like when you say it operates infinitely, like in a sense, but like I don't know. Look, physics is interesting. We'd love to hear like a good physics argument for like fine tuning or something. I've heard them before. Maybe this could become one of them, but you probably need to study more physics to back it up.
I can back it up. I don't see why saying that they both waves is the reason to say that both of them are similar. Okay, yeah, there's other things that work by waves.
I would expect waves propagating through space to dissipate at some similar mathematical function. Just differently because of what wavelength or type of interaction they have with the substrate that they're in, which could be dark matter or the universe or whatever. But the different quantum fields as we know them in physics
propagate
similarly, but with just different values for their propagation.
why? So now I'm going to ask you why. Okay, let's say you answer the question about the distance, but what about the like mass distance? Because it's not only by distance the same; it's also by mass or charge the same. It is proportional by mass in the same way that the electromagnetic force is proportional by charge.
Yeah.
Like if you would look at the equation, like search the gravitational equation, the electromagnetic.
I guess I just have the opposite intuition from what you do, right? So
But this is because you heard my argument. Because now what you're doing right now is.
I'm just saying, as an engineer, like I am not a real scientist. I'm a computer scientist. Okay, but
it is
when I simulate things like real science and I work with real scientists, right? I don't look at these descriptions of physics and be like, wow, that's evidence that someone made it exactly that way. What I see is things in physical space propagate with math that is similar through that space. And I would expect that just conceptually because of what it means to propagate something through space. And I gave the fluid dynamics analogy because that's what I'm more thought maybe you'd be familiar with that. I'm not saying it's exactly analogous.
No, I do know a little bit of fluid because I learn robotics as well. But
whatever intuition you have about this, that it's compelling
it is not.
to you,
I didn't have any intuition. I didn't have any intuition on this subject. And again,
I think you do because I literally just draw the opposite conclusion.
Man, I was
from the same facts, and I gave reasons.
2 months ago, I was atheistic. Like I became believing in God. I believe in God for something like 2 months.
Is it because of this?
Not, no.
Okay, so tell us the reason why you actually believe, and let's just skip this part because this doesn't.
Love to hear that.
The reason why I believe is mostly prophecies. That's the most.
Are you familiar with the track record of debunking prophecies?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what
I didn't use them?
Okay. Do you know what the words ex eventu mean?
Ex eventu? No, I don't.
It means after or before the fact, basically. So when someone says, "Oh, the Book of Daniel predicts Jesus is coming," and the Book of Daniel predicts it 600 years before the book is discovered or whatever, right? Because Daniel is a character who's written in a story from 600 years before the book appears, right? This is only believable to people who don't know anything about the history of the book, right? If you look into it, you find out that literally every critical historian or biblical scholar who studied it concludes that the book of Daniel was written at the time that it was discovered about the events which had just occurred in the last few years before it was written, because it's perfectly accurate at describing that exact time period, and then totally inaccurate about everything after, and completely fuzzy and vague and gets a lot of things wrong about anything a long time ago that it claims happened in the time of the author who lived 600 years before these events happened. It's a fake prophecy, right? If you look into biblical prophecies and you investigate them with the slightest biblical scholarship, they're a joke, right? So I would really encourage you, if you want to study physics, keep going, you're on the right track. But if you want to study the Bible, study academic biblical criticism, the people who take a scientific approach to the Bible. And you will find the prophecies are a joke.
And I'll just throw out there, Mr. Straight, because we got to move on. We'll try to get one more person in before we start closing it down.
Okay.
One of the big things about it is that if you believe in the God that has the attribute of like omniscience, of like all knowing, then eventually once you get further along in physics and you begin to realize that you're going to run into a big, huge issue with that this property of God being all knowing or omniscient would violate the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, which then would imply a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics, and then which in turn would result in serious empirical effects in our reality if this being existed in our reality and or interacted with it. So that's a conversation for another time, but there are empirical, by stating that this entity exists, there are empirical entailments that result from the state of this entity. So once you get further into it, you like Ix was saying, that you start really studying and you get deeper into this, you realize that there are bigger issues at play once you start saying that this thing exists. So Eventually you'll get there, but something serious to look into. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thanks, bud.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah. Good day. So I sent you a link about academic biblical criticism, and my other thing I would look into if you're believing that these books are somehow very accurate and give this like amazing predictive information, just look into historicity. Because if you look at the historicity of the Old Testament especially, it claims that an exodus of somewhere between 500,000 or several million Jews happened, which would have been like somewhere between like a fifth to a third of the population of Egypt at the time. And yet no physical evidence can show that that happened. And it claims that they conquered cities, which physical evidence shows were conquered hundreds of years before by other people or collapsed. It claims that the people of Israel settled there from Egypt when we have settlements excavated for the thousands of years in question, and none of the claimed dates that the Exodus was supposed to have occurred have any rise in the Jewish settler population. In fact, they show a drop in the Jewish settler population during those periods. So that's not an absence of evidence that like, oh, we're going to find the evidence the Bible is true someday. That's a preponderance of evidence that it's indefensible from the archaeological record perspective to say that the Exodus occurred. It makes the whole book a lie.
Okay, I get what you're saying. It wasn't the evidence it wasn't the prophet that got me convinced. I can give you an example of a prophet that got me convinced.
Like I said, we do have to move on. That respect.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Take what he said and do it.
I'm just trying to give you some
I consider it. Yeah,
I figure you're going to do research. I'm just giving you some places.
Yeah, I will do it, of course. Yeah,
thank you, Dave.
Good talking.
All right, and somebody sent me a message real quick. Somebody sent me a message said, hang on a second. So it said, science is provisional. If laws of physics don't come from God, then where do they come from in your worldview? So the laws of physics are not prescriptive. They are descriptive of the universe. So it's not that they come from somewhere. We have devised them to describe what we are observing. So they're not prescriptive. They're descriptive. That's the first mistake you're making. And while science in itself, when you say that it's provisional, the problem with stating that all of science is provisional, science is, like anything that we state scientifically, is we can improve upon it, but that doesn't make it arbitrary. Okay, it means the science provides the best explanation we have for what we currently observe. Now, just because we can refine it in the future doesn't mean that it's wrong now, because we just assume that we don't have all the information because we're intellectually honest, and we assume that we don't have all the information and it could improve in the future, that we could get more data and more evidence that improves the models that we utilize. We will never ever assume that we have the absolute 100% correct model to describe anything. Now, that precludes the possibility that maybe we do. We could have the absolute best understanding that we will ever have, and it will never get any better, and this is it, and we fully explain it, but we'll never assume that we do. So when you say the science is provisional, it's not a weakness, it's actually a strength. It just means that you don't really understand science. So I'll just go on from there. I just wanted to address that real quick. And let's see who is... so go ahead, Peter, what were you saying?
Yeah, there's a guy, Abu Amir at Tunsi, who's the guy who's in the audience, the yellow guy in the avatar. He claims that he can demonstrate hell. I'd be really curious if we can pull him up.
He can demonstrate hell and how it doesn't violate the first law of thermodynamics. I'm very curious about this one.
Yes.
He can demonstrate hell and how it doesn't violate the law of conservation of energy. I'm very curious about this one.
He claims that he knows that hell exists, and then I told him, if that's the case, then you will be able to demonstrate that it exists, and he said yes. So I'm really curious.
Cool. So we're getting short on time, so let's go ahead and make this. I apologize to anybody we're not able to get to today, just because we're trying to keep it tight. But let's go ahead and hear this. I'm very curious myself. Abu.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello.
What you got for us today?
First of all, I say to everyone, hello, good evening. I got things to talk about. One of them is the thing I told Peter. I will prove hell exists, okay? And most important, I will talk about natural dissipation, okay?
Let's stick to the part where you said you could demonstrate hell exists. How are you going to demonstrate that?
It's more important. It's natural disposition.
No. You asked me to have you pulled up because that is what you wanted to do.
Okay.
I asked JL to pull you up.
It's easy. Okay, but listen. Do not interrupt me until I finish. I know you're gonna interrupt me, and then. Okay. Bismillah. Basically.
Yeah, I figured as much. Because that's pretty much what the Muslims got, and I hate to use that as like that, but that's what we run into a lot. And
it is a problem.
The whole point is to try and disrupt the stream and get things. Luckily, my live streams are not monetized, so I don't have to worry about it. But this is what they do. So
I just assumed that wasn't even a Muslim, but wow, that would be pretty shameful if a Muslim actually did that.
Oh, yeah, it's true. I did kind of jump to the conclusion. It's just that all the experience I've had on these stages is that it's Muslims who do that. So
you could be right. I just haven't had a lot of experience with them yet.
I just missed that. That was a really quick call. They were just trying to make trouble.
Pretty much. It's pretty much just trying to disrupt the stream because they know that we're live streaming, and so the objective is to try and get us in trouble on live streams or like that. And no, it's actually Anwar. I know that you're running your mouth in the live chat. And no, this is not the first time I've ever encountered that. That happened a long time ago when the Muslim delivered their first death threat against me on live. So, I'm used to this kind of stuff.
How many have you had?
So far, I've had 3 death threats. Three death threats and three death threats and 1 doxing.
Oh, okay, I've had about a half a dozen doxing attempts. All have failed, and I've lost count of how many death threats I've had over the years.
Yeah. So, I hear death threats here on the stages. So, of the stages I've done, I've gotten like I think I'm up to 3 death threats and 1 live doxing, but they doxed me with old information. So I laughed at that. It was funny. I think we can get one more person in before we run out of time. Let me see real quick. Someone who's been waiting for a second.
I've only been doxed once, and apparently I am an older college professor with probably a couple of PhDs. So,
hey,
congratulations! I'm glad I was doxed. I'm glad I was doxed.
Do you want to bring Fluzzy up next?
Yeah, let's bring up Fluzzy real quick because Fluzzy's been waiting for a minute.
Hello, Fluzzy. Welcome.
Hey guys. I don't really have a whole lot to say. I just wanted to ask what's how do I ask? What's the best source that you guys would recommend for studying up arguments against the cosmological argument from Aquinas?
So, there's a website called religions.wiki, which is specifically kind of like a debate prep wiki that was originally created by Matt Dillahunty and worked on by tons of atheists to expand on it. There's lots of other sites, but that is just literally just all condensed argument prep for debates.
Yeah, that's a very good one. The other one that I would add to that would give you additional insight would be rationalwiki.org.
Okay.
Yeah. Rational Wiki can be snarky and fun to read, which makes it seem a little sus, but it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I would suggest read up on Sean Carroll, because according to Sean Carroll, the universe didn't start to exist, so that already takes out one of the premises of the Kalam.
I lean toward Sean Carroll's point there.
Okay.
Yeah. More and more cosmologists and theoretical physicists are leaning towards that.
Cool.
Thank you, Fluzzy.
Cool.
Thanks,
I hope you find these resources helpful. Shall we try one more?
Yeah, I guess we can try one more.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring up Official Rat.
Hello, Official Rat. How are you?
Hello.
What have you got for us today?
Well, I'm not really big into this kind of argument. You see, I'm pretty new into this whole stuff. I don't really have a dog in a fight. But I was just wondering, do you guys believe in any kind of sense of spirituality or any sort of soul in that kind of sense?
So, because we're atheists, we don't believe in deities, and that entails not believing in other kinds of beings that are dependent on that belief in deities. So if it is the type of soul or a spirit that is dependent on a god or a goddess, then those ones would be out. There are some atheists who do believe in spiritualism and believe in some soul-like concept that is not related to deities in any way. I've only met a few of them over the years. It is pretty rare. I don't believe in any of that stuff, and I think it's pretty safe to assume that everybody else here on the panel probably doesn't as well.
So you believe in just like the material, and that's it, pretty much.
Is there any evidence for or any mechanistic explanation or anything that provides logical testable predictions beyond that?
I don't have any, to be honest. I'm just kind of asking a question, really.
It was just curiosity. Okay.
Yeah, just curiosity. I mean, like, I believe in it. I think there's more to life than just the material, and I think there has to be, to be honest. Just
Why does there have to be?
Yeah.
Why does there have to be?
Yeah.
I mean, just look around you, man. Like, everything sucks.
Well, I mean, that's a state of mind, right? Because my life is amazing.
I'm sure it is.
Well, it is. I mean, I have a successful channel. I have a successful podcast. I'm a filmmaker. I own my own house, my car. I'm happily married for the past near 20 years. I'm financially green.
Color changing beard.
I have a color changing beard, but I mean, I'm just saying that's I can't speak for everybody, but that's my life. So obviously, everything sucks is like arbitrary. It's like it's subjective. So, and I know that there are people out there that have had. I know there are people out there that have had extremely difficult lives, and I won't say for a second. I mean, yeah, my life is great right now. It doesn't mean it couldn't change, and it doesn't mean it wasn't in the past. I've had extremely dark moments. I've been low, but it shifts and it changes. That's essentially what it is. So it's ebbs and flows, peaks and valleys. Whenever you're down, you never think you're going to be up again, and whenever you're up, it's never enough. So this all comes down to just your personal subjective experience and how you internalize that experience.
I mean, it's just so much cool, to believe in a cool esoteric soul. Be cool.
Did you know that you could believe in esoteric things without being a theist or a supernaturalist? I would look up, if you want to get into like esoteric stuff, but not be woo-woo to the extent that you actually believe in the supernatural. Take a look at Alan Moore. Alan Moore on Magic is a great YouTube video. Yeah. You're familiar with him?
I've heard about him once, very briefly.
Awesome. Yeah. So Alan Moore said basically, when he was about 40, he decided he didn't want to do anything as banal and boring and bland as have a midlife crisis. So instead, he embarrassed all of his friends by declaring himself to be a magician. And he ended up discovering that he was one because he realized that art and magic were just the same thing, right? His research into the occult led him to understand, from an artist and a writer's perspective, being a comic book writer, that what the shamans and witch doctors and occultists do is tell stories that are very powerful and very compelling to the human mind, and which can be very valuable to people. Which a lot of writers would say the same thing about their work, that they try to be valuable. They try to have a good impact on people or to provoke their readers, much like a shaman might try to provoke their members of their congregation to help them out of a funk or to help them overcome a great malaise or problem psychologically, right? And what he concluded, and you could watch this video for yourself and see what you think, is that a lot of the terminology that is used in the occult is much better understood to be a metaphorical language that writers use, like a shop talk. So for the lay person who reads the story, it doesn't matter much to the writer whether they literally believe in the story. Like when you read fairy tales to kids, the fairy tales to the kids are real until a certain age where they start to realize they're not. And that's what a lot of religious talk is like when you've been a writer before. Because when you are a writer, you recognize good writing. You're like, man, this is some good shit. I'm going to take some ideas from this. I'm going to stick some characters. I'll make some Neon Genesis Evangelion episodes where I'll use all this religious symbolism and just like mix it in a blender with giant robots and space aliens. It'll be great, right? And that's the kind of value that it has to us. Is it's hugely inspiring to have like stories that are compelling to us. And you can call it spiritual stories, and you can construct a meaning for your life that's very valuable to you. No one's saying it's worthless, right? It's just that when you cross the line where you believe so strongly that you come to conclusions against strong evidence against these beliefs, like people have delusions or schizophrenia or whatever, where they think something that everyone else thinks is crazy, but they're just convinced of it. There's a line you cross from thinking you're a Jedi because you love Star Wars and the Force and the way of the Jedi code or whatever, and like literally thinking that you can levitate and jumping off a building or something, right? So there's a line that we cross with our fiction being valuable and inspiring, and then we take it too seriously on a certain level where we think it's real, and we can hurt ourselves and other people. And that's kind of what Alan Moore says advertising and marketing and all of that does. It's a way of using this kind of power to influence people, but used for evil and profit and selfishness. And it kind of makes people sad and miserable. And no matter how many TV shows you watch, it only just makes you feel worse at the end of the day for some reason, right?
I'm curious. Someone messaged something to me directly, official rat, that may be pertinent to this. So when you make the comment that like everything sucks, okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean that everything is bad or like everything is just negative all the time. It may be that, are you referring to that there is no discernible objective purpose to everything? So that means everything sucks. Is that what you're talking about?
I mean, yeah, I guess, but I do also have another question. Just wondering,
okay. So, but before you jump to it, I mean, because that goes down a line of thought. So, like objective purpose. So there's a problem with that when we're talking about when it seems like everything is purposeless. There is no such thing as like purposelessness. Okay, purpose is either you can describe it as either one of two things. There's either objective purpose for everything, or everything has subjective purpose to it. That is either determined by others or determined by itself. So human beings can determine their own purpose or their own meaning to their lives. Like, this is what I want to do. This is the purpose of my life. This is how it will continue on. It's determined by me. The value of it is subjective to my determination and to the determinations of others. It doesn't have any inherent value, but it has subjective value to me. So no objective value, but subjective value. Just because it's subjective doesn't mean the value doesn't exist. It just means it's what I determine it to be. It's subjective. If there were an objective standard of value or purpose or meaning to anything, even if there was a God, then that God would then appeal to that objective standard. It would be objective and exist regardless of the existence of a God. Okay? So but the way God is defined, the way it's described, it doesn't appeal to anything. God is the where the buck stops. So that means that whatever the purpose is determined to be is subjective to God's determination. It's whatever God decides, because God is the big Billy, the big bad, or the bad Leroy Brown on the block. There's nothing bigger, nothing stronger. So God determines what the purpose is, which means it's subjective to God, and that can change, because God could change the purpose of mankind if need be, if it wanted to. So it's either subjective to us or it's subjective to God. If it's objective, then God is irrelevant, because we just need to appeal to the objective standard. But that there is no objective standard that can be ascertained, so we have to appeal to the subjective nature of it. So you're left with this quandary. Do I determine for myself what my purpose is and my meaning is, or do I allow something else to dictate to me what my purpose is and what my meaning is, regardless of what I feel? In essence, I'm completely irrelevant. Only this can provide meaning for me, which eliminates, legitimately down to brass tacks, eliminates identity. So is my identity my own, or is my identity supplied to me by something else? And that's a very scary proposition, because if I can't be me, then what am I? Am I literally the construct of something else? And everything that's valuable about me is literally defined by something external to me? Or do I determine the value of my own life and my own purpose and my own meaning? And I pursue that until I can no longer pursue it anymore, until I'm either dead or I'm unable to do it. And then hopefully, if I have kids or whatever, then I say, I try to have an impact, but ultimately I'm going to die, and it's going to be arbitrary, just like the trillions of human beings that have died before us. everything they did was completely arbitrary, and their subjective determinations about their value just doesn't mean anything to us. We don't remember any of them, except for a scant handful that made real big advancements. Maybe you want to be one of those people that makes a huge advancement. Then when you die, you're remembered on from there. But it's not necessary to have value to you, because then if you do feel that you need to have a huge advancement in order to be remembered, therefore your life has value, you're still basing the value of your life on what other people, what things external to you are determining. What's important is, does it matter to you in determining your own value and your own purpose and your own meaning, and not having it dictated to you by something else? Because that's one of the biggest problems that I have with this line of thinking, is that it literally strips people of their identities and doesn't allow them to determine who they are, what they want to do, what their own purpose is, what drives them. It takes all of that away and says, it has to be this. Regardless of what you feel, want, think, or desire, you have to eschew all that in favor of this thing if you want life to be good. And I can stand here and tell you what my whole point was. No, it doesn't. That's not the case. You can determine your own value, your own purpose, your own meaning subjectively, and your life can be amazing.
Yes, but yeah. Well, again, on also on the soul thing, I'd say you can achieve a level of like immortality through your children and through passing down your lineage and your genetics. I think that if there is a soul, which I believe there is, that probably has to do a lot with your soul. So you're passing down almost a part of yourself, your soul, down to your children.
It's like a record of history or something. It's not immortality in the sense that I think most people think of it as. Immortality would be still being alive and conscious and oneself rather than somebody else.
Right, but the concept of spirit in the English language has a non-supernatural version. So it's sometimes used to refer to something like the spirit of the law, team spirit, school spirit, whatever. And when we use the concept of the soul loosely, like to mean something other than like the classic, like Christian or Platonic afterlife or whatever, the Egyptian afterlife, I think that's because we're hinting at that second meaning, which is just talking about the essence of something. So if I were to say that, like, by raising my kids and them having a lot of similar characteristics to me, that like people who see them, who remember me, are like tear up because they're like, oh, you're just like your father or your mother in some critical ways or whatever.
Like it's stored in genetics as well.
I could say that not just genetically, but that mannerisms and upbringing and culture and there's a connection that people would feel with my kids, even if they never met them before I died. They or whatever, just because they knew me, they'd be like, oh, you remind me of your parents, right? And we would say that there's some essential characteristics that maybe remind them of them, and that the parents are going to be happy that their kids are around when they're dying. That all makes total sense. And those are really good sources of meaning and value that help most people, I think, make sense of their lives and accept the death. Is that, hey, you were here because your parents gave birth to you and everyone helped them and everyone helped each other and we cooperated, and you're leaving the world in a little better state than you found it. And that's to me, I think, one of the sources of meaning that I think most people care about.
Like legacy, lineage.
Yeah. There's a simpler term for it in biology, which is basically kin-selective altruism and The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins, which is a very ironic book title because people take it to mean the opposite. But what he was saying in The Selfish Gene is that genes are the things which reproduce, not organisms. So organisms die, but genes copy. So partially, right? So when life is deciding what to, and I use deciding in a metaphorical sense, right? When life determines what will go forward, it's because of what lived or what died and what reproduced or what didn't. So the genes are the survivors, not the species, not the organisms. But what that means is that you have a vested interest in doing things that benefit other people with the same genes as you. So this desire to benefit our family the strongest, and our community the further out we go also, but like the further away you go, it kind of diminishes. is what biology gave us. It gave us this sense that the people closest to us matter the most to us, and we'd even die for them. Because they would die for us, and if we all die for each other, then we'll all have the best chance of survival, and it's just built into us at this point, right?
Empathy,
but it's
yay.
Yeah, it's just a little defective, because that last part about screw the other people that are far away from us, or don't look like us, or whatever, that part, we also evolved to kind of be that way. So overcoming that part requires us to discover a higher meaning than whatever, quote unquote, our original meaning, quote unquote, was, right? Like biology gave us psychological drives to have kin selective altruism. But if they're not your kin, you have a much easier time being horrible to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is an example of that newer meaning that you have to find collectively as a society that learns from its mistakes and like says, hey, that war sucked, or that, that disaster where we did, war crimes sucked. Let's not do that again. It took centuries for us to figure out how to overcome our very defective original, quote unquote, meanings, right?
But yeah, but I mean, like, I think that's what like it just derives to. Like, if there's no greater meaning, then it's just your children, your family, and like I guess people who are genetically similar to you. And I mean, it's just this biology. And
well, there's this new sense in which if you have an idea that I think is a really valuable idea, let's say the idea is like to make humanity live in a paradise eventually and work together towards that goal. If you have that goal, and let's say my family for whatever reason didn't, like they were really against that and they just wanted the world to be destroyed or something, not saying this is likely, but let's just say that was the case, I would probably feel a lot more kinship and concern for your well-being than for theirs, right? Like I would feel obligated to them because they're my family, but I'd kind of like, oh man,
that's unnatural.
Yeah, I have
it's very unnatural.
Yeah, I have a biological urge to protect my family, but under those circumstances, I'd be like, man, my family sucks. But if your safety or the safety of all the people who think like you want to make the world better were juxtaposed with the safety of just my biological family, especially if it was like my parents who were mean to me and horrible or something, right? Like, I'm going to be like, nah, like my parents have got the wrong ideas, and whatever biological connection I have with them, I'm on the team of the people who have the right ideas. So I think we kind of transcended biology to an extent with ideas, because ideas replicate and spread faster. And the book, The Selfish Gene, in the like appendix, basically at the end or whatever, he posits the idea of mimetics. He just says there is a similarity to the way in which replicators in the biological world and in the cultural world are surviving because of their ability to be good at copying themselves and spreading. And it suggests that there are forces that shape the winning ideas based on a biological, like, natural selection process. That the winningest ideas are the ones that are the spreadingest ideas to an extent. And the most like rigorous in defending their like their contents from mutation. Yeah.
I mean, and I that's where I derive meaning in that kind of ideal. I think just was probably if there is like in the kind of atheist type thinking, I think that's where, I mean, that's probably the best place, in my opinion. Like it kind of leads to just like, oh, okay, there is no God, there is nothing like after life. Therefore, I will do everything to make sure my family and my my greater family survives and prospers.
Yeah, or if you choose not to have a family, if you choose not to have kids, just to maximize your own potential.
But I mean, but what then? Like that's where I kind of run into like why that's where like why not have kids? Just because it's like then your life is basically meaningless. Like you can just like you end up like just basically dying in a hoard of like money. Or
that's not true. Nothing. My life, just because my wife and I have chosen not to have kids, because it would be beneficial for us to not have kids.
But then you have no meaning, though. Then it's
we do have meaning. I've determined that meaning for myself. She has determined that meaning for herself.
I mean, that's a life choice, but I mean,
right. But it doesn't mean there's no meaning. Like I said before, my earlier statement, just because the meaning is subjective doesn't mean meaning doesn't exist. Subjective meaning is still meaning that exists. It's just subjective. And it's not objectively determined because there is no objective meaning. It's either subjective to us or it's subjective to God. And if it's subjective to God, if God exists and God determines it, then God is determining it for me. And that's not me. That's not who I am. So I'll determine my meaning for me so that my life has value. Something that's handed to me has no value. Something that I've worked for and developed and I've learned and I've created myself, and that which I've developed myself through my own critical faculties, through my reasoning, through my rationality. These things have value to me because I have worked for them and I have earned them. So yes, it is subjective. It's subjective to me. And when I die, it'll go away. Unless I leave something behind, if that's a concern of mine, which it really isn't. But the only concern I have for myself is to maximize my own potential if I want to. And that happens to be something that I want to do in my lifetime. Not so that I can leave some indelible mark on reality or on the universe, but just maximize the time that I have.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a personal decision that I make.
Personal thing. I mean,
yeah.
Surely having children, just like leaving an imprint on the world it's just like the most noble thing you can do.
Not really. Not
That's my opinion.
But not if you're in a position where having kids would be detrimental because you can't provide for them what you should be able to provide for them. Because if you bring children into the world into a state in which they do not have every opportunity, and you bring them in at a disadvantage, then you've done them a disservice. And just loving them is not enough. Just making sure they survive is not enough, because then you're putting the onus of all their disadvantage on them. And that's not fair.
But then what's the goal? Just maximizing just like personal pleasures?
For some people, yes. For other people's, no. Like I said, that's a personal determination.
Mm.
Some people may want to go completely hedonistic and say that they just want to like live through life, experiencing all of the pleasure that they can and avoiding as much pain as possible.
That's very detrimental to like
I accept pain as a part of life and a part of experience, and that both will come along, and I'm going to forge the identity that I want, that is myself.
I think though when he says it's detrimental, like he's assuming something like, what if everybody did that? Which is kind of
I'm just assuming like there's no fundamental like institutions or anything that kind of like tries to enforce morality or anything.
Right, like that it's perfectly possible for society to flourish and have a subset of society that doesn't want to have kids and is pursuing other goals, while there being plenty of people that do want to have kids for society to have all the benefits of new people being born, right?
But economically, like for instance, like this is happening like in the modern world today, where like there are people that don't want to have kids and they end up doing a lot better. They are more productive. They do better at their jobs, and then it becomes a competition between people who have kids and people who don't. And people who don't have kids are going to do better. Therefore, it discourages people having kids and makes it more economically viable to not have kids. And
that's a result of
children.
That's a result of the system that we live in. Unfortunately, that's
very unfortunate. That's why I think there should be almost a societal pressure just to have children. Just
there
so
is.
It makes it easier.
Like there definitely is.
There should be an institutionalized version.
Well, there are in many cases. So there are all kinds of things like tax credits for families and such, right? So there's tons of incentives, right? And I'm not saying they're the only ones that can exist. I'm just saying, like, you're right that people agree with you that they think there should be incentives and want to help families and so on, right? Like, that's a popular opinion. I'm just saying that what he's saying isn't incompatible with that. And when you said that's detrimental to society, you're kind of slippery sloping, like, well, you can't do that because then if everyone wants to do that, it's going to lead us down a bad path. But it's totally possible for each person to choose a slightly different path, and for there to be enough people to choose the kind of default normie path that produces enough children for everything to be fine.
I mean, I just think if something is making it like worse for the majority of people that want to have a certain thing, I think they should be discouraged, in my opinion. But it's quite an authoritative.
Yeah, carrot and stick are like almost interchangeable from a certain perspective, but generally we like carrots. So discouraging people from expressing themselves is kind of un-American in its conception. Like,
I'm not really concerned with any like un-American.
You're not American, I guess, right? So maybe this doesn't make any sense to you, but we have an ethos of like freedom and liberty and so on that makes us kind of allergic to the idea of like scolding people for choosing things for themselves, right? But we don't have a problem with the carrot, right? Like we love giving people subsidies or help with things that we want them to do more of.
But you need the stick, though. That's the thing. You can't just have the carrot. You need. That's why it's a carrot and the stick.
But if you can accomplish it, but if you can accomplish it successfully with the carrot,
yeah,
and
but there are some
why would you
things
need the stick?
But there are some things that need to be like, like criminal, like punishment, like the
criminalize non-parenting.
I mean, not criminalize it, but just criminalize some things that are detrimental to society.
But hang on a second, official. You have to think about why those things occur, and if those things can be solved without the stick, would it not behoove our society to solve them without the stick?
Yeah, of course, but some things can't.
But they can be. That's the point.
If things are damaging other people, and it's not like, we'll give you a carrot if you don't.
No, but you look at why do these things happen? So what is it that the person is missing that is driving them to go and do something against somebody else? It's because of a failure somewhere in the system. Whether it's like raising, whether it's like in the way they were raised, or whether it's in the system itself, whether it's what they have access to. Okay, so you will look at it and you say, if a person chooses a selfish action to harm another person or take something from somebody else, it's because that person doesn't have and the other person does have. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can solve these problems and people won't need to steal if people have what they need and people have access to what they want. Okay?
But I feel like lots of people's needs and fulfillments will never be fulfilled.
Well, we certainly won't know that in the system that we're in right now.
Yeah,
but obviously there are failings across
utopia can't be achieved. Like you can't fulfill everybody's needs always. So trying to accomplish that is just gonna kind of destroy everything, or just make it worse for a lot of people.
Maybe that's a hypothetical, yes, but we don't live in a world where everybody's basic needs are met. And at least I think as a species, we should at least strive for that. But we live in a world where, like, the vast majority of the human race, their basic survival needs are not met. We can't even cross that bridge yet. So,
I mean, just like again with I don't think the kind of utopia, because I mean, even making sure, like, I think everybody on Earth has like a minimum survival mentality, just is bare existing is kind of utopian. Like I don't think that can ever be achieved realistically unless massive technological improvements are made. Like I think you should just focus on your own, I guess, families and countries and whatever, and then if some places can't do that, then that's unfortunate for them, and just how things are.
Yeah, fortunately,
it's quite selfish, but that's just how I think the world works.
Fortunately, though, it's totally possible for some people to focus on themselves, and for other people to take a more broad or global perspective, and for that to meet and be adequate to the needs for both tendencies, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't have everyone joining Greenpeace and devoting their life to foreign service or something. That would be a mess. This is kind of just getting back to the early concept of utilitarianism. That some people took utilitarianism to an extreme and said there's an optimal way. Everyone should live that way, and everyone who doesn't live the optimal way is bad. This is kind of obviously intuitively wrong, right? Because what we actually need is people to do experiments of different types. And the more people that do experiments kind of on the periphery, not the majority, but there's sort of a minority that just tries new things. The more of the experiments that fail, the more things we find out not to do. The more of the experiments that succeed, the more things become the new normal, because now that's what everyone wants to do, because now it's optimal and everyone knows it because someone took a chance on it, right? So we're always going to have this sort of Gaussian distribution of people spread out on the periphery of whatever is the current normal mainstream way of doing things.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I kind of disagree with that, just because it's the idea of just chasing pleasure, and I think it'll just end up harming a lot more people than it will benefiting it all. In terms of I mean, personally, and I think a lot of people agree with me, that the most natural state of being is probably when you're the happiest. and that's
whatever that means. That's an extremely loaded statement.
Extremely subjective, yeah.
I mean, it is subjective. But I mean, like just like the natural, like in terms of biologically natural, historically natural, it's kind of like caveman ooga booga mode.
I think there's a
like
sense
on
in
technology.
there's a sense in which whatever we do now has to be compatible with our ancestral or primordial nature. Because if we go too far away from it, like we get cranky. We don't even know why sometimes, right?
Of course.
So yeah, like if you don't eat any food that you find satisfying, or if you don't get any social needs met, or whatever, you're going to be cranky. But the idea that we should go all the way, like that you're literally trying to maximize your naturalness, would be a state that I would find horrific, and a lot of people would find horrific.
I mean, how so?
So when I say like you could make the modern way of doing things compatible and within the bounds of what's acceptable for our ancestral nature that we evolved, that's different than saying what you said, which is we should be as natural as possible, full stop, right? So being as natural as possible, full stop, would mean literally living like a caveman and essentially having no checks or balances on violence other than like mutual destruction.
That's not what I said. I did. I mean, you might have not. I said like added parentheses like on technology, which basically just means like in the modern world, in terms of like with all the institutions that cover and everything, and trying to get as close, like you said, trying to get as close to that as possible in the modern kind of comfort.
Right. But we're going to find that in our traditional ancestral environment, we had diversity, which is how we evolved, right? Just as we do now.
Hey, this has been a long conversation, and you've raised a lot of fascinating issues and questions, and thank you for joining us. If you wanted to have another 30 seconds to finalize your thoughts, we'd be happy to entertain that.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's been good talking to you guys. You guys have a lot of interesting perspectives. It's been a good insight.
It's been a pleasure. JL Warren, I guess we have somebody else to go on, but before we do that, I just want to comment about something that came up in the chat. The problem has come up where there's been a couple of people in the chat are conspiring to use the N-word, and so we will not be taking any kind of we're not going to entertain the thoughts of these two users. One is Bang and the other one is RBT-1815222-25. So that's what they're conspiring to do. We're absolutely not going to entertain that. So maybe if we wanted to try to bring somebody else on, I don't mind. I have a little bit more time. We can go ahead if you guys are game for it.
Can I make a suggestion? God420 has his hands up, and he was in the chat before we went live.
He already was on, and so Bamia has been waiting, and Tovarish is another one I see, and Cold. So I think Bamia has been waiting the longest.
He dropped off and said that he would come back when we were live because he didn't make his point.
No, God420 was in on the live discussion earlier, so he's had a turn already.
Oh, I missed that.
Yep.
Okay, so here we go. Bamia.
Hello, Bamia. Thank you for waiting so patiently, and we're getting near the end of our show, but what have you got for us today?
I'm starting the timer for the next 3 minutes.
Yes, so you guys are making this very complicated, and you're diverting from the original point.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Bamia. Could you turn up your volume a little bit? It's hard to hear you.
Okay, good now?
There you go.
That's excellent.
Yep.
Yeah, so the problem is you guys are diverting so much from the main point. So I'm gonna try to be as fast as possible, okay?
Sure.
So basically...
Alright, already got it.
That was fast, JL.
I saw it coming.
That was fast.
Yeah. The minute he was like, I'm going to try to be as fast as possible, and then he paused. I'm like, nope, already saw it coming.
Wait a minute. I just got convinced that a god exists because we have an omniscient person in the panel.
Is he part of the crowd going to use that bad word? Okay. I guess we've got Cold and Tovarish.
Don't tell anybody, Peter. I'm actually trying to stay incognito.
I won't. I won't. I will worship you. I will worship. I won't.
Thanks for jumping on that, Jail Warren. That was good.
No problem.
We don't want the bigotry in here. So, Cold or Tovarish have been waiting a while. Those are the last two that I see in the list here.
See if we can
Cold
punch
has
through
been
them.
around a little bit longer. So,
Cold, come on up.
Hello, Cold.
Oh, hi. You could have got him on first, but it's whatever. I basically came on to talk because I feel like most of the stuff you guys are saying, like, they make sense. However, I feel like they're not like fleshed out enough, or you like almost over-explain things that don't need to be over-explained. So maybe it's like a little more, it becomes a little more convoluted than it has to be. So I just wanted to have a little bit more of a deeper discussion when it came to like specific topics of like why God doesn't exist. As far, because like I'm not trying to make the argument that he does. I don't believe it at all in any sense of the word.
You're an atheist.
I would say agnostic because I'm hesitant personally to believe or to say something doesn't exist without any proof.
Okay, no. So
like
agnostic is one who doesn't know. An atheist is one who doesn't believe, and a subset of atheism are those who believe there isn't. So that's why.
Yeah, I would say agnostic then. Agnostic for sure. Just
so
because,
so in that case, you do believe in a deity?
I believe that there could be, but I don't believe that there is currently.
Okay, so
you believe you can give a probability other than 50-50 to it, right?
Okay, so you're leaning toward it. You kind of lean in that direction. All right, gotcha.
Well, it sounds, just to clarify, it's like I've always stated that you can get to deism. You know, the idea that some sort of sufficiently powerful enough entity kicked the football in the universe and then pissed off with no evidence of its existence. So you can get to that. You can reason to that, and you can't defeat it. It's a totally unfalsifiable hypothesis. You can reject it on the grounds of being unfalsifiable, but that's still a thing that you can get to, is like deism. It's when you start tacking on attributes to the god that it becomes problematic, and then the logical
driving this proof from exactly. Yep.
Right, and then the logical entailments of those things can actually disprove the god in trying to give it attributes and everything. So
it has no theoretical virtues. So
Right.
a thing which is a do-nothing belief, like dualism or deism, posits. I mean, unless you're like a crazy dualist who thinks woo-woo does it and the brain doesn't, right? But like, if you're accepting naturalism can give an account of how things work, and you think there's just something extra, or if you're saying deism is the story about how God like kickstarted naturalism, then you're just saying naturalism with extra steps that don't predict or do anything.
Well, I guess I'm more of like the fundamental belief that like unless you have the proof to kind of refute that point rather than like adjacently saying, oh, this exists, ergo this belief makes God not exist, like it kind of creates a muddy argument because, and I guess from a godly perspective, it's impossible to kind of explain that he would exist. So,
but you're okay saying that like a Nigerian prince who emails you isn't a real Nigerian prince who's not going to give you $1 million, right?
Well,
except for that,
I mean,
except for that one.
Well, you never know. Like, who knows if there's not a Nigerian prince?
That's
or
right.
Not, like, it's
you don't know.
Like,
right. So
don't
you
know.
could say you're technically agnostic, right? But you could also say that you're not going to send him any fucking money because you can do the math and the probabilities, right?
Yeah, of course.
That's why I asked about 50-50. Is some agnostics think it means 50-50, like no leaning whatsoever. And others are like, look, I just don't want to overstate my confidence because I'm open to the possibility of being wrong or something. That's a different kind of agnosticism from the like perma-agnostic, like we'll never be convinced that anything could say otherwise. And they usually, when they have that view, are like religious and just take something like Pascal's wager. They're just like, oh, well, 50-50, why not? Because there's utility or benefit, or I don't want to die or go to hell or something.
Yeah.
So in essence, like for deism, like I myself would say that I'm agnostic atheist when it comes to like just basic deism. But when it comes to like the Christian God or the Abrahamic God, because of its attributes, I am a Gnostic atheist on that one. Because I know that thing, by virtue of reality and by virtue of logical entailment, that thing cannot exist. Because it literally defines itself out of existence. So if you drop it back to like deism, then I'd have to be agnostic atheist on that one.
Okay. Yeah. So then I guess it makes your point a little clearer. Because I guess I was thinking like, well, I guess you never really said any proofs, I guess, to like the Muslim or like the Christian like arguments But I guess I was mistaken in the context that you guys are speaking of to the Christian and to the Muslim, I guess. So my mistake there, but
no, it's no problem. Like in essence, like so the Abrahamic God, whereas that God has particular attributes that are derived. So you look at the entailments of it. So the Abrahamic God, supposedly, if it exists, speaks to us through the Bible. So any attributes that we have about it are derived from the Bible in and of itself. And so therefore, it's essentially God speaking to human beings through the Bible. So God is essentially describing itself in the Bible. So if the Bible is the breathed word of God or whatever. So if you look at those attributes of what God is describing itself as, and then we look at the entailments of those attributes, we realize that they are contradictory. They're logically contradictory. And so
the Bible itself is very human. Like it's written in a very human like language. So I for me personally, like I believe it's just human as a human
right.
writing. Like
well, then therein lies its own problem, because that means that God lacks the capacity to communicate with us in a way that's effective that to describe itself. That means that it inspired something, but humans are so like we're so like beneath it or like that we can't fathom it, so we wrote it in all completely the wrong way. But that just goes to God not being able to communicate effectively with us. But that's weird because God supposedly created us and would know that we would have a problem in the way we're communicating because it made us in a particular way. So why wouldn't God make us in a way that we could understand it clearly? So that again goes,
But yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, so that goes to like the nature of the nature of the entity. So there's all these problems that come along with this entity if it actually exists. So when you go down this line of reasoning, you can get to 3 different conclusions, and you have to decide which one you go to. So you can get to deism, it pushes it all the way back to deism. You can get to atheism, which is just a rejection of supernatural claims, and I reject unfalsifiable hypotheses. It's either I know or I don't know, or dystheism, whereas in the God is actually deceiving us for the purpose of trying to like court our favor. So it doesn't say that. So the atheist is the only one that says I don't believe in it. It doesn't objectively state that neither one of them absolutely does not exist, but saying that the logical contradiction, that the way it's defined, that cannot exist. Just like, so when you say like the Abrahamic God, it's the same as saying like a square circle or a married bachelor or a one-ended stick. So it doesn't compute.
I guess then my gripe with the argument you guys just presented, wouldn't anything but deism be like inherently like a humanistic argument? I guess you could say like that you would have to like I guess beg the notion like, well, why is God thinking in this humanistic term to like either curry favor, as you so put it, to like be anti-deism, and then I guess the other one that you said, which I'm blanking on right now,
dystheism.
Dystheism.
Yeah, that was the evil God. The evil God. Hypothesis that God is deceptive, that God is a liar, that everything that is revealed by God is not to our benefit and is solely to serve its own ends.
Okay. I guess with either of those, then all of them, there's not really like. I guess my whole issue is like where, like who has the burden of proof in this sense? Like, do you think God? It's God's, I guess, prerogative to like show you that proof, or is it like up to us to kind of figure that out? I guess.
In the case,
go ahead, X. Go ahead, X.
I was going to say, look, if you're positing like philosopher or deist God or panthea God or whatever, right? Like,
well, I mean,
there's
God,
almost
like, I guess loosely, it doesn't matter which it is because
it kind of does because they have real differences, right? So if you're positing one of these vague like do nothing can never be detectable gods, it's just like unfalsifiable by definition or whatever. That's just sort of like it's nothing to say about it. But if you're positing Christian or Abrahamic God, like the God with all the omnis, it's not only omni-contradictory, it's also a shy pooper who can't do miracles if anyone measures them, right? And for some reason, all the miracles took place a long time ago when no one knew how to, record anything with any accuracy. And never happens now that science is around. So it's like there's a burden of proof established by miracle claims, which is show us the freaking miracles, right? And a Christian doesn't just need to prove that philosopher God or contingency arguments work, right? They need to go beyond deism. They need to give us an argument for why are there no miracles in a world which the Old Testament says was full of them, right? But the Old Testament even has a dwindling of miracles as it gets closer to the day in which the stories are written. because they know that they can't demonstrate miracles either, even back then. So they put all their miracles in the past as well. They made up their miracles in the past because they couldn't demonstrate them. And so everyone's backdating miracles to times before anyone can check. The burden of proof is in the camp of the people who make miraculous claims, sadly.
I would actually say, and I would agree with Ix on that one. So the burden of proof is always on the claimant. So it is not the person who rejects it is not the burden of proof it does not go to them to prove how it's not the case. So the burden of proof is always assumed by the claimant. If a theist claims that God exists, then the burden of proof is on them to demonstrate how they know it to be true. And if God exists and God's expectation is for us to believe in it, then the burden is on God to show that it exists. Now, if you go by the Bible, that apparently wasn't a problem for God so long ago, but now all of a sudden it is a problem for God. So if God existed and possesses whatever attributes of this nature, then God would know we'd come to this realization, and it would behoove this entity to get ahead of that. But it doesn't do that for some reason. God and the justification of its existence requires the absolute worst mistakes in human reasoning be made in order to justify it. Confirmation bias, begging the question, affirming the consequent. All of these problems, you have to make them to justify this thing's existence. But God would know this ahead of time and would have behooved it. If it wants us to believe in it, it would say, well, then I need to do this in order to justify my own existence. Because I'm creating things, and then I'm not showing myself. I'm hiding myself, or I'll only appear to them when they're in their most ignorant state, when they don't understand. When the vast majority of people I'm revealing myself to, I'm only revealing that they don't even understand that the world is like round, and then there's more land beyond that great vast ocean. And then it turns around and it doesn't appear in the exact same fashion to everyone all over the place. It chooses to appear differently to different cultures. And that's why the concept of God has to be introduced to other cultures, which is why the indigenous Americans readily rejected the Christ narrative, because it didn't make any sense. A common joke amongst indigenous Americans when the Christ narrative was brought to them was that why would any man fall for the ploy that she got pregnant by a god? That's just ridiculous. Okay, there's no point. It's like that's silly to them. So why is it this way? Why is the system, if God exists, why is the system so complicated and overcomplicated if the message and the narrative is true? This shines very negatively on the nature of this entity and why it would be this way. So
master communicator wouldn't really. Yeah. Okay.
So we're just running really low on time here, and we would like to get a couple more people in. Mock has been waiting for a while. Tovarish, Cold, did you have maybe another 30 seconds you'd like to give us some thoughts before we end this?
No, not really. I just wanted to see, I guess, if I could maybe pull out something you guys maybe haven't talked about, a perspective that might have shown some light on why this entity doesn't exist, I guess, and I guess the delineation between theism and the other religions you guys, or deism and the other religions you guys talked about. But yeah, I just wanted more clarification on that. Thank you.
Great, thank you for coming on. And if you were discussing when we're not as rushed earlier on in the session in a fortnight, that would be you'd certainly be welcome as well.
Awesome, thanks.
Thank you. Let's bring up Mock.
Go.
Hello, Mock. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your patience.
May I ask, how are you first?
Yes, we're all atheists.
Anyways, my argument for God's existence is it's very simple and digestive. First, we go on to first point, that being.
Oh, that was a very strange sound.
Yeah, I had it set to there.
Okay, let's go on to Tovarish. Yeah, they've been waiting very patiently as well.
Okay. And Tovarish.
Hello. I guess I have a few questions that I was wondering your thoughts on. So,
think of the universe, right? As big as it is, all its billions of solar systems and all that, everything in it, all the materials and stuff. Assume for a second that there is absolutely no intelligent, conscious, sentient life anywhere in the universe. It's an entire history, right? Um, does the universe exist then? What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Does it? You think it
Yes.
does?
That the universe exists?
Yeah. Does it
Well,
exist?
I mean, it existed for billions of years prior to my capacity to perceive it. So
Right.
yeah.
But you are here now to give it like kind
So-
of
Respect. I mean, like, yeah, I posthumously observed that the universe existed.
I mean,
but like
the existence itself is a concept, right, of a sentient mind, right? If you
Okay,
just
so-
have
alright.
rocks and materials floating around, what is existence? What is a solar system? What is a rock? What is what is physics?
So your question seems to hinge on the universe being dependent on a conscious realization of it. And from my understanding is that's not the case, because as King Xerxes just mentioned, is that there's it existed long before any of us existed. So, there's just because the existence of something isn't being perceived doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't exist. This would be kind of like an appeal to ego in a way, I think.
Yeah, because you got it exactly backwards. If you're seeing from the inside intuition that by looking at things they exist for you, and then concluding that like if there weren't anyone around to make the universe exist to them, the universe wouldn't exist. You have it exactly backwards. Because if you account for where you came from, the origin of you, just like the origin of those sensory experiences, was your senses perceiving the world with light and so on hitting your senses. The origin of you, if you give an account for it, is explained by all those things which you are claiming wouldn't quote unquote exist without you perceiving them. So you could not perceive them without them having originated you.
No, I get that.
I don't.
I get
Tavarish,
that.
Can I just say that like maybe we should not like this? This is not a really well thought out argument to be making. Most people develop object permanence at the ripe age of 2, right? So just like tugging at the very question of matter and meaning is not useful or instructive. You could argue that the descriptions that we have for things, like there would be nobody around to call a rock. Like what it is just some arrangement of physical material, but the label that we use to describe that thing wouldn't exist because we don't exist to describe it. But that thing itself exists independent of how we describe it.
Sure, it like it exists, it is, but there's no one to like perceive it. To I don't know.
Me neither.
Not even wrong.
So consider that you're taking the perspective that existence has. If it had a perspective, we'd be irrelevant. It wouldn't matter.
Well, I was kind of getting to the point that like the universe kind of sees itself through us, because without or not necessarily just us. I'm sure there's other alien life forms, conscious, sentient out there, but I'm saying if life never evolved to see the universe and kind of understand that in whatever limited form it does, like the concept of existence wouldn't exist in the first place. So how can anything exist if there's no such concept as existence?
Well,
like we created the concept of something existing, of something being.
So when we say
we've observed it.
Yeah, when we say that something exists, it's a concept to say that it exists, right? To ascribe a description called exists and a meaning to that.
Right.
But we're talking about a correspondence between the signifier and the signified. And we don't mean that like a signifier is the thing, right? So it would be weird to do this about existence, but not anything else, right? Like Clark Kent does not actually equate to Superman or Superman to Clark Kent, right? They're both just different signifiers that refer to one object, right? And that object is in the world independent of anyone believing it. Everyone could be dead and no one could see it, but there would still be a signifier to the sentence if Clark Kent or Superman still existed, right? So why would you think that the thing signified by the word wouldn't be operant, essentially, if it's didn't have a name for it? Like if you found something that you had never named, do you think that it did nothing while you didn't know it existed?
No, not exactly. Again, this is taking it beyond this. So here's an example of what I think you would what you're referring to. Let's say in the early human history, when we didn't know what bacterial viruses is, right? We never saw it. We don't have a name for it. We didn't know it existed, but it still made us sick. It still affected us, right, or whatever.
Yep.
So just because we don't know that it exists, it still exists and it affects us. But I'm talking about a more fundamental level of there not being any consciousness at all in the entirety of the universe.
And we know that has to have been the case before life evolved, because the precursors for life to start evolving required billions of years of time for stars to form and oceans to form and clay to form and substrates to exist in which life could emerge, right?
Yeah, but if it never evolved, if life never evolved, would it?
Sure.
If there was no concept of existence, nobody.
There wouldn't be a concept of existence, but existence is a referent, or it's referring to a referent, and the referent is just the state of affairs. It's like if you study philosophy, there's a lot of confusing terms in this realm, but I think one of the terms that philosophers use to denote like really real reality is the term state of affairs. Maybe someone else who's also studied philosophy can back me up on this, because there's a lot of different terms for like existence or reality or possible worlds or whatever. But when people talk about like something being the state of affairs, they're not just talking about a belief that it's the case. They're talking about the actual thing that is the case, regardless of anyone believing it. Mind-independent existence is called the state of affairs.
Yeah, think of state of affairs as facts.
Facts that do not depend on people to call them such.
Yes. Yeah, consider, heat death turns out to be real, and everything in the universe ends up dying off, and there's no life. The universe would still exist, I guess. We wouldn't be there to observe it or to conceptualize it anymore, but it would still exist.
I guess I would just have to disagree there, because I don't think
if an asteroid came tomorrow and wiped off hit the Earth and wiped off all life on here, the universe would continue on.
I mean, assuming we're the only sentient beings, there could be other ones, right?
Oh, hang on. How do you know we're the only ones?
No, I said assuming, like.
Okay. When we said before, we meant like before any planets had cooled enough for any life to form on any planet, like early star formation. Like.
Stellar nucleosynthesis.
Yeah. Anyway, like whatever you mean by the word existence, like a lot of times people just have different things attached to a word in their head, and they mean something different than what the word strictly speaking means under any of its like accepted definitions. And that's okay. Like writers do that all the time. They use associations between words in songs and like poetry because words suggest things. And so you can say things that aren't exactly right in poetry and so on. But like when it comes to philosophy, we try to be kind of rigorous about what we mean by words. And I'm not sure that makes sense to you, the way that I'm trying to do that, to introduce you to the term state of affairs. But I think if you have a distinction between a word that you used to just glom two concepts into, you split it into separate concepts, then okay, maybe for you, existence is inextricably bound to conscious experience. Maybe you can't get out of that box because that's how you think of it, because it's your intuition about it. But you could think of a new word called like a state of affairs, which is not the kind which depends on conscious beings. And you could conceive of all the time before conscious beings as a state of affairs prior to whatever you think existence is, if it needs consciousness. Does that make sense?
Okay, that's fair. That is actually very fair. And I don't
deny
the
term splitting. Splitting is good.
Yeah. I'm not saying that if nobody, I think the state of affairs was obviously the materials the material world was still there, whether it's still going to be there, whether somebody's there to perceive it or not, obviously, right? Because we came from from material world, from objects. We evolved from like dirt and shit. But I guess that's the distinction is that I'm making, is that if throughout all its history, no one ever evolved consciousness, and it just went on in its material state of affairs, the concept of existence wouldn't exist itself, right? The word state of affair, not like universe would not be aware of its own existence.
Yes.
I mean, it would affect each other through gravity and light, warmth, and all that shit, but it still wouldn't. It would not be aware of its own existence. It would be nothing. It would be the same thing as the universe being in its current state of affairs and there not being anything at all, it being empty.
The thing is that, like, if you were to say that, let's say 2 billion years into the stellar evolution or whatever, right? You might be like, yeah, this universe sucks. There's no life in it. It's just meaningless. Like, let's just turn it off, right? But you take it that the universe is continuing to evolve and change, right? And just because maybe it doesn't support the kind of life that you think is supportable by life, because you have a universe simulator toolbox and you can simulate universes or whatever, you're like, oh, this is a crap universe. Just restart it, right? Well, if you don't restart them all, every once in a while, one of the universes that you thought couldn't support life may support something totally unpredictable, right? And that's why it's kind of weird to say that, like, there's just like the universe is just like worthless or meaningless or whatever, just because life isn't in it yet, or isn't in it anymore.
Well, that's why
if it ever supported life, or if it ever could support life, or some other thing that's unexpected and emergent that we don't know how cool it would be to itself.
That's why precluded was the point that in its entire history, like, it just dissipates. It was created and then it dissipates, and no one ever was consciously aware of anything in it, right? So I guess what I was getting at was the question, and my train of thought where it was leading me is that if conscious sentient being needs to exist for the universe to perceive itself, to, I guess, understand that it itself exists, then we, as beings that evolved out of the universe's material, atoms and all that stuff, we were born out of the universe to perceive itself, and thus we kind of give it existence by looking at it.
You see, that's kind of weird, though. Like we came about in the universe so that the universe could experience itself, but that means that the universe can experience something. That gives a kind of like an agential property to the universe.
Well, it does now because it evolved conscious beings, sentient beings that can gaze upon itself and be like, "Wow, that's a planet. That's a rock. This is
but that's not the universe experiencing itself. That's just us experiencing the universe as a result of our having evolved to the point when we can do that.
Well, we are part of the universe.
Well, the way you phrased it is that the universe created us to experience itself. It sounds like you're ascribing purpose to our existence.
No.
You're not.
And we're particulars in the universe. The universe in and of itself is not aware.
I think it's it's random. I'm not saying the universe itself is conscious. Well, I would say we are part of the universe and we evolved from it, right? We evolved from the material world, and it just happened to align in a way that we gained consciousness and sentience, and we can understand things to whatever limited effect. Obviously it's expanding all the time. We used to think the world is flat or whatever, but my bottom line is that we are the gods because we create the universe. Well, we give it existence and we give it meaning. So we are the gods. There you go. I just proved that gods exist. You lose. I win.
Can we get a bong hit? Do we have a sound effect board?
But thank you for streaming and engaging in the topic.
Hey, Tavares, I thank you because you brought in a lot of really interesting points and fascinating conversation. Thank you very much for that.
All right.
And no sound bites.
Oh my god, what was that? It's ridiculous.
Some people are trying to get a different kind of attention.
Yeah, my DMs are filling up.
So are mine. I had to block a number of people. Well, thank you, Tovarish. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, am I saying your name properly, or what is the correct
I mean, Tavarish is the
Thank you.
Russian.
Wonderful.
It just means comrade in Russian.
Friend.
Isn't Tovarish Russian for friend or something?
Comrade.
Comrade.
Comrade. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was close.
Comrade. До свидания.
I gotta get going. But
good talk.
До свидания.
All right. Fantastic. So, just to clarify, the dude who changed his name to stop dismissing me, you know why I'm dismissing you. We're not going to bring you up on stage. So, given the stuff that you've sent me in DMs, it's not going to happen. As a matter of fact, I think if everybody's cool, I think we have one more person that could come up, and then I think that's going to be pretty much it, Randolph.
That sounds good to me.
Okay. So Alabas has been waiting, so we're going to bring Alabas up, and then that's going to be it. Sorry we couldn't get to everybody. I do thank everybody coming out. So Alabas, come on up.
Hello, Alabas. Welcome. We can't hear you.
Alabas, we got you.
Hello.
Ah, there it is.
Hello.
There you go.
Welcome. What have you got for us today?
I can't hear you.
We can hear you now. You were quiet for a moment. Are you able to hear us now?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, so what you got for us?
Yeah, welcome. What have you got? Okay, it seems that Alabas is experiencing some audio problems.
Yeah.
Let's
okay.
try more. I see Sly was waiting, and let's bring in Sly.
This Sly real quick? Okay.
Hello, Sly. Thank you for joining us.
Is the fan in the background very loud, or is it fine?
You're good.
In the background, you're doing just fine.
Yep.
All right. So what I wanted to talk about was, so we have and this is something I've been thinking about. We have everything that's logically possible, like in reality, right? You have your physical constants and things like that. And we also have things outside of what's. Would you say God is possible? First, that's what I want to ask.
Well, actually, I have a question for you. You're saying that we have everything that's possible in our universe. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or everything we know to exist.
Okay, yeah, so I don't know if I can fully agree with that, because there could be a lot more possibilities that we just don't encounter in reality.
I would say in the field of things that we don't know, and in the field of things that we can never know, like, if you look at the incompleteness theorem and how light moves and how there's, things about the universe that we'll never be able to observe because the stuff will be forever away from us just by the virtue of physics. In the field of things that we don't currently know and things that we will never know, then a sufficiently powerful enough entity like deism could totally fall within that realm.
All right. So
does that increase the probability that this thing exists? No. Just because the area of what we don't know is larger than the area of what we do know does not increase the probability that the thing is true. So. Okay. Yeah, it just determines that we don't know if it's true. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is, but it's in there. It's possible that it's either yes or no. Either way, we just don't currently know. But as far as like gods, like the Abrahamic God, then no, that thing cannot exist.
So,
And,
yeah, so
and just
what
a
I
quick
wanted
note,
to
just a quick note for our audience, for people who might not be clear on the distinction between possibility and probability, I highly recommend looking up those two words. Possibility is kind of like a yes or no. It's a proposition. It's either something's possible or it's not. Probability is statistical likelihood on whether something is probably the case.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I couldn't answer the question because it's too vague. Because if you say, is it possible that a God exists? I have no clue what you're talking about.
So
go ahead.
Try and finish these. I need to properly separate these categories. So we have everything we know to exist, instead of everything that we don't know. And then we have another category, which is everything that we don't know to exist. And,
is this the circle within the? Is this the circle within the circle?
It's outside of the. They're two different things.
Well, you got the big circle that's everything that's true, and then you got the little circle is everything that we know to be true.
I'm just making it one circle, everything that we know, basically.
Okay, gotcha.
And then we have another circle, and inside that circle would be things like God or ghosts or demons or I guess angels too, things like that. Very things that are miraculous and things that we can't really fit into existence in the other circle, things that we know to be true. And what I wanted to ask was if we could prove things if we could logically prove that, ghosts existed or something, could that somehow open a possibility to God?
No, I would say not a possibility necessarily, but more like you could get into some probabilities and start calculating there and only because certain characteristics of what we know to be ghosts share some similarities with God being kind of ghost-like and
kind of invisible.
Yeah,
I guess,
but I want to be very clear that ghosts and gods are very different things as well, even though they may share some of the same characteristics. They don't share all the same characteristics as far as I know. For example, I don't consider ghosts to be deities, although in Christianity God is described as a holy ghost, and that would be one type of a ghost that is a deity, but a ghost doesn't necessarily have to be a deity.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. So if we were to demonstrate that what we interpret as ghosts, if we were to demonstrate them, be we understand these things now, we get it, and we've explained it, that doesn't disprove or prove that God exists. So the two of them are not mutually exclusive, just like evolutionary, biogenesis, and God are not mutually exclusive either. So
just the comparison of some of the characteristics could well, it wouldn't instantly prove God's existence, but you could do a thing with probability. Yeah, that's basically what I wanted to ask, because I don't know, one of my dreams is to try and figure out if ghosts exist or not. I don't really believe in ghosts as in spirits or souls or whatever. I kind of believe it as a how would I put this? A phenomenon that we can't explain yet, I suppose.
Well,
supernatural.
So, for some well wishes for your dream, hopefully, if it does come to fruition, you meet Casper the Friendly Ghost and not some nasty ghost.
I don't know. So one of these days, I'm gonna go to haunted house or something, use Ouija boards, or try and figure something out.
You see, that's the difficulty in it. See, therein lies the difficulty of the experiment, because if you go to a haunted house, then the expectation is that anything that you experience will be a haunting if you can't readily explain it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the house is already labeled as being haunted by somebody else. So you're going in and you have to, then you're tasked with the difficulty of eliminating your confirmation bias, because you're already walking in saying
a controlled environment, basically.
Right. So essentially you have to walk into any particular environment, no matter what the environment is, and then try to explain events that go on there without the assumption that you're walking into a haunted place. So it's problematic in that sense. I would say that most likely my best explanation for it would be it's a combination of, it's essentially pareidolia, in that we see patterns in things, and if the brain doesn't have enough information to complete a pattern, it will fill in the blanks in order to try and make it something coherent. And that ghosts are a result of this. What we call ghosts or angels or demons or aliens are a result of this. Or it's a combination of pareidolia, apophenia, the fact that our brains are wonky devices that are really, really weird in how they're all connected and how the different areas of the brain speak to each other. That our inability to understand our conclusions of these are really, really biased.
Now,
just
I
do
do
a lot of effects.
I do have a suggestion for you, Sly. Before you start engaging in Ouija boards and things like that, I highly recommend that you look into a video series by James Randi. It's spelled Randi, and he examines how a lot of these different tricks. He was a magician, and he became a professional skeptic on television. He even put up a challenge for people to come and try to prove paranormal things. And what's great about his shows is he reveals how a lot of the tricks work. And then this way you'll be armed with the right knowledge going into experimenting with Ouija boards and stuff like that to know ahead of time what some of the tricks are, so you can recognize the tricks, and it'll help you, I think, to better discern between the tricks and what's not a trick.
Yeah.
So
I'd say the hardest part for me is when I do come across, if that phenomenon does exist and I do come across it and I can't explain it, I'd have to try and figure out what it is. And since there's no really rational explanation for it, I'd have to come up with some sort of method and try and discern what it is.
I have a feeling that the James Randi shows will be quite interesting and fascinating for you then.
Yeah.
Also, if you look into the research, which is extensive on the paranormal, you'll find that they found that environmental factors, including imperceptible to the visual perspective ones like electromagnetism, could predict the rate at which people claimed places were haunted. Even places which had no history of being called haunted. They just asked people, hey, did you feel any like weird sensations, that you thought it might be haunted? And they had people do a bunch of different places. Places with strong like geothermal electromagnetic imbalances that were measurable, that came from like the Earth's crust or whatever of the rocks and the magnetic forces, reported a lot more claims of supernatural, hallucinatory kind of phenomena about this stuff. And they find that at many of the places that are claimed to be constant sources of hauntings, they have those strong electromagnetic fields, which are explainable by the Earth's crust, not by the story about a lady who died. But what happens is the combination of the two, the pareidolia, the suggestibility, the like confirmation bias, and so on, is explanatory, right? You have all these factors which can converge. And then you have charlatans who make money off of this stuff, and who charge people to go into the haunted house and make YouTube videos. Those people get wrecked because they're such liars that they get caught doing it really badly when they try to. Because the regular, occasional woo-woo feeling people get, it just isn't enough for those people, right? So the big, high-profile ghost stories usually end up with major exposures and frauds, and that's the stuff you can find extensive documentation on over the years. A lot of times it's little kids that are in on it, where they'll get some like very small child to like hide in the floorboards or in like cupboards where people don't think anybody could be.
There's the best example of this, of what Ix just brought up, and this was one thing that just got me. Was, you're familiar with the show Ghost Hunters, right? That was on Sci-Fi.
Yeah, I used to watch a lot of that.
Right, I was a big fan of it, and the reason I was a big fan of it is because the two guys who were in charge of that, I think it was Jason and Grant, the two guys that it started with. Those guys worked for Roto-Rooter. They were plumbers by trade. Now, I myself am a certified plumber, and I did maintenance for an apartment complex, so I understood a lot of what they were talking about.
Like the ghost noises from water pipes and stuff like that?
Exactly, right. And understanding how electronics work, and old electronics and electromagnetic frequencies. And so what these guys originally what Ghost Hunters was these guys who are very, very empirically minded. They understand technology. They understand their jobs. They have to do their jobs well. They go into places that are presumed to be haunted, and they always debunked the haunting. So they would go in and they would say, nope, we've traced it to this really, really, we went up into your attic and we found that there's this really old air conditioning unit that is still hooked into your system and still drawing power, that is creating a massive electromagnetic frequency that is resulting in the experiences that you're having. Then they go in there, they disable it, they remove it, and then the experiences just stop. So more often, so they would wind up going into a place and debunking any kind of haunting. And this went on for the first couple of seasons. The problem is that doesn't generate ratings. And so Ghost Hunters began to diminish, and in order to salvage the show and maintain staying on, it was revealed much later on that the producers began to push Grant and Jason and the team to start finding evidence of hauntings. And this ended up resulting in some really, really big kerfuffles of Jason and Grant. I'm pretty sure his name is Grant, fabricating results in order to maintain their viewership and their ratings. Because Ghost Hunters was like arguably the biggest show on sci-fi at the time. The ad revenue was enormous. And so then all of a sudden they start fabricating it, and then the fabrications get more elaborate. And then once they get more elaborate, more complex, they're more easily to figure out. And so they started getting called out on faking stuff in order to try and maintain relevancy in the show so that people would keep watching. So, and this was a huge thing, and eventually led to the demise of that. And then Jason and Grant, they went their separate ways. Now they're on, they're doing separate things now. Jason's still pursuing the ghost thing, but it's on a different channel now. So, but it started out a debunking show, which I really liked. I was like, oh, this is cool. But then gave way to the kind of commercialistic demand or the capitalistic demand. We need to keep the show up. So we start faking our own stuff to try and get it. And it was like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
And that's where, and that was like the biggest example of where this eventually goes. Go with the debunking because it's awesome. But now they just go and you're just feeding into the delusion or basically feeding into the kind of like hype. And then that feeds into other people's delusion. See, look, ghosts do exist. It's like, no, they don't. It was all fake. So
yeah. So you pretty much just like turn a pretty good experiment into like, just show that, oh, everyone wants to look at what the ghosts are like.
Right. Because people want it to be true. Many people want these things to be true. Proof of, like existence of something beyond this. It's very appealing. And if that's on television and we're, EVP and all this other stuff, it's like, nope. Now, once it came out that someone got that was figured out, I think it was Grant, I think, who they discovered that he said, oh, something's pulling on my sleeve. And as it turns out, he set it up so that he had his hand in his pocket and he could pull like something that was attached to his sleeve to make it look on camera like his sleeve was being tugged. But it wasn't. And then that was actually revealed to be a hoax. Then the whole show lost credibility. And that's where all the
I
came
hate
down.
fake stuff like that so much because like once people like do that and put it on the internet, you literally can't even tell what's real or fake or not. It's ridiculous. But that's
and the whole thing, like when people when the public began to figure out that, like someone just brought it up in my chat, the Turtle Moves brought it up that IR cameras, the infrared cameras, because of the way they work, they're susceptible to picking up reflections, especially off of dust motes. And then they would call them orbs without telling the audience that this is a kind of like a failing of IR cameras in the way that they handle light, the way the apertures work. So they would look in infrared and say, "Oh, look, orbs." It's like, no, it's not. They're dust motes. They just catch light differently because the camera is operating differently. So, and they would fail to do this. That's the reason. Yeah, that's the best example. Like Real World is the failure of that show.
Also, I sent you a study which shows that they tried to test all these environmental factors and they weren't able to reproduce the environmental factors, but the one thing that strongly predicted whether people thought that they saw ghosts was how likely they were to have epilepsy. And so all the factors that are like risk factors to increase the chance of like temporal epilepsy hallucinations, like seeing like flashing lights in an epileptic seizure, increased the likelihood that they thought they saw ghosts.
Hey, Ix, could you post that into the Heathen Hangout chat so I can post it on YouTube?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
It's a pretty interesting one. It's called like Attempt to Reproduce the Haunted House Effect or something. The Haunt Project, an attempt to build a haunted room by manipulating complex electromagnetic fields and infrasound.
Yeah, it reminds me of the explanations behind what's it called? Near-death experiences.
Oh yeah,
where there'd be several factors that would.
There's even a hypothesis that houses where these same kind of effects occur, where the same things that would cause us to think, maybe ghosts or have weird experiences, like you feel the hair stands up on the back of your neck or perceiving things like out of the corner of your eye, stuff like that. There's a hypothesis that alien abduction scenarios where someone has a memory of lying down on a table and looking up and seeing people hovering over them, that it literally is. It's a combination of remembering when they of a memory of when they were a child, or from when they were young, lying in bed, and then their parents being over them, like to wake them up or something, or possibly even when they were young and when they were still in the crib. and the parents kind of hovering over them, but it's very hazy, combined with having those effects in the house, result in so as a baby or as an infant, memory, the way your brain functions, especially in an infant state, your brain is extremely susceptible. So these like electromagnetic frequencies could have an effect on the brain, and they could change the way or alter the way the brain forms memories. And it could form these long-lasting bonds where you have this recurring memory of being on your back and figures hovering over you. And then as time goes on, your imagination molds that memory to fit a specific scenario. But it wouldn't have happened if these kind of like haunted effects didn't occur in the house already. So that's something that's currently being worked on. I can't remember the university that has a team working on that, but trying to find this possible that these effects on children, on very young children, could result in long-term memory issues. So it's really intriguing stuff. And if they find that to be the case, then we could pretty much discount that type of like alien abduction narrative.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, my goal is like something similar to the people researching on like the ghosts and stuff would be like to account for like every single environmental factor I possibly could and see what comes up. If nothing comes up, I can discredit it and whatever. Like use like several different methods that people have given testimony to working and seeing something strange, things of that nature. And hopefully I can do that in the future.
And I think that like electromagnetic fields can also produce feelings of dread and uncertainty and anxiety, and result in that.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah. And if you combine if you take a memory, and because infants have really, really poor eyesight, and one of the people in my live chat, John Norris, was bringing this up at the same time that I was talking about it, was if you take small children or infants and who don't have very good eyesight, because their eyes have not fully developed yet. And then parents tend to lean really close to their children to see them. So then you have this kind of like blurry image of a being above you that is hovering above you, especially if you're lying on your back and you're prone because you're a baby, you can't really move, or you're a child. And so the parents hovering above them, combined with anxiety and dread and uncertainty that is caused by the electromagnetic frequencies in the house. Then you combine those into a memory where I'm prone and I can't move, things are hovering over me, and I feel afraid.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and then you have an alien abduction scenario. So
yeah, it's very weird how those memories will like transition to your adulthood or whatever, and like you can see things so clearly of testimony and things of that nature, and it's like pretty much the same thing of near-death experiences, but like your brain would be under like constant manipulation, like I don't know, like natural DMT after death or malfunction, seizure, whatever, things of that nature, and you'll get like very complex testimonies.
Oh yeah, and I remember seeing a documentary years ago when I was much younger, just a kid, and there was somebody had written ahead of time a word on top of the lights that hang from the ceiling, so nobody in the room can see them. And then they asked people who had near-death experiences that said that they could see from below and they could see the top of the lights, and none of them remembered seeing that word written there or anything written on the top of the lights. It was interesting because they didn't know about it.
There's
James Randi does debunk this kind of stuff too.
There's also the Houdini event where when before Houdini died, and Houdini was really, really popular with people like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and his wife, who were big into the supernatural and all kinds of woo-woo stuff. And Houdini was not, but Houdini, because they paid money, Houdini kind of like entertained them. So one of the big things is that Houdini gave his wife a keyword before he died, and said that after I die, see if you can contact me. And so essentially the test was go to everyone you can, and to every single psychic, medium, swami that you can possibly find, whatever, who can contact the dead, and ask them to contact me to give you and tell you what that keyword is. So she's in possession of the keyword. The mystic is no, the psychic is not. So if the psychic can relay the keyword accurately to the wife, then there's a connection made because it's information she couldn't possibly know. His wife scoured the planet as far as she could go with Houdini's wealth to try and find someone who could do it, and she never found one.
Yeah, like experiments like those are pretty crazy.
Yeah,
especially when it involves someone like giving their wife a keyword for that. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into all this stuff, man.
And I strongly recommend you look into the Karen helmet. You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't. Is that like a book?
It's a device. It's Koren. Also, it's also called the God helmet. And I strongly recommend you look into that and the experiments done with that. It's really interesting stuff.
It sounds to me like an Oculus Rift or like a virtual reality or something.
It kind of said, but essentially it stimulates the brain. It's a helmet that you wear, that you basically wear, and it stimulates the brain in different areas of the brain. And the objective is to determine, can we replicate certain experiences just by stimulating the brain at the most like rudimentary levels? Just like, can we do this and get effects? Oh, they are wild.
It simulates the experience of having a Karen give you a hard time. Very convincing.
I'd imagine, because you're pretty much just altering the brain with like manipulation.
Right. You feel this anxiety and dread, like, oh my god.
Brain states, baby.
But I'll see you guys later. It's good.
All right, thanks, Sly.
Thank you, Sly. That was a very enjoyable conversation.
Thank you, Sly.
Only they can all be that way.
Oh, many. I'd say most of them have been quite good. I really enjoy these sessions with you guys. It's such a delight, and I learned so much from all of you.
This conversation made me feel like a very bad person again. He mentioned Ouija boards, and so when I was 14, my neighbor got one. And I didn't know he was in our house, and I was outside, and I heard his wife call his son and say, "Get your dad. We're about to eat in 10 minutes." He said, "Mom, can I finish this game?" And his mother said, "Yes." So I went in the house where the dad was with the Ouija board, and I joined in. And I pretty much moved the glass across the board and had
you were one of those.
Yeah, I spelled out, your son is coming to get you in a few minutes, and you're going to die tomorrow at noon. And then the doorbell rang, and his son was there. He was terrified for the next 24 hours.
Oh no!
I never told him, but he was literally terrified for 24 hours that he was going to die.
You should give him a call.
This is the paranormal.
Sadly, he has passed away now, so that's probably a bit late.
This is the fake paranormal confession. If anyone wants to confess to faking the paranormal, tricking someone, you can call in and confess your sin.
You should let his son know. Say, "Hey, do you remember that day your dad looked all terrified when you came to the door?"
I told his son. He didn't have the guts to tell his dad either. So that's where we left it.
Oh boy! Yeah.
Remember, I was 14 at the time.
Yeah, but we got to be careful about stuff like that. But of course, it's important to fess up right away. But
I still consider it one of my best jokes because I found out later that his wife really hated him going around with the Ouija board to all of their friends, and that pretty much stopped after he came to our house.
Yeah, I guess because he didn't die, he's going to have trouble explaining how reliable the Ouija board is after this.
He was really afraid. I think I just messed up all the fun.
Well, so did any of you have any final things you wanted to reflect on today's show? I see Mr. Straight wants to join in, but we're going to have to do that next fortnight, 2 weeks from now. Thank you for your interest, and we look forward to talking with you again in the next show. Ajax, did you want to start?
Final thoughts.
I mean, this was a lot of fun. More fun than usual. I enjoyed Otangelo surprisingly rearing his head and being just as Otangelo as usual. And I think when a really dubious creationist, floats a lot of like bad creationist arguments and stuff, I hope people get the impression that although these people specialize in kind of like knowing a bunch of weird arguments that sound strange because you've never heard them before, that they're not really capable of backing them up. And you don't really have to know all the weird arguments that the creationist makes. You literally just have to pick one, follow the rabbit hole, and you will find it riddled with inaccuracies, misconceptions, etc. Pretty much anywhere you pick on a creationist belief structure, you'll find it just riddled with errors. And it doesn't take more than one or two to just kind of put them in their place.
I think Otangelo deep down doesn't even believe. He desperately wants to believe, which is why he's hooked on his arguments, because I think he has convinced himself of those.
So I think we should probably maybe talk more about the show in general. Thank you, IX. Peter, did you have any thoughts on the show overall today?
I always enjoy coming on here. I'm really happy that I finally found out that God exists and that his name is J.L. Warren. So I'll that's going to be a running gag for me. But I always enjoy coming on here. It's sad that people try to ruin it for everyone else by just trolling the show. But I guess if you don't have a life, that's probably what you need to do. But otherwise, no, I'm looking forward to the next one.
I think that goes with the territory, though, and I think we generally handle it pretty well. J.L. Warren, your final thoughts, sir?
So this one was, I think, a bit more energetic, and of course, a lot more trollish. We had a lot of trolls in there. But when the trolls are really, really strong, I take that as that we are hitting something. We're hitting something serious, and that we are being effective in our message, because there's no need to troll if there's any concern that what we're saying is, if there's any concern about what we're saying. So I think that a lot of good points were made and some interesting conversations were had. And this has been awesome as always. And I look forward to the next one. And I'm just going to take on the me being God thing, Peter, I'm just going to take the Bill Murray stance and just be like, no one will ever believe you.
Well, I can be pretty convincing. Trust me.
Well, we know that as a god, you have to be a shy pooper about it. So you did the miracle of the perfectly timed mute, but you can't do it all the time, or it wouldn't take any faith to believe in you, right? So people just have to believe we're the witnesses, we're the apostles of the perfectly timed mute. Those who watch the YouTube video can attest to it, but everyone else will have to just take it on faith, because you can't do the miracles all the time. That's how being a shy pooper god works. You can't go if anyone's looking at you. Just makes you feel funny.
I think we're going to move on to another topic here, which is going to be the end of the show. Thank you all very much for being here. Everybody in the audience, we really appreciate you participating in this and sharing your views with us. We do like hearing what you have to say, and people in the YouTube audience, the same thing. Thank you for tuning in and listening to all this. Everybody's links can be found in the description of the YouTube video, which is also posted in the Discord chat for people who are wondering how to get there and to see more of our content. Each of us, J.L. Warren and Peter, both run very busy channels. They've got regular things being posted there, and of course, IX also has some great content as well that's well worth looking into. It's very intellectual. So,
Randolph, can I shill one thing?
Oh, yes, sir.
So tomorrow I'm going to have a chat with and JL, being God, beat me to that. I'm going to have a chat with McKinnon Mitchell, the guy who did the documentary about Kent Hovind. If people are not going to come over and watch, at least go find McKinnon Mitchell on YouTube and subscribe to his channel.
Thank you. Can you just spell McKinnon Mitchell's name?
McKinnon, and then Mitchell, Mitchell.
Thank you very much. That's just for people who are listening and can't see things on the screen. So that's great. I hope that show goes really well for you tomorrow. I'm also planning to do a live stream as I approach 420 subscribers on my channel on April the 20th. So hopefully that will be a lot of fun. This has been a delight. Thank you all very much, and especially to our audience for being here. We thank you all so much. Have a wonderful evening, everyone.
It's been a blast.
Night all.
Merry Easter Bunny Day.
Oh, and just to throw it out there, because Kylan is in the chat. He keeps messaging me. Kylan, if you want to continue that conversation, feel free to come over to my live stream, because I'm still live on my channel. So you can pop over there and you can talk to me there. Otherwise, everybody have a fantastic day. Be safe. Be excellent to each other.
Thank you. Take care, everybody.
Paint chocolate eggs. That's the real meaning of today.
Oh, yeah. Happy Easter. Okay, how do we end this
Which,
thing?
if anybody doesn't know, that the Easter bunnies are an ancient pagan symbol, and Caesar said that when he visited Britain, they wouldn't eat or kill hares, even though they were an abundant food source, because they were considered sacred as a fertility symbol by pagans in Britain. So that's why we celebrate another pagan stolen holiday, which we made up to be the resurrection by an ancient necromancer.
Fantastic.
Technically, he's a lich.
Right.
This is starting to sound like a Dungeons and Dragons game.
It's also the answer, which came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg, obviously, because the bunny brought it.
Yeah, actually, I can back that up a little better, because dinosaurs were laying eggs long before chickens.
So it's the velociraptor came first.
Randolph, you haven't heard the Jesus is a lich? Just this is really quick. This Easter, remember, Jesus was not a zombie. He was not mindless, nor did he consume anyone. Nor was he a ghoul or a wight. Although his soul and intellect were intact, he was not a rotting corpse. He was not a vampire. While he transubstantiated wine into blood, he never drank it from a person. Jesus was not a ghost or a wraith. He was corporeal and still had his wounds. It is clear Jesus was a lich. A lich is created when a powerful magician or king, striving for eternal life, uses spells or rituals to bind his soul to an animated corpse and thereby achieves immortality. Liches are depicted as being clearly cadaverous, their bodies still bearing the wounds that they received before their death. Liches often have the power of necromancy, which allows them to bring the dead back to life. Jesus was a lich.
Thanks out.
And with that, interesting. I think with that, we better end this stream. So thanks again, everyone. Have a great night, and we'll see you in 2 weeks, in one fortnight. Goodbye.
Bye, everyone.